The Theory and Practice of Alchemy. Part 1. Alchemy, the secret art of the land of Chem, is one of the two oldest sciences known to the world. The other is astrology. The beginnings of both extend back into the obscurity of prehistoric times. According to the earliest records extant, alchemy and astrology were considered as divinely revealed to man so that by their aid he might regain his lost estate. According to old legends preserved by the rabbins, the angel at the gate of Eden instructed Adam in the mysteries of Kabbalah and of alchemy, promising that when the human race had thoroughly mastered the secret wisdom concealed within these inspired arts, the curse of the forbidden fruit would be removed and man might again enter into the garden of the Lord. As man took upon himself coats of skins, physical bodies, at the time of his fall, so these sacred sciences were brought by him into the lower worlds incarnated in dense vehicles, through which their spiritual transcendental natures could no longer manifest themselves. Therefore they were considered as being dead or lost. The earthly body of alchemy is chemistry, for chemists do not realize that half of the Book of Torah is forever concealed behind the veil of Isis, see the tarot. And that so long as they study only material elements they can at best discover but half of the mystery. Astrology has crystallized into astronomy, whose votaries ridicule the dreams of ancient seers and sages, deriding their symbols as meaningless products of superstition. Nevertheless, the intelligentsia of the modern world can never pass behind the veil which divides the seen from the unseen except in the way appointed the mysteries. What is life? What is intelligence? What is force? These are the problems to the solution of which the ancients consecrated their temples of learning. Who shall say that they did not answer those questions? Who would recognize the answers if given? Is it possible that under the symbols of alchemy and astrology lies concealed a wisdom so abstruse that the mind of this race is not qualified to conceive its principles? The Chaldeans, Phoenicians, and Babylonians were familiar with the principles of alchemy, as were many early Oriental races. It was practiced in Greece and Rome, was the master science of the Egyptians. Chem was an ancient name for the land of Egypt, and both the words alchemy and chemistry are a perpetual reminder of the priority of Egypt's scientific knowledge. According to the fragmentary writings of those early peoples, alchemy was to them no speculative art. They implicitly believed in the multiplication of metals. And in the face of their reiterations both the scholar and the materialist should be more kindly in their consideration of alchemical theorems. Evolutionists traced the unfoldment of the arts and sciences up through the growing intelligence of the prehistoric man, while others, of a transcendental point of view, like to consider them as being direct revelations from God. Many interesting solutions to the riddle of alchemy's origin have been advanced. One is that alchemy was revealed to man by the mysterious Egyptian demigod Hermes Trismegistus. This sublime figure, looming through the mists of time and bearing in his hand the immortal emerald, is credited by the Egyptians as being the author of all the arts and sciences. In honor of him all scientific knowledge was gathered under the general title of the Hermetic arts. When the body of Hermes was interred in the valley of Ebron, or Hebron, the divine emerald was buried with it. Many centuries afterward the emerald was discovered according to one version, by an Arabian initiate, according to another, by Alexander the Great, king of Macedon. By means of the power of this emerald, upon which were the mysterious inscriptions of the thrice great Hermes 13 sentences in all Alexander conquered all the then known world. Not having conquered himself, however, he ultimately failed. Regardless of his glory and power, the prophecies of the talking trees were fulfilled, and Alexander was cut down in the midst of his triumph. There are persistent rumors to the effect that Alexander was an initiate of high order who failed because of his inability to withstand the temptations of power. E.Y. Keneally, quoting from the Cosmodromium of Dr. Gobelin Persona, describes the incident of Alexander and the talking trees, into the presence of which the king of Macedon is said to have been brought while on his campaign in India, and now Alexander marched into other quarters equally dangerous. At one time over the tops of mountains, at another through dark valleys, in which his army was attacked by serpents and wild beasts, until after 300 days he came into a most pleasant mountain, on whose sides hung chains or ropes of gold. This mountain had 2,050 steps all of purest sapphire, by which one could ascend to the summit, and near this Alexander encamped. And on a day, Alexander with his 12 princes, ascended by the aforenamed steps to the top of the mountain, and found there a palace marvelously beautiful, having 12 gates, and 70 windows of the purest gold. And it was called the Palace of the Sun, and there was in it a temple all of gold, before whose gates were vine trees bearing bunches of carbuncles and pearls, and Alexander and his princes having entered the palace, found there a man lying on a golden bedstead. He was very stately and beautiful in appearance, and his head and beard were white as snow. Then Alexander and his princes bent the knee to the sage, who spake thus: Alexander, thou shalt now see what no earthly man hath ever before seen or heard. To whom Alexander made answer: O sage, most happy, how dost thou know me? He replied: Before the wave of the deluge covered the face of the earth I knew thy works. He added: Wouldst thou behold the most hallowed trees of the sun and moon, which announce all future things? Alexander made answer: It is well, my lord, greatly do we long to see them. Then the sage said: Put away your rings and ornaments, and take off your shoes, and follow me. And Alexander did so, and choosing out 3 from the princes, and leaving the rest to await his return, he followed the sage, and came to the trees of the sun and moon. The tree of the sun has leaves of red gold, the tree of the moon has leaves of silver, and they are very great, and Alexander, at the suggestion of the sage, questioned the trees, asking if he should return in triumph to Macedon. To which the trees gave answer, No, but that he should live yet another year and 8 months, after which he should die by a poisoned cup. And when he inquired, who was he who should give him that poison, he received no reply, and the tree of the moon said to him, that his mother, after a most shameful and unhappy death, should lie long unburied, but that happiness was in store for his sisters. See the Book of Enoch, the second messenger of God. In all probability, the so-called talking trees were merely strips of wood with tables of letters upon them, by means of which oracles were evoked. At one time books written upon wood were called talking trees. The difficulty in deciding the origin of alchemy is directly due to ignoring the lost continent of Atlantis. The leaves of Hermes' sacred tree. Redrawn from an original manuscript dated 1577. In his Key to Alchemy, Samuel Norton divides into 14 parts the processes or states through which the alchemical substances pass from the time they are first placed in the test tube until ready as medicine for plants, minerals, or men. 1. Solution, the act of passing from a gaseous or solid condition, into one of liquidity. 2. Filtration, the mechanical separation of a liquid from the undissolved particles suspended in it. 3. Evaporation, the changing or converting from a liquid or solid state into a vaporous state with the aid of heat. 4. Distillation, an operation by which a volatile liquid may be separated from substances which it holds in solution. 5. Separation, the operation of disuniting or decomposing substances. 6. Rectification, the process of refining or purifying any substance by repeated distillation. 7. Calcination, the conversion into a powder or calx by the action of heat. Expulsion of the volatile substance from a matter. 8. Commiction, the blending of different ingredients into new compounds or mass. 9. Purification, through putrefaction, disintegration by spontaneous decomposition, decay by artificial means. 10. Inhibition, the process of holding back or restraining. 11. Fermentation, the conversion of organic substances into new compounds in the presence of a ferment. 12. Fixation, the act or process of ceasing to be a fluid and becoming firm. State of being fixed. 13. Multiplication, the act or process of multiplying or increasing in number, the state of being multiplied. 14. Projection, the process of turning the base metals into gold. The great arcanum was the most prized of the secrets of the Atlantean priestcraft. When the land of Atlas sank, hierophants of the fire mystery brought the formula to Egypt, where it remained for centuries in the possession of the sages and philosophers. It gradually moved into Europe, where its secrets are still preserved intact. Those disagreeing with the legend of Hermes and his emerald tablet see in the 200 angels who descended upon the mountains, as described by the prophet Enoch, the first instructors in the alchemical art. Regardless of its originator, it was left to the Egyptian priests to preserve alchemy for the modern world. Egypt, because of the color of its earth, was called the Black Empire, and is referred to in the Old Testament as the Land of Darkness. By reason of its possible origin there, alchemy has long been known as the black art, not in the sense of evil but in the sense of that darkness which has always enshrouded its secret processes. During the Middle Ages, alchemy was not only a philosophy and a science but also a religion. Those who rebelled against the religious limitations of their day concealed their philosophic teachings under the allegory of gold-making. In this way they preserved their personal liberty and were ridiculed rather than persecuted. Alchemy is a threefold art, its mystery well symbolized by a triangle. Its symbol is 3 times 3, 3 elements or processes in 3 worlds or spheres. The 3 times 3 is part of the mystery of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, for 33 is 3 times 3, which is 9, the number of esoteric man and the number of emanations from the root of the divine tree. It is the number of worlds nourished by the 4 rivers that pour out of the divine mouth as the verbum fiat. Beneath the so-called symbolism of alchemy is concealed a magnificent concept, for this ridiculed and despised craft still preserves intact the triple key to the gates of eternal life. Realizing, therefore, that alchemy is a mystery in 3 worlds, the divine, the human, and the elemental, it can easily be appreciated why the sages and philosophers created and evolved an intricate allegory to conceal their wisdom. Alchemy is the science of multiplication and is based upon the natural phenomenon of growth. Nothing from nothing comes, is an extremely ancient adage. Alchemy is not the process of making something from nothing. It is the process of increasing and improving that which already exists. If a philosopher were to state that a living man could be made from a stone, the unenlightened would probably exclaim, "Impossible." Thus would they reveal their ignorance, for to the wise it is known that in every stone is the seed of man. A philosopher might declare that a universe could be made out of a man, but the foolish would regard this as an impossibility, not realizing that a man is a seed from which a universe may be brought forth. God is the within and the without of all things. The Supreme One manifests himself through growth, which is an urge from within outward, a struggle for expression and manifestation. There is no greater miracle in the growing and multiplication of gold by the alchemist than in a tiny mustard seed producing a bush many thousands of times the size of the seed. If a mustard seed produces 100,000 times its own size and weight when planted in an entirely different substance, the earth, why should not the seed of gold be multiplied 100,000 times by art when that seed is planted in its earth, the base metals, and nourished artificially by the secret process of alchemy? Alchemy teaches that God is in everything, that he is one universal spirit, manifesting through an infinity of forms. God, therefore, is the spiritual seed planted in the dark earth, the material universe. By art it is possible so to grow and expand this seed that the entire universe of substance is tinctured thereby and becomes like unto the seed pure gold. In the spiritual nature of man this is termed regeneration. In the material body of the elements it is called transmutation. As it is in the spiritual and material universes, so it is in the intellectual world. Wisdom cannot be imparted to an idiot because the seed of wisdom is not within him, but wisdom may be imparted to an ignorant person, however ignorant he may be, because the seed of wisdom exists in him and can be developed by art and culture. Hence a philosopher is only an ignorant man within whose nature a projection has taken place. Through art, the process of learning, the whole mass of base metals, the mental body of ignorance, was transmuted into pure gold, wisdom, for it was tinctured with understanding. If, then, through faith and proximity to God the consciousness of man may be transmuted from base animal desires, represented by the masses of the planetary metals, into a pure, golden, and godly consciousness, illumined and redeemed. And the manifesting God within that one increased from a tiny spark to a great and glorious being. If also the base metals of mental ignorance can, through proper endeavor and training, be transmuted into transcendent genius and wisdom, why is the process in two worlds or spheres of application not equally true in the third? If both the spiritual and mental elements of the universe can be multiplied in their expression, then by the law of analogy the material elements of the universe can also be multiplied, if the necessary process can be ascertained. That which is true in the superior is true in the inferior. If alchemy be a great spiritual fact, then it is also a great material fact. If it can take place in the universe, it can take place in man. If it can take place in man, it can take place in the plants and minerals. If one thing in the universe grows, then everything in the universe grows. If one thing can be multiplied, then all things can be multiplied, for the superior agrees with the inferior and the inferior agrees with the superior. But as the way for the redemption of the soul is concealed by the mysteries, so the secrets for the redemption of the metals are also concealed, that they may not fall into the hands of the profane and thereby become perverted. If any would grow metals, he must first learn the secrets of the metals. He must realize that all metals, like all stones, plants, animals, and universes, grow from seeds. And that these seeds are already in the body of substance, the womb of the world virgin. For the seed of man is in the universe before he is born, or grows, and as the seed of the plant exists for all time though the plant live but a part of that time, so the seeds of spiritual gold and material gold are ever present in all things. The metals grow throughout the ages, because life is imparted to them from the sun. They grow imperceptibly, informed like tiny shrubs, for everything grows in some way. Only the methods of growth differ, according to kind and magnitude. One of the great axioms is, within everything is the seed of everything, although by the simple processes of nature it may remain latent for many centuries, or its growth may be exceedingly slow. Therefore, every grain of sand contains not only the seed of the precious metals as well as the seed of the priceless gems, but also the seeds of sun, moon, and stars. As within the nature of man is reflected the entire universe in miniature, so in each grain of sand, each drop of water, each tiny particle of cosmic dust, are concealed all the parts and elements of cosmos in the form of tiny seed germs so minute that even the most powerful microscope cannot detect them. Trillions of times smaller than the ion or electron, these seeds unrecognizable and incomprehensible await the time assigned them for growth and expression. Consider the monads of Leibniz. There are two methods whereby growth may be accomplished. The first is by nature, for nature is an alchemist forever achieving the apparently impossible. The second is by art, and through art is produced in a comparatively short time that which requires nature almost endless periods to duplicate. The true philosopher, desiring to accomplish the magnum opus, patterns his conduct according to the laws of nature. Recognizing that the art of alchemy is merely a method copied from nature but with the aid of certain secret formulae greatly shortened by being correspondingly intensified. Nature, in order to achieve her miracles, must work through either extensiveness, or intensiveness. The extensive processes of nature are such as are used in the transmutation of the pitch of black carbon into diamonds, requiring millions of years of natural hardening. The intensive process is art, which is ever the faithful servant of nature, as Dr. D says, supplementing her every step and cooperating with her in all her ways. So, in this philosophical work, nature and art ought so lovingly to embrace each other, as that art may not require what nature denies, nor nature deny what may be perfected by art. For nature assenting, she demeans herself obediently to every artist, whilst by their industry she is helped, not hindered. Dr. D. in his chemical collections. By means of this art the seed which is within the soul of a stone may be made to germinate so intensively that in a few moments a diamond is grown from the seed of itself. If the seed of the diamond were not in the marble, granite, and sand, a diamond could not be grown therefrom. But as the seed is within all these things, a diamond may be grown out of any other substance in the universe. In some substances, however, it is easier to perform this miracle because in them these germs have already been long fertilized and are thus more nearly prepared for the vivifying process of the art. Likewise, to teach some men wisdom is easier than to teach others, for some already have a foundation upon which to work, while in others the thinking faculties are entirely dormant. Alchemy, therefore, should be regarded as the art of increasing and bringing into perfect flower with the greatest possible expedition. Nature may accomplish her desired end or, because of the destructiveness exercised by one element over another, she may not. But with the aid of the true art, nature always accomplishes her end, for this art is not subject either to the wastings of time or to the vandalism of elemental reactions. In his History of Chemistry, James Campbell Brown, late professor of chemistry in the University of Liverpool, sums up the ends which alchemists sought to achieve, in the following paragraphs. This, therefore, was the general aim of the alchemists to carry out in the laboratory, as far as possible, the processes which nature carried out in the interior of the earth. 7 leading problems occupied their attention. 1. The preparation of a compound named elixir, magisterium medicine, or philosopher's stone, which possessed the property of transmuting the baser metals into gold and silver, and of performing many other marvelous operations. 2. The creation of homunculi, or living beings, of which many wonderful but incredible tales are told. 3. The preparation of the alkahest or universal solvent, which dissolved every substance which was immersed in it. 4. Palingenesis, or the restoration of a plant from its ashes. Had they succeeded in this, they would have hoped to be able to raise the dead. Professor Brown takes a great deal for granted. 5. The preparation of spiritus mundi, a mystic substance possessing many powers, the principle of which was its capacity of dissolving gold. 6. The extraction of the quintessence or active principle of all substances. 7. The preparation of aurum potable, liquid gold, a sovereign remedy, because gold being itself perfect could produce perfection in the human frame. Alchemical symbolism. In alchemy there are 3 symbolic substances, mercury, sulfur, and salt. To these was added a 4th mysterious life principle called Azoth. Concerning the first 3, Hervon Welling has written, there are 3 basic chemical substances which are called by the philosophers salt, sulfur, and mercury, but which are not to be confounded in any way with the crude salt, sulfur, and mercury taken from the earth or secured from the apothecary. Salt, sulfur, and mercury each has a triune nature, for each of these substances contains, in reality, also the other 2 substances, according to the secret arcanum of the wise. The body of salt is, therefore, threefold, namely salt, sulfur, and mercury, but in the body of salt one of the 3, salt, predominates. Mercury is likewise composed of salt, sulfur, and mercury with the latter element predominating. Sulfur, similarly, is actually salt, sulfur, and mercury, with sulfur predominating. These 9 divisions, 3 times 3, plus Azoth, the mysterious universal life force, equals 10, the sacred decad of Pythagoras. Concerning the nature of Azoth there is much controversy. Some view it as the invisible, eternal fire, others as electricity, still others as magnetism. Transcendentalism refer to it as the astral light. The universe is surrounded by the sphere of the stars. Beyond that sphere is the sphere of Scamayim, which is the divine fiery water, the first outflow of the Word of God, the flaming river pouring from the presence of the Eternal. Scamayim, the fiery androgynous water, divides. The fire becomes the solar fire and the water becomes the lunar water. Scamayim is the universal mercury, sometimes called Azoth, the measureless spirit of life. The spiritual fiery original water Scamayim comes through Eden, in Hebrew, vapor, and pours itself into 4 main rivers, the elements. This is the river of living water Azoth, the fiery mercurial essence, that flows out from the throne of God and the Lamb. In this Eden, vaporous essence or mist, is the spiritual earth, incomprehensible and intangible, or the dust afar, out of which God formed Adam min Hadama, the spiritual body of man, which body must sometime become revealed. In another part of his writings von Welling also says that there was no material universe until Lucifer, attempting to perform the cosmic alchemy, misused the schemaion, or the divine fire. In order to re-establish the schemaion which Lucifer had perverted, this universe was formed as a means of liberating it from the dark cloud within which it was locked by the failure of Lucifer's attempt to control it. These statements clearly emphasize the fact that the early philosophers recognized in the Bible a book of chemical and alchemical formulae. It is essential that this point be kept in mind at all times. Woe to that seeker who accepts as literal the rambling allegories of the alchemists. Such a one can never enter the inner sanctuary of truth. Elias Ashmole in his Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum thus describes the methods employed by the alchemists to conceal their true doctrines. Their chiefest study was to wrap up their secrets in fables, and spin out their fancies in veils and shadows, whose radii seems to extend every way, yet so, that they meet in a common center, and point onely at one thing. The fact that the scriptures reveal a hidden knowledge, if considered allegorically, is clearly demonstrated by a parable describing King Solomon, his wives, concubines, and virgins, which parable occurs in Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreuzer, published in Altona in 1785. Dr. Hartmann, who translated part of this work into English, declared that the wives of Solomon represented the arts, the concubines the sciences, and the virgins the still unrevealed secrets of nature. By order of the king the virgins were forced to remove their veils, thus signifying that by means of wisdom, Solomon, the mystic arts were forced to disclose their hidden parts to the philosopher. While to the uninitiated world only the outside garments were visible. Such is the mystery of the veil of Isis. As the alchemist must do his work in 4 worlds simultaneously if he would achieve the magnum opus, a table showing the analogies of the 3 principles in the 4 worlds may clarify the relationship which the various parts bear to each other. The early masters of the art of alchemical symbolism did not standardize either their symbols or their terms. Thus it required great familiarity with the subject combined with considerable intuitive power to unravel some of their enigmatical statements. The 3rd and 4th divisions of the following table are given alternative renderings, owing to the fact that some authors did not draw a clear line between spirit and soul. According to the scriptures, spirit is indestructible, but soul is destructible. Obviously, then, they are not synonymous. It is clearly stated that, the soul that sinneth, it shall die, but, the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. The table of analogies, as nearly as they can be established, is as follows. The triune power in 4 worlds. World of Father, Son, Mother. 1. God. Father, Son, Holy Ghost. 2. Man, Spirit, Soul, Body. 3. Elements. Air, Fire, Water. 4. Chemicals. Mercury, Sulfur, Salt. The alternative renderings of 3 and 4 are: World of Father, Son, Mother. 3. Elements. Fire, Air, Water. 4. Chemicals. Sulfur, Mercury, Salt. Paracelsus made a different arrangement, somewhat Aristotelian, in which the 3 phases of the triune God are omitted, combining only the elements of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th worlds. World of Father, Son, Mother. 2. Man, Spirit, Soul, Body. 3. Elements. Air, Water, Earth. 4. Chemicals. Sulfur, Mercury, Salt. The main point, however, is proved. The alchemical philosophers used the symbols of salt, sulfur, and mercury to represent not only chemicals but the spiritual and invisible principles of God, man, and the universe. The three substances, salt, sulfur, and mercury, existing in 4 worlds, as shown in the table, sum up to the sacred number 12. As these 12 are the foundations of the great work, they are called in Revelation the 12 foundation stones of the sacred city. In line with the same idea, Pythagoras asserted that the dodecahedron, or 12-faced symmetrical geometric solid, was the foundation of the universe. May there not be a relation also between this mysterious 3 times 4 and the 4 parties of 3 which in the legend of the 3rd degree of Freemasonry go forth to the 4 angles of the cherubim, the composite creature of 4 parts? A table of medieval alchemical symbols. From Valentine's The Last Will and Testament. Hermetists used the curious symbols shown in this rare table to represent various chemical elements and alchemical processes. The full meaning of these strange characters has never been revealed, the characters concealing effectually within their own forms the occult secrets regarding the spiritual nature of the metals and elements which they represent. In their allegories the alchemists also wed human, animal, and plant emblems, sometimes weird composite figures, such as the dragon, the winged serpent, the unicorn, and the phoenix. In almost every case they symbolized gold as a king with a crown on his head and often with a scepter in his hand. Sometimes they depicted him with the ace of the solar disk surrounded by rays. Silver was personified as a woman who they called the queen. She wore no crown but often stood upon a lunar crescent, much after the fashion of the Madonna. Mercury was typified as a youth with wings, often with 2 heads, carrying serpents or sometimes the caduceus. Lead they symbolized by an old man with a scythe in his hand, iron by a soldier dressed in armor. To aqua fortis was given the curious name, the ostrich's stomach, and to the attainment of the great work, they assigned the symbol of the phoenix sitting upon a nest of fire. The union of elements they symbolized by a marriage, the process of putrefaction by a skull, antimony by a dragon. The following table shows the angles to which the parties of 3, salt, sulfur, and mercury, go in search of Hiram. The 4 corners of creation. East, South, West, North. The fixed signs of the zodiac. Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus. The parts of the cherubim. Man, lion, eagle, bull. The 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The ages of man. Childhood, youth, maturity, age. The stages of existence. Birth, growth, maturity, decay. The parts of man's constitution. Spirit, soul, mind, body. The 4 elements. Air, fire, water, earth. One more table should prove of interest to Masonic scholars, one showing the relationship existing between the 3 substances. Salt, sulfur, and mercury, and certain symbols with which Masons are familiar. This table also has an alternative rendering, based on the interblending of philosophic principles, which are difficult if not impossible to separate into chronological order. 1. The 3 lights. Stellar fire, solar fire, lunar fire. 2. The 3 Grand Masters. Hiram, Solomon, Hiram of Tyre. 3. The geometric solids. Sphere, pyramid, cube. 4. Alchemical substances. Mercury, sulfur, salt. The alternative rendering of number 2 is 2. The 3 Grand Masters. Solomon, Hiram, Hiram of Tyre. In alchemy is found again the perpetuation of the universal mystery. For as surely as Jesus died upon the cross, Hiram, see Hiram, at the west gate of the temple, Orpheus on the banks of the river Hebron, Krishna on the banks of the Ganges, and Osiris in the coffin prepared by Typhon, so in alchemy. Unless the elements first die, the great work cannot be achieved. The stages of the alchemical processes can be traced in the lives and activities of nearly all the world's saviors and teachers, and also among the mythologies of several nations. It is said in the Bible that, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. In alchemy it is declared that without putrefaction the great work cannot be accomplished. What is it that dies on the cross, is buried in the tomb of the mysteries, and that dies also in the retort and becomes black with putrefaction? Also, what is it that does this same thing in the nature of man, that he may rise again, phoenix-like, from his own ashes, caput mortuum? The solution in the alchemical retort, if digested a certain length of time, will turn into a red elixir, which is called the universal medicine. It resembles a fiery water and is luminous in the dark. During the process of digestion it passes through many colors, which has given rise to its being called the peacock because of its iridescence during one of the periods of its digestion. If the augmentations of its power be carried too far, the test tube containing the substance will explode and vanish as dust. This commonly occurs and is the greatest danger involved in the preparation of the medicine for men and metals. If developed too far, it will also seep through the glass, for there is no physical container sufficiently strong to hold it. The reason for this is that it is no longer a substance but a divine essence partaking of the interpenetrative power of divinity. When it is properly developed, this universal solvent in liquid form will dissolve into itself all other metals. In this high state the universal salt is a liquid fire. This salt dissolved with the proper amount of any metal and run through the different stages of digestion and rotations, of augmentations will eventually become a medicine for the transmuting of inferior metals. The True Way of Nature by Hermes Trismegistus, given out by a genuine Freemason, ICH. Describes the danger of over-augmenting the universal salt, but this multiplication cannot be carried on ad infinitum but it attains completeness in the 9th rotation. For when this tincture has been rotated 9 times it cannot be exalted any further because it will not permit any further separation. For as soon as it perceives only the smallest degree of material fire it goes instantly into a flux and passes through the glass like hot oil through paper. In classifying the processes through which the chemical elements must pass before the Hermetic medicine is produced, lack of uniformity in terminology is evidenced, for in the True Way of Nature 7 stages are given, while in the Dictionnaire Mytho-Hermétique 12 are noted. These 12 are linked with the signs of the zodiac in a manner worthy of consideration. 1. Aries, calcination. 5. Leo, digestion. 9. Sagittarius, incineration. 2. Taurus, congelation. 6. Virgo, distillation. 10. Capricorn, fermentation. 3. Gemini, fixation. 7. Libra, sublimation. 11. Aquarius, multiplication. 4. Cancer, dissolution. 8. Scorpio, separation. 12. Pisces, projection. This arrangement opens an interesting field of speculation which may be of great service if intelligently carried out. These 12 steps leading up to the accomplishment of the magnum opus are a reminder of the 12 degrees of the ancient Rosicrucian mysteries. To a certain degree, Rosicrucianism was chemistry theologized and alchemy philosophized. According to the mysteries, man was redeemed as the result of his passage in rotation through the 12 mansions of the heavens. The 12 processes by means of which the secret essence may be discovered remind the student forcibly of the 12 fellow craftsmen who are sent forth in search of the murdered builder of the universe, the universal Mercury. According to Solomon Trismosin, the stages through which matter passes in its journey towards perfection are divided into 22 parts, each of which is represented by an appropriate drawing. There is an important connection between the 22 emblems of Trismosin, the 22 major cards of the tarot, and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. These mysterious tarot cards are themselves an alchemical formula, if properly interpreted. As if to substantiate the claims of medieval philosophers that King Solomon was a master of alchemy, Dr. Franz Hartmann has noted that the much-abused and misunderstood Song of Solomon is in reality an alchemical formula. The student of natural philosophy will immediately recognize that dark made of Jerusalem, not as a person but as a material sacred to the sages. Dar. Hartmann writes, the Song of Solomon, in the Old Testament, is a description of the processes of alchemy. In this song the subjectum is described in Canti 5, the Lilium Artis in c. 2, 1, the preparation and purification in c. 2, 4. The fire in c. 2, 7, and c. 4, 16, the putrefaction in c. 3, 1, sublimation and distillation in c. 3, 6, coagulation and change of colors, c. v. 9-14, fixation, c. 2, 12, and c. 8, 4, multiplication, c. 6, 7. Augmentation and projection, c. 8, 8, etc., etc. A tiny particle of the philosopher's scone, if cast upon the surface of water, will, according to an appendix to the work on the universal salt by Herr von Welling, immediately begin a process of recapitulating in miniature the history of the universe, for instantly the tincture like the spirits of Elohim moves upon the face of the waters. A miniature universe is formed which the philosophers have affirmed actually rises out of the water and floats in the air, where it passes through all the stages of cosmic unfoldment and finally disintegrates into dust again. Not only is it possible to prepare a medicine for metals, it is also possible to prepare a tincture for minerals by means of which pieces of granite and marble can be turned into precious stones, also stones of inferior quality may be improved. As one of the great alchemists fittingly observed, man's quest for gold is often his undoing, for he mistakes the alchemical processes, believing them to be purely material. He does not realize that the philosopher's gold, the philosopher's stone, and the philosopher's medicine exist in each of the four worlds and that the consummation of the experiment cannot be realized until it is successfully carried on in four worlds simultaneously according to one formula. Furthermore, one of the constituents of the alchemical formula exists only within the nature of man himself, without which his chemicals will not combine, and though he spend his life and fortune in chemical experimentation, he will not produce the desired end. The paramount reason why the material scientist is incapable of duplicating the achievements of the medieval alchemists although he follow every step carefully and accurately is that the subtle element which comes out of the nature of the illuminated and regenerated alchemical philosopher is missing in his experimentation. On this subject Dr. Franz Hartmann in a footnote to his translation of extracts from Paracelsus clearly expresses the conclusions of a modern investigator of alchemical lore. I wish to warn the reader, who might be inclined to try any of the alchemical prescriptions, not to do so unless he is an alchemist, because, although I know from personal experience that these prescriptions are not only allegorically but literally true, and will prove successful in the hands of an alchemist, they would only cause a waste of time and money in the hands of one who has not the necessary qualifications. A person who wants to be an alchemist must have in himself the magnesia, which means, the magnetic power to attract and coagulate invisible astral elements. In considering the formulae on the following pages, it must be recognized that the experiments cannot be successfully conducted unless the one who performs them be himself a magus. If two persons, one an initiate and the other unilluminated in the supreme art, were to set to work, side by side, using the same vessels, the same substances, and exactly the same modus operandi, the initiate would produce his gold and the uninitiated would not. Unless the greater alchemy has first taken place within the soul of man, he cannot perform the lesser alchemy in the retort. This is an invariable rule, although it is cunningly hidden in the allegories and emblems of Hermetic philosophy. Unless a man be born again, he cannot accomplish the great work, and if the student of alchemical formulae will remember this, it will save him much sorrow and disappointment. To speak of that part of the mystery which is concerned with the secret life principle within the actual nature of man, is forbidden. For it is decreed by the masters of the art that each shall discover that for himself, and on this subject it is unlawful to speak at greater length. Part 2. All true philosophers of the natural or Hermetic sciences begin their labors with a prayer to the supreme alchemist of the universe, beseeching his assistance in the consummation of the magnum opus. The prayer that follows, written in a provincial German centuries ago by an adept now unknown, is representative: O holy and hallowed Trinity, thou undivided in triple unity. Cause me to sink into the abyss of thy limitless eternal fire, for only in that fire can the mortal nature of man be changed into humble dust, while the new body of the salt union lies in the light. Oh, melt me and transmute me in this thy holy fire, so that on the day at thy command the fiery waters of the Holy Spirit draw me out from the dark dust, giving me new birth and making me alive with his breath. May I also be exalted through the humble humility of thy Son, rising through his assistance out of the dust and ashes and changing into a pure spiritual body of rainbow colors like unto the transparent, crystal-like, paradisiacal gold. That my own nature may be redeemed and purified like the elements before me in these glasses and bottles. Diffuse me in the waters of life as though I were in the wine cellar of the eternal Solomon. Here the fire of thy love will receive new fuel and will blaze forth so that no streams can extinguish it. Through the aid of this divine fire, may I in the end be found worthy to be called into the illumination of the righteous. May I then be sealed up with the light of the new world that I may also attain unto the immortality and glory where there shall be no more alternation of light and darkness. Amen. The origin of alchemical formulae. Apparently but few of the medieval alchemists discovered the great arcanum without aid, some authors declaring that none of them attained the desired end without the assistance of a master or teacher. In every instance the identity of these masters has been carefully concealed, and even during the Middle Ages speculation ran rife concerning them. It was customary to call such illuminated sages adepts, a title which indicated that they possessed the true secrets of transmutation and multiplication. These adepts were polyonymous individuals who unexpectedly appeared and disappeared again, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. There are indications that a certain degree of organization existed among them. The most powerful of the alchemical organizations were the Rosicrucians, the Illuminati, and certain Arabian and Syrian sects. In the documents which follow, references are made to the brethren or brothers. These are to signify that those who had actually accomplished the magnum opus were banded together and known to each other by cipher codes and secret signs or symbols. Apparently a number of these illuminated adepts dwelt in Arabia, for several of the great European alchemists were initiated in Asia Minor. When a disciple of the alchemical arts had learned the supreme secret, he guarded it jealously, revealing to no man his priceless treasure. He was not permitted to disclose it even to the members of his immediate family. As the years passed, one who had discovered the secret or, more properly, one to whom it had been revealed sought for some younger man worthy to be entrusted with the formulae. To this one, and to this one only, as a rule, the philosopher was permitted to disclose the arcanum. The younger man then became the philosophical son of the old sage, and to him the latter bequeathed his secrets. Occasionally, however, an adept, on finding a sincere and earnest seeker, would instruct him in the fundamental principles of the art, and if the disciple persisted, he was quietly initiated into the august fraternity of the brethren. In such manner the alchemical processes were preserved, but the number of those who knew them did not increase rapidly. During the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries a considerable number of alchemical adepts made their way from place to place throughout Europe, appearing and disappearing apparently at will. According to popular tradition, these adepts were immortal, and kept themselves alive by means of the mysterious medicine that was one of the goals of alchemical aspiration. It is asserted that some lived hundreds of years, taking no food except this elixir, a few drops of which would preserve their youth for a long period of time. That such mysterious men did exist there can be little doubt, as their presence is attested by scores of reliable witnesses. It is further asserted that they are still to be found by those who have qualified themselves to contact them. The philosophers taught that like attracts like, and that when the disciple has developed a virtue and integrity acceptable to the adepts they will appear to him and reveal those parts of the secret processes which cannot be discovered without such help. Wisdom is as a flower from which the bee its honey makes and the spider poison, each according to its own nature. By an unknown adept. The reader must bear in mind at all times that the formulae and emblems of alchemy are to be taken primarily as allegorical symbols, for until their esoteric significance has been comprehended, their literal interpretation is valueless. Nearly every alchemical formula has one element purposely omitted. It being decided by the medieval philosophers that those who could not with their own intelligence discover that missing substance or process were not qualified to be entrusted with secrets which could give them control over great masses of humanity and likewise subject to their will the elemental forces of nature. The Emerald Table of Hermes. The oldest and most revered of all the alchemical formulae is the sacred Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Authorities do not agree as to the genuineness of this table, some declaring it to be a post-Christian fraud, but there is much evidence that, regardless of its author, the table is of great antiquity. While the symbol of the Emerald Table is of special Masonic import relating as it does to the personality of C. Hiram, it is first and fundamentally an alchemical formula. Relating both to the alchemy of the base metals and the divine alchemy of human regeneration. In Dr. Sigismund Backstrom's collection of alchemical manuscripts is a section devoted to the translations and interpretations of this remarkable tablet, which was known to the ancients as the Tabula Smaragdina. Dr. Backstrom was initiated into the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross on the island of Mauritius by one of those unknown adepts who at that time called himself Comte de Chazal. Dr. Backstrom's translations and notes on the Emerald Tablet are, in part, as follows, the actual text being reproduced in capital letters. The Emerald Table. The most ancient monument of the Chaldeans concerning the lapis philosophorum, the stone of the philosophers. The Emerald Table furnishes the origin of the allegorical history of King Hiram, rather Chiram. The Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Hebrews in what concerns Chiram have taken their knowledge from one and the same fountain. Homerus, who relates this history in a different manner, followed that original, and Virgil followed Homerus, as Hesiodus took the subject for his theogony likewise from thence, which Avidus took afterwards for a pattern for his metamorphosis. The knowledge of nature's secret operations constitutes the principal sense of all these ancient writings, but ignorance framed out of it that external or veiled mythology and the lower class of people turned it into idolatry. The key to alchemy according to the Egyptians. From Kircher's Oedipus Aegyptiacus. The priests of Egypt not only used the scarab as a symbol of regeneration but also discovered in its habits many analogies to the secret process whereby base metals could be transmuted into gold. They saw in the egg of the scarab the seed of the metals, and the above figure shows the path of this seed through the various planetary bodies until, finally reaching the center, it is perfected and then returns again to its source. The words in the mall spiral at the top read, the spiral progress of the mundane spirit. After the scarab has wound its way around the spiral to the center of the lower part of the figure, it returns to the upper world along the path bearing the words, return of the spirit to the center of unity. The genuine translation from the original very ancient Chaldee is as follows. The secret works of Chiram one in essence, but three in aspect. The two first large words mean the secret work. The second line in large letters, reads, Chiram telet makasat, i.e. Chiram the universal agent, one in essence but three in aspect. It is true, no lie, certain, and to be depended upon, the superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior with the superior, to effect that one truly wonderful work. As all things owe their existence to the will of the only one, so all things owe their origin to the one only thing, the most hidden, by the arrangement of the only God. The father of that one only thing is the sun, its mother is the moon, the wind carries it in its belly, but its nurse is a spirituous earth. That one only thing, after God, is the father of all things in the universe. Its power is perfect, after it has been united to a spirituous earth. Process first distillation. Separate that spirituous earth from the dense or crude by means of a gentle heat, with much attention. Last digestion. In great measure it ascends from the earth up to heaven, and descends again, newborn, on the earth, and the superior and the inferior are increased in power. The Azoth ascends from the earth, from the bottom of the glass, and redescends in veins and drops into the earth, and by this continual circulation the azoth is more and more subtilized. Volatilizes soul and carries the volatilized solar atoms along with it, and thereby becomes a solar azoth, i.e. our third, and genuine Sophic Mercury, and this circulation of the solar azoth must continue until it ceases of itself, and the earth has sucked it all in, when it mews become the black pitchy matter. The toad, the substances in the alchemical retort, and also the lower elements in the body of man, which denotes complete putrefaction or death of the compound. By this thou wilt partake of the honors of the whole world. Without doubt, as the black, pitchy matter will and must of necessity become white and red, and the red, having been carried to perfection, medicinally and for metals, is then fully capable to preserve mentem sanam in corpore sano until the natural period of life, and promise us ample means, in infinitum multipliable, to be benevolent and charitable without any diminution of our inexhaustible resources. Therefore well may it be called the glory, honors, of the whole world, as truly the study and contemplation of the L.P. Lapis Philosophorum, harmonizing with divine truths, elevates the mind to God our Creator and merciful Father, and if He should permit us to possess it practically must eradicate the very principle of avarice, envy, and evil inclinations, and cause our hearts to melt in gratitude toward Him that has been so kind to us. Therefore the philosophers say with great truth, that the L.P. either finds a good man or makes one, and darkness will fly from thee. By invigorating the organs the soul makes use of for communicating with exterior objects, the soul must acquire greater powers not only for conception but also for retention, and therefore if we wish to obtain still more knowledge, the organs and secret springs of physical life being wonderfully strengthened and invigorated, the soul must acquire new powers for conceiving and retaining, especially if we pray to God for knowledge, and confirm our prayers by faith. All obscurity must vanish, of course. That this has not been the case with all possessors, was their own fault, as they contented themselves merely with the transmutation of metals. This is the strength of all powers. This is a very strong figure, to indicate that the L.P. positively does possess all the powers concealed in nature, not for destruction but for exaltation and regeneration of matter, in the three departments of nature. With this thou wilt be able to overcome all things, and to transmute all what is fine and what is coarse. It will conquer every subtle thing, of course, as it refixes the most subtle oxygen into its own fiery nature, and that with more power, penetration and virtue, in a tenfold ratio, at every multiplication, and each time in a much shorter period. Until its power becomes incalculable, which multiplied power also penetrates, overcomes, every solid thing, such as unconquerable gold and silver, the otherwise unalterable mercury, crystals and glass fluxes, to which it is able to give natural hardness and fixity, as Philoletha does attest, and is proved by an artificial diamond, in my father's time, in possession of Prince Liechtenstein in Vienna, valued at 500,000 ducats. Fixed by the lapis, philosopher's stone. In this manner the world was created, the arrangements to follow this road are hidden. For this reason I am called Chiram Telet Mekasat, one in essence, but three in aspect. In this Trinity is hidden the wisdom of the whole world, i.e. in Chiram and its use. It is thought that Hermes was Moses or Zoroaster, otherwise Hermes signifies a serpent, and the serpent used to be an emblem of knowledge or wisdom. The serpent is met with everywhere amongst the hieroglyphics of the ancient Egyptians, so is the globe with wings, the sun and moon, dragons and griffins, whereby the Egyptians denoted their sublime knowledge of the lapis philosophorum. According to Suedas, the hints in the scriptures, and even Denon where he speaks of the sanctuaries of the ancient Egyptian temples. It is ended now, what I have said concerning the effects of the sun. Finish of the Tabula Smaragdina. What I have said or taught of the solar work, is now finished. The perfect seed, fit for multiplication. This I know is acknowledged to be the genuine Tabula Smaragdina Hermetis. A letter from the Brothers of R.C. Rose Cross. Although Eugenius Philolethes disclaimed membership in the Rosicrucian fraternity, it is believed that for a number of years he was the head of that order. In a little work called Lumen de Lumen, or A New Magical Light Discovered and Communicated to the World, published in London in 1651, Eugenius Philolethes gives a remarkable letter, presumably from the Rosicrucian order. Accompanying the letter is an emblematic figure setting forth in symbolic form the processes and formulae of the philosopher's stone. This epistle is an excellent example of the Rosicrucian system of combining abstract theological speculations with concrete chemical formulae. With the aid of the material contained in various parts of this present book, the student would do well to set himself the task of solving the riddle contained in this hieroglyph. A letter from the brothers of R.C. concerning the invisible, magical mountain, and the treasure therein contained. Every man naturally desires a superiority, to have treasures of gold and silver, intellect and soul, and to seem great in the eyes of the world. God indeed created all things for the use of man, that he might rule over them, and acknowledge therein the singular goodness and omnipotence of God, give him thanks for his benefits, honor him and praise him. But there is no man looks after these things, otherwise than by spending his days idly, they would enjoy them without any previous labor and danger. Neither do they look them out of that place where God hath treasured them up, who expects also that man should seek for them there, and to those that seek will he give them. But there is not any that labors for a possession in that place, and therefore these riches are not found, for the way to this place, and the place itself hath been unknown for a long time, and it is hidden from the greatest part of the world. But notwithstanding it be difficult and laborious to find out this way and place, yet the place should be sought after. But it is not the will of God to conceal anything from those that are his, and therefore in this last age, before the final judgment comes, all these things shall be manifested to those that are worthy, as he himself, though obscurely. Lest it should be manifested to the unworthy, hath spoken in a certain place, there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hidden that shall not be known. We therefore being moved by the Spirit of God, do declare the will of God to the world, which we have also already performed and published in several languages. But most men either revile, or contemn that, our manifesto, the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis, or else waiving the Spirit of God, they expect the proposals thereof from us, supposing we will straightway teach them how to make gold by art. Or furnish them with ample treasures, whereby they may live pompously in the face of the world, swagger, and make wars, turn usurers, gluttons, and drunkards, live unchastely, and defile their whole life with several other sins. All which things are contrary to the blessed will of God. These men should have learnt from those 10 virgins, whereof 5 that were foolish demanded oil for their lamps, from those 5 that were wise, how that the case is much otherwise. It is expedient that every man should labor for this treasure by the assistance of God, and his own particular search and industry. But the perverse intentions of these fellows we understand out of their own writings, by the singular grace and revelation of God. We do stop our ears, and wrap ourselves as it were in clouds, to avoid the bellowings and howlings of those men, who in vain cry out for gold. And hence indeed it comes to pass that they brand us with infinite calumnies and slanders, which notwithstanding we do not resent, but God in his good time will judge them for it. But after that we had well known, though unknown to you, and perceived also by your writing how diligently you are to peruse the Holy Scripture, and seek the true knowledge of God, we have also above many thousands thought you worthy of some answer, and we signify this much to you by the will of God and the admonition of the Holy Ghost. There is a mountain situated in the midst of the earth, or center of the world, which is both small and great. It is soft, also above measure hard and stony. It is far off, and near at hand, but by the providence of God, invisible. In it are hidden most ample treasures, which the world is not able to value. This mountain by envy of the devil, who always opposeth the glory of God and the happiness of man, is compassed about with very cruel beasts and other, sick, ravenous birds, which make the way thither both difficult and dangerous. And therefore hitherto, because the time is not yet come, the way thither could not be sought after nor found out. But now at last the way is to be found by those that are worthy, but notwithstanding by every man's self-labor and endeavors. To this mountain you shall go in a certain night, when it comes, most long and most dark, and see that you prepare yourselves by prayer. Insist upon the way that leads to the mountain, but ask not of any man where the way lies, only follow your guide, who will offer himself to you, and will meet you in the way, but you shall not know him. This guide will bring you to the mountain at midnight, when all things are silent and dark. It is necessary that you arm yourselves with a resolute heroic courage, lest you fear those things that will happen, and so fall back. You need no sword, nor any other bodily weapons, only call upon God sincerely and heartily. When you have discovered the mountain, the first miracle that will appear is this: a most vehement and very great wind, that will shake the mountain and shatter the rocks to pieces. You shall be encountered also by lions and dragons and other terrible beasts, but fear not any of these things. Be resolute and take heed that you return not, for your guide who brought you thither will not suffer any evil to befall you. As for the treasure, it is not yet discovered, but it is very near. After this wind will come an earthquake, that will overthrow those things which the wind hath left and make all flat. But be sure that you fall not off. The earthquake being past, there shall follow a fire, that will consume the earthly rubbish and discover the treasure, but as yet you cannot see it. After all these things and near the daybreak there shall be a great calm, and you shall see the day-star arise and the dawning will appear, and you shall perceive a great treasure. The chiefest thing in it, and the most perfect, is a certain exalted tincture, with which the world, if it served God and were worthy of such gifts, might be tinged and turned into most pure gold. This tincture being used, as your guide shall reach you, will make you young when you are old, and you shall perceive no disease in any part of your bodies. By means of this tincture also you shall find pearls of that excellency which cannot be imagined. But do not you arrogate anything to yourselves because of your present power, but be contented with that which your guide shall communicate to you. Praise God perpetually for this his gift, and have a special care that you use it not for worldly pride, but employ it in such works which are contrary to the world. Use it rightly and enjoy it so, as if you had it not. Live a temperate life, and beware of all sin, otherwise your guide will forsake you, and you shall be deprived of this happiness. For know this of a truth, whosoever abuseth this tincture and lives not exemplarily, purely, and devoutly before men, he shall lose this benefit, and scarce any hope will there be left ever to recover it afterwards. If, as transcendentalists believe, the initiations into the fraternity of the Rose Cross were given in the invisible worlds which surround and interpenetrate the visible universe, it is not beyond the range of possibility that this allegory is to be considered in the light of an initiatory ritual as well as an alchemical formula. As has been noted, it is difficult to secure a complete formula for any of the alchemical operations. The one presented here is the most nearly complete of any available. The collecting of the rays and energies of the celestial bodies as precipitated in dew is a process which Paracelsus used with great success. Bear constantly in mind that these processes are only for those who have been properly instructed in the secret art. A true revelation of the manual operation for the universal medicine commonly called the Philosopher's Stone. By the celebrated philosopher of Leyden, as attested upon his deathbed with his own blood, Anno Domini 1662. To my loving cousin and son, the true Hermetic philosopher. Dear loving cousin and son. Although I had resolved never to give in writing to any person the secret of the ancient sages, yet notwithstanding out of peculiar affection and love to you, I have taken it upon me, to which the nearness of our relation obliges me, and especially because this temporal life is short. And art is very dark, and you may therefore not attain the wished-for end. But my son, because so precious a jewel belongs not to swine, and also this so great a gift of God may be treated carefully and Christian-like, in consideration thereof I do so largely declare myself to thee. I conjure thee with hand and mouth sacredly. First, that most especially thou faithfully keep the same from all wicked, lustful, and criminal persons. 2. Delay, that thou exalt not thyself in any way. 3. Delay, that thou seek to advance the honor of thy Creator of all things and the good of thy neighbor, preserve it sacredly that thy Lord may not have cause to complain of thee at the last day. I have written here in this treatise such a part of the kingdom of heaven, just as I myself have worked this treasure and finished it with my fingers, therefore I have subscribed all this work with my blood, lying on my deathbed in Leyden. The process in the name of God, take of the purest and cleanest salt, sea salt, so as it is made by the sun itself, such as is brought by shipping from Spain. I used salt that came from St. Uber, let it be dried in a warm stove, grind it in a stone mortar, as fine as possible to a powder that it may be so much the easier dissolve and taken up by our dew water. Which is thus to be had in the months of May or June, when the moon is at the full, observe when the dew falls with an east or southeast wind. Then you must have sticks about 1.5 feet high above the ground when driven in the earth. Upon 2 or 3 such sticks, lay some 4 square plates of glass, and as the dew falls it easily fastens on the glass like a vapor. Then have glass vessels in readiness, let the dew drain from the sides of the glasses into your vessels. Do this until you have enough. The full of the moon is a good season, afterwards it will be hard. The solar rays descending from the sun carry with them solar sulfur, the divine fire. These rays are crystallized by contact with the lunar rays. The solar rays are also met by the emanations pouring upward from the Earth's surface and are thus still further crystallized into a partly tangible substance, which is soluble in pure water. This substance is the magical mountain of the moon referred to in the R.C. letter. The crystallization of the solar and lunar rays in water, dew, produces the virgin earth, a pure, invisible substance, uncontaminated by material matter. When the virgin earth crystals are wet, they appear green, when dry, white. Vaughan Welling makes a suggestion for the extraction of the solar life from stagnant water, but is reticent both as to naming the essence extracted and also as to the various processes through which it must pass to be refined and increased in power. His hint, however, is both valuable and unusual. Take sweet clean water and seal it in a large bottle, leaving about 1/4 empty. Place the bottle in the sun for some weeks until it rots, showing a precipitation in the bottom. This precipitation, when properly manipulated by distillation, will produce a clear, fiery, burning oil, the constituents and use of which are only known to the wise. The philosopher of Leyden continues, now when you have enough of your dew, close your glasses exactly, and keep it till you use it, that none of its spirits may evaporate, which may easily happen. Set it therefore in a cool place, that no warmth may come to it, or else the subtle spirit will rise and be gone, which will not so happen if after you have filled your glasses with dew quite full, you close them very well with wax. The Invisible Magical Mountain. From Philalethes Lumen de Lumen. On page 24 of Lumen de Lumen, Eugenius Philalethes describes the magical mountain as follows. This is that emblematical magical type, which Talia delivered to me in the invisible Guiana. The first and superior part of it represents the mountains of the moon. The philosophers commonly call them the mountains of India, on whose tops grows their secret and famous lunaria. It is an herb easy to be found, but, for the fact, that men are blind, discovers itself and shines after night like pearl. The earth of these mountains is very red and soft beyond all expression. It is full of crystalline rocks, which the philosophers call their glass and their stone. Birds and fish, say they, bring it to them. Of these mountains speaks Halley the Arabian, a most excellent judicious author. Go, my son, to the mountains of India, and to their quarries or caverns, and take thence our precious stones which dissolve or melt in water, when they are mingled therewith. Much indeed might be spoken of these mountains, if it were lawful to publish their mysteries, but one thing I shall not forbear to tell you. They are very dangerous places after night, for they are haunted with fires and other strange apparitions, as I am told by the Magi, by certain spirits, which dabble lasciviously with the sperm of the world and imprint their imaginations in, producing many times fantastic and monstrous generations. The access and pilgrimage to this place, with the difficulties which attend them, are faithfully and magisterially described by the brothers of R.C. Said accompanying letter. Now in the name of God, take of this dew water as much as thou wilt, put in a clean dissolving glass, then cast a little of your forementioned powdered salt into it to be dissolved. And continue to put it in till your dew water will dissolve no more, or till the salt lies in it 4 days without being dissolved, then it has enough, and unto your dew is given its proper powder. Of this compounded water, take as much as thou wilt. I took about 1.5 pounds, and put it into a round vial with a short neck, fill it without water and lute it with a good lute, a cover and stopple that fits it well. That the subtle and living spirit of the dew may not fume away, for if they should, the soul of the salt will never be stirred up, nor the work ever brought to a right end. Let the lute dry very well of itself, and set it in the furnace of B.M. to putrefy. Make a slow fire and let it digest for 40 days or 50, and that the fume of the water be continually round about it, and you will see your matter grow black, which is a token of its putrefaction. As soon as you have taken it out, have your dry furnace ready. Set your glass with the matter into an inner globe to coagulate, give it a slow degree of fire, continue it equally for 12 or 15 days, and your matter will begin to coagulate and to fasten round about your glass like a grey salt. Which as soon as you see, and before it be 2 days, slacken the fire that it may cool leisurely. Then have in readiness your putrefying furnace as before. Set your glass therein and give the same degree of fire as before. Let it stand 12 days, and again you will see the matter resolve and open as before, and open itself, but you must every time see that the lute and your glass is not hurt. When you set your glass in the putrefying furnace, take care that the neck of your glass is covered with a wooden or glass stopper that fits it exactly, that the moisture of the water may not come at it. When you see it black, set your glass as before to coagulate, and when it begins to be of a grayish color and whitish, set it in a 3rd time to putrefy, and coagulate to the 5th time, until you see that your water in its dissolution is clean, pellucid and clear, and that it appears in its calcination of a fine white like snow. Then it is prepared and becomes a salt fixed, which will melt on hot silver plate like wax. But before you set this your salt out, set it again, in the furnace of putrefaction, that it may dissolve of itself, then let it cool, open your glass, and you will find your matter lessened a 3rd part. But instead of your former salt water you will have a fine sweet and very penetrating water, which the philosophers have hid under very wonderful names. It is the mercury of all true philosophers, the water out of which comes gold and silver. For they say its father is gold and its mother is silver. Thus hast thou the strength of both these luminaries conjoined in this water, most true, in its right pondus. Prescription. 5 drops of this water taken inwardly strengthens the understanding and memory, and opens to us most wonderful and sweet things, of which no man hath heard, and of which I dare not further write, because of the oath I made God to the contrary. Time and the holy use of this blessed water will teach us, as soon as you have taken it inwardly, such influence will happen to thee as if the whole heavens and all the stars with their powers are working in thee. All knowledge and secret arts will be open to thee as in a dream, but the most excellent of all is, you will perfectly learn rightly to know all creatures in their nature, and by means thereof, the true understanding of God, the Creator of us. Heaven and earth, like David and Moses and all the saints of God, for the wisdom of our fountain of living water will instruct thee as it did Solomon and the brethren of our fraternity. In his rare treatise on salt, sulfur and mercury, Vaughan Welling discloses a secret, not generally revealed in alchemical writings, namely, that the alchemists were concerned not only with the transmutation of metals but had a complete cosmological and philosophical system based upon the Kabbalah. According to Vaughan Welling, the universal salt, in watery form, is a positive cure for all the physical ailments of mankind. It is in every living thing, but from some things it is more easily secured than from others, especially is this true of virgin earth. It is the universal solvent, the alkest. The same writer also states that in the first stages of its preparation this salt will cure any and all diseases of the heart. The anonymous philosopher of Leiden continues. Would you now proceed further with our blessed water to the forementioned intention of preparing a tincture for metals? Hearken, my son. Take in the name of the Lord, of thy paradisiacal water, of heavenly water of mercury, as much as thou wilt, put it into a glass to dissolve, and set it in a slow heat of ashes, that it may just feel the warmth, then have ready well purified gold for the red, or silver for the white elixir. For in both the processes are the same. Let your gold or silver be beaten as thin as leaf gold, cast it by degrees into your dissolving glass, that contains your blessed water, as you did in the beginning with your salt, and it will melt like ice in warm water. And continue so to do till your gold or silver lie therein 4 days without dissolving, then it has received its due pondus. Then put this dissolution as before into a round glass, fill it 2/3 parts full, seal it hermetically as before, let your sigillum be well dried. Set it in the furnace of balneum vapori, make a fire and let it remain 40 days, as before, then will the gold or silver be dissolved radically and will turn of the deepest black in the world, which as soon as you see, have your other drying furnace in readiness. Continuing, philosophers say there is no true solution of the body without a preceding coagulation of the spirit, for they are interchangeably mixed in a due proportion, whereby the bodily essence becomes of a spiritual penetrating nature. On the other hand, the incomprehensible spiritual essential virtue is also made corporeal by the fire, because there is made between them so near a relation or friendship, like as the heavens operate to the very depth of earth, and producing from thence all the treasures and riches of the whole world. Admirandum naturae operationem in archidoxis cognitum. With this powder you may as follows project on metals. Take 5 parts of fine gold or silver according as you work, and melt it in a crucible. Wrap up your medicine in wax, cast it therein, give a strong fire for an hour, then take the crucible out, as it were, calcined, then cast 1 part on 10 parts of imperfect metals, be it what it will. And the same will be immediately changed into purer metal, than what is brought out of the mines and produced by melting. And when you augment it in strength and virtue by resolving and coagulating, the 5th time it will resolve itself in 3 days and be coagulated in 24 hours' time, to an incredible and most highly pellucid stone or red shining burning coal. For the white work it will become like a white stream of lightning. Of this last coagulation take 1 part, cast it upon 5,000 of melted gold or silver as before. It changes the same into perfect medicine, 1 part whereof will tinge 100,000 parts of melted imperfect metals into the very finest gold or silver. So far I have brought and further I would not come, for as I would set in the matter, to distill, 6 times in 12 hours. It subtilized so highly that the most part, like somewhat most wonderful to behold, passed through the glass causing an inexpressible odoriferous smell. Take heed that it happens not to you. Many more wonders of this holy art might be added, namely how to prepare therewith all sorts of precious stones, and other most admirable things, but it would require too great a book to express the whole as it ought to be. Especially as the art is endless and not to be apprehended with one view, and my purpose has been, loving cousin and son, devoutly to lead thee into the mysteries of nature and this holy science, and I have faithfully performed it. In conclusion, the letter states, Go thou to work as I have done before thee, fear God, love thy neighbor from the bottom of thy soul sincerely. So will in the manual operation, everything to thee, and when thou art at work therein many of our brethren will reveal themselves to thee, of our holy order, privately. For I have on my part by the eternal God wrote the truth which I found out by prayer and searching into nature, which work I have seen with my eyes, and with my hands extracted. Therefore also I have subscribed this testament with my own blood, the last day of my life on my deathbed. Actum Leiden, March 27, 1662. The Hermetic and Alchemical figures of Claudius de Dominico Celentano Vallis Novi. No better way can be found of introducing to the royal art a seeker after the mysteries of symbolical philosophy than to place at his disposal an actual example of alchemical writing. The text of this manuscript is as enigmatic as are its diagrams, but to him who will meditate upon the profound significance of both, the deeper issues of mysticism in due time will be made clear. An unknown person through whose hands this manuscript passed wrote thus of it. Because of its drawings and illustrated expositions, the manuscript is of preeminent importance to the Rosicrucians and the contemporary order of Freemasons. The first, and larger, part of the illustrations deals with the Hermetic philosophy, explaining its teachings and doctrines. Interspersed among these are portraits of great teachers and satirical representations of bunglers and their mistaken views. The systematically arranged part shows with wonderful clearness the color development of the alchemical processes from blue gold over black to white and rose. Throughout it treats of the change in human beings and not of the making of gold. Ever upon the grade of black, the return into chaos from which new creations are possible, follows the grade of the neophytes, the new birth, which is often repeated with impressive lucidity. The black stage occurs as usual through fire. This unopened and unpublished manuscript belongs to the order of the most important precepts and documents of the Rosicrucians, and Freemasons. A search through the museums and library collections of Germany has failed to reveal any item of even a similar character. In addition to the 26 leaves here reproduced, there are 10 bottles or retorts, each half filled with varicolored substances. These bottles can be so easily described that it is unnecessary to reproduce them. The first bottle, from the mouth of which issues a golden shrub with 3 blossoms, contains a bluish-gray liquid, the entire figure being called our quicksilver. Under the vessel is a verse containing the significant words, "He will have white garments for black and then red." The second bottle, from the neck of which rise 4 golden flowers, also contains the bluish-gray substance termed quicksilver. Below the bottle is the admonition to make spirit of the body and grace of the gross, that the corporeal may become incorporeal. The third bottle is entirely black save for a golden tree trunk having 6 lopped-off branches and terminating in 5 branches which end in knobs and protrude from the neck of the bottle. The state of the substance is termed blackness showing through the head of the raven. Under the bottle occurs the statement that the tincture of the philosophers is hidden in the air like the soul in the human body. The fourth bottle is of the deepest blackness and is called the head of the raven. Nothing rises from the neck of the vessel, for the earth, its contents, is described as submerged in chaos. The bottom of the fifth bottle contains a bluish-gray, spotted liquid, the upper part being filled with a brick-colored substance. Above are the words, "Sixth raven's head," below is added, "At the bottom of the vessel worms are born." The lower half of the sixth bottle is of a bluish-gray, the upper half black, the entire figure being termed seventh raven's head. A child is seated beside the bottle, concerning whom it is written, "This newly born, black son is called elixir and will be made perfectly white." The seventh bottle is black below and black spotted with red above. The process is thus described, black blacker than black, for many divers colors will appear. Those black clouds will descend to the body whence they came, and the junction of body, soul, and spirit has been completed and turned to ashes. The eighth bottle is divided horizontally by a golden band, from which rises a golden stem ending in 5 leaves protruding from the neck of the bottle. The contents of the vessel are transparent, and it is written that the black clouds are past and the great whiteness has been completed. The ninth bottle, from the neck of which rises a golden white rose, is also partly filled with a transparent liquid. The rose is made to say, "He who blanches me makes me red." The 10th and last bottle represents the consummation of the great work. The lower half of the vessel is filled with the blood-red elixir, and from the neck rises a red rose with many petals and of extreme beauty. After declaring all the planets to have been present at the consummation of the great work, the author of the document concludes, "I gave to the master, spirit, so much silver and gold that we can never be poor." In his dedication, the author and illustrator of the manuscript declares that he has set forth all the operations of the great work. He prays to the Holy Spirit that he may be included in the number of those who have pursued this most noble of the sciences and that he may be set always in the path of righteousness. Exclusive of his own researches, the main sources of his information are said to be the writings of St. Thomas Aquinas, Raymond Lully, and Arnold of Villanova. To protect themselves from the persecution of despotic theology, the medieval alchemists couched their philosophy in Christian terminology, although the great secrets of the art were derived largely from Egyptian or Arabian adepts. The Mohammedans were masters of the Hermetic secrets, and even the great Paracelsus secured from them the major part of his knowledge. In their manifestos, the Rosicrucians also disclosed the Arabian source of their secret doctrine. Hence it should be borne in mind that the relating of the alchemical teachings to biblical symbolism was a gesture of expediency. In their search of the scriptures for the arcana of Israel, the Kabbalists substantiated in great measure the alchemical interpretations of the Bible, for the soul of alchemy is one with that of Kabbalism. Both schools have a common end, being concerned with the mystery of human regeneration, despite apparent discrepancies in their symbolism. The publication of this manuscript places at the student's disposal the most profound secrets of the Hermetic art. At first the task of decipherment may seem hopeless, and the superficially minded will be tempted to scoff at the possibility of real knowledge being perpetuated in such unconventional fashion. The scoffer will not realize that one of the purposes of the document is to awaken ridicule and thus preserve more effectually its arcana from the profane. A few sheets, such as those here reproduced, represent the life work of one who has consecrated himself to the task of tearing aside the veil of the world virgin. Years of research and experimentation, days of incessant labor, nights of prayer and meditation, and at last comes the realization of accomplishment. This is the real story told by the grotesque figures drawn so painstakingly upon the faded, worm-eaten pages. Those who have glimpsed the greater realities of being realize that the fundamental verities of life find at best only imperfect expression through physical symbols. Only those who have passed through the travail of spiritual birth can adequately comprehend and properly reverence the pathetic efforts to portray for others that knowledge necessarily locked within the heart of the one who knows. Leaf 1. The top line reads, "Our earliest medicine was made of natural objects." About the king and queen appears the statement that to them a son shall be born, in 2 trees of the vine, resembling his father and without equal in all the world. About the vase is written, green and white. The vase flame color, the flowers green. Our water, our silver. The lines below read, the material of the philosopher's stone is that thick, viscous water, which either heat or cold congeals. It is mercury boiled down and thickened, cooked in neutral earth with sulphurous heat, and is called the prime material of the metals. In caverns yet dark, and forbidding mountains, if a stone be found which 1,000 years ago nature made out of her fruits, it will bring him that has it out of trouble. Listen carefully to all my verses. I speak them without veil and without deception. Leaf 2. At the top is a quotation from St. Thomas Aquinas concerning the composition of the philosopher's stone, which is described as of the purest transparency. In it all the forms of the elements and their contrarieties were visible. Beneath the figure of St. Thomas Aquinas is a short paragraph praising the excellence of the philosophic stone, declaring that from the one substance can be derived 3 and from the 3, 2. To the right of St. Thomas Aquinas is a likeness of Raymond Lully seated in the door of his hermitage. Under his feet appears a quotation from this celebrated alchemist, beginning with the question, "What is the philosopher's stone?" After declaring it to be a reddish, fixed mercury, Lully swears to the Almighty that he has told the truth and that it is not permissible to say more. The original manuscript is mutilated at this point. Leaf 3. The writing at the top of the page reads, "Death of Saturn, life of Mercury." After describing the use of the Saturnine substances, the key to the process is declared to be depicted below. The verse reads, "This, the stone, is made of 4 elements. This is the truth in all nature. Take it in hand, bright and shining, with all diligence and great care, and then try to bind all securely together side by side, so the fire may cause alarm." Above the human figure is written, "Saturn is almost dead." To the right, if the devouring serpent, is a statement of Albertus Magnus that Saturn and Mercury are the first principles of the stone. It also declares that nature wisely provided a mixture of elements so that earth can communicate its dryness to fire, fire its heat to air, air its moisture to water, and water its coldness to earth. Text about the vase is illegible in original. Leaf 4. At the top, let them believe that everything is possible. The art is fleeting, bright and rare, and not believed by the foolish. The words between the sun and crescent read, "It is hidden," and on the panel across the body, "The book of life and true treasury of the world." The panel to the left of the figure says, "Moving almost all, and the soul of its body returns to the place from which it had fled, and ripens 7 months or 9, and the king crowned with his diadem appears. The right panel states, there are 3 Mercuries, animal, vegetable, and mineral. The text below is of such a cryptic nature that to translate it is well nigh impossible. It declares that by putting fire beneath the feet of the symbolic figure it is possible to extract therefrom the sun and the moon, which the human body is shown elevating to a position of dignity above its head. Leaf 5. In the upper panel it is declared that the sunbird battles with the earth serpent, who, tearing out his own entrails, gives them to the bird. The spirit is vivified and Lazarus with joy is raised from the dead. Above the bird is written, this is the sun in the form of a bird, and above the dragon, this is the dragon devouring the bird. The first operation. The panel of text at the lower left reads in substance, when our sperm, quicksilver, is mixed with the mother of elements, earth, the action is called coitus. The detention by the earth of a bit of quicksilver is called conception. The earth grows and multiplies and the operation is called impregnation. When earth is whitened with water and made of uniform color and appearance, it is called birth and the king is born out of fire. The text at lower right was deliberately mutilated to conceal a too evident secret. Leaf 6. This plate shows all the secrets of the great stone. In the center stands the Paschal Virgin, in her hair the prime virtue which is described as an herb flourishing in wells. The hands hold the symbols of the spiritual and material elements. The statement at the upper left is to the effect that there are 4 spirits with 2 faces, which are called the elements. At the upper right it is written that fire lives on air, air on water, water on earth, and thus the stone lives peacefully on all the pure elements. Under the sun appears the word summer, under the moon, autumn. About the tree on the left with its attendant eyes are the words, turn away your eyes to, from the fire. There is space, ? About the tree to the right. Open your eyes to the fire. There is time. The lower panel opens with this sentence, I am exalted above the circles of world. Leaf 7. The verse at the top reads, this stone is so noble and worthy that nature has hidden it in her recesses. Its soul is all fair, and pure, for it is the true sun. I inform you of this. Keep it removed, apart and separated. Whatever boon you crave, it will come to you bounteously. Without sin, with pleasure and delight. The seated figure on the left holding aloft the hammer is described as breaking hard stone, while the words beside the man with the retort read, breaking of stone are replenishment. Between the standing figures below is the exclamation. O sages, seek and ye shall find my stone. Under the outstretched hand of the man with a basket appear the words, draw out sorem, ? In the bottom. Below the pool which the man on the left is stirring appears the simple statement, our healing water. The faces of the 4 men are extremely well drawn. Leaf 8. Under the sun, moon, and Mercury are the words 3 and 1, an inference that the 3 are 1. The words under the flower stems read, whiteness 40 days after ashes. Under the blossoms is written, left, minor time of the stone. Right, the selected red. Between the arms of the central figure appears, let 1 pound of mercury be placed. To the left is written, if you who read shall have known this figure, you will possess the whole science of the stone. To the right, and if you do not acknowledge it, you will be stiff-necked and dull. Above the sun is the word Father, above the satyr, ferment of the work. Beside the child is the sentence, the son of the moon would threw the stone into the fire his mother. Above the flaming basket is written, I am the true stone. Under the central figure are the words, a moderate fire is the master of the work. Leaf 9. In the upper left it is written that without the light of the moon the sun does not heat the earth and that into the moon the sun emits its fruits. In the upper right the true herb of the philosophers is described, and it is declared that whoever believes in and it shall be, spiritually, rich. The panel concludes thus, understand thoroughly what it is that the man has in either hand if you wish to be enlightened. The text to the left above the sun reads, entirely without the sun and moon, make die. Dissolve, congeal, and like produces for itself like. The words to the right of the man holding the philosopher's herb declare sublimation to be the beginning, the middle and the end of the great work. The last sentence reads, "Out of the sun and moon make a thing of equal parts, and by their union, God willing, let the philosopher's stone be made." Leaf 10. The two short lines of text at upper left read, "Some take a recent stone." The lines to the right of the symbol of Mars, iron, admonish the student to control his appetites and apply his mind to the accumulation of knowledge. No satisfactory translation can be found for the words under the outstretched arm of the man holding the upper part of the tree. The lower panel reads thus, "After the stone has been well refined it will appear to penetrate thoroughly. It should be put into its vessel with its water. Close it well with a little fire, and await the wonders of nature." The large red oval filling the lower half of the leaf is evidently the egg or vessel of the sages. The tree is a symbol of the growth of the sacred metals, for the alchemists affirmed that the metals are like plants and grow in the rocks, spreading their branches, veins, through the interstices. Leaf 11. The fount is described as that from which the two mercuries of the philosophers are extracted. At the upper left is described the white mercury and at the right the red mercury. The text about the fountain declares that Saturn collects the white mercury, which is called the water of earth, and the earth collects the red mercury, which is called the water of heaven. The text to the left of the frog reads, "Through him who created the heavens and the earth I am the philosopher's stone, and in my body I carry something the wise seek. If such a charm be extracted from me, it will be a sweet refreshment for you. I am an animal having father and mother were created, and in my body are contained the four elements, and I am before father and mother and I am a poisonous animal." The lines at the right describe distilling and calcining processes. Leaf 12. The three words at the top read, "This is nature." The lines above the donkey read, "This is the philosopher's donkey who wished to rise to the practice of the philosopher's sum." The three lines below the animal are translated, "Frogs gather in multitudes but science consists of clear water made from the sun and moon." The text under the symbolic bird is as follows, "This is fortune with two wings. Whosoever has it knows that fruit will in such a way be produced." A great philosopher has shown that the stone is a certain white sun, to see which needs a telescope. To dissolve it in water requires the sun and moon, and here one must open 200 telescopes, putting body and soul in one mass. And here is lost the mass. Other sages cook the frogs and add nothing, if the juice of the wise you wish to enjoy. To the Greeks the frog symbolized both metempsychosis and earthly humidity. Leaf 13. This page contains but two figures. At the left stands Morienus, the philosopher, pointing towards the salamander who lives and grows in fire. Morienus, who was born in the 12th century, became the disciple of the great Arabian alchemist Adfar, from whom he learned the Hermetic arts. Morienus prepared the philosophical elixir for the Sultan of Egypt, inscribing upon the vase in which he placed the precious substance the words, "He who possesses all has no need of others." He spent many years as a hermit near Jerusalem. The lines below the salamander are, "Let the fire be of a perfect red color, the earth white, the water clear. Then compound them by philosophical means and calcine them as many times with the water which the body had as to turn it white by its kindness. Having done this, you will have the greatest treasure in the world." Leaf 14. The three words at the top of the left page are translated, "The man that digs." Above the birds it is declared that none but the cocks of Hermes, the two Mercuries, shall put hand to the plough, and only after irrigation will the earth bring forth her fruits. The seated man is Count Bernard of Treviso, who says, "Work the earth with mercury." See chapter on Alchemy and its exponents. The three sentences to the Count's left read, "Go to the fire and with mercury, thy brother, await me for a month. Crumble the stone I gave thee and I shall go to the fire. Thy death, my life. I shall net die but, living, tell of the works of this, my master." Bernard of Treviso in his alchemical speculation emphasized the necessity of meditation upon the philosophical writings of the great adepts rather than chemical experimentation. He ultimately discovered the stone. Leaf 15. The first sentence reads, "The fruit of plants by virtue of the sun, our stone." The boy holding the dish is made to say, "Drink here all ye that are athirst. Come unto me, run to the waters. Here drink, without price, and drink your fill. Open your eyes and see the wonders of the earth. They learn, my thirsty 20:4. Beneath the boy are the words, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and divided the waters from the waters. Bless the waters which are above the heavens." The circle contains this statement, "The earth without form and void. Out of the stars come the rains." The lower left panel continues the alchemical process, ending with admonition to renounce the misery of worldly existence. Above is a prayer to the Virgin Mary which opens thus, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord be with thee. Blessed thou among women." Leaf 16. The first sentence reads, "The dead bodies remain, the spirits are freed by the death in the bodies. You will ride with that death with a scythe, and the light of the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars." Over the scythe is written, "Subject to the sun, the moon and Azoth, complete the work." The 4 words in the curve of the scythe blade say, "Man's head, head of raven." The 3 lines to the right are interpreted thus, "This figure is called Leighton, for it looks black in a vessel, and is the beginning of corruption." The text below the latter states, "This is the ladder of primitive matter which when placed in a vessel turns black, that gradually changes to white by the scale, ladder, of digestion, according to the degree of heat." Here a ladder is used to signify the natural steps up which matter must ascend before it can attain to a truly spiritual state. Leaf 17. The verse at the top of the page reads, "Not only must this material be fixed, but it must be allowed to enter into everything so that this material may be well completed and have infinite virtue. Then, by making it thick, it becomes at once all white, sublimation from white it becomes shining." Above the sun are the words, "God and nature do nothing in vain." The man on the left is a medieval conception of Hermes, the great Egyptian philosopher, the one on the right is Christopher, the philosopher of Paris. Above the latter is written, "If the stone is black, it is not useless." The words over the retort are, "There is air, fire, water, and earth." Below is added, "A dissolution of the body is the first step." The curious chemical apparatus must be considered purely symbolic in this work and, as its author himself says, is intended to give only a hint of the art. Leaf 18. At the left holding a book stands Aristotle, who is described as the most learned of all the Greeks. The tree surmounted by the sun and moon is accompanied by the words, "When the stone is dead, that is changed to water, in this it will produce flowers." Beneath Aristotle and the prostrate human figure from which rises the flowering tree are these statements, "He who makes everything descend from heaven to earth, and then ascend from earth to heaven, has information about the stone. For in Mercury there is something the wise seek, not invoked except by white or red ferment." The first part of this quotation is based upon the emerald tablet of Hermes, which see. In ordinary man, the spirit is figuratively absorbed by the body. But in the true philosopher, the spirit is so greatly increased in power that it absorbs into itself and is nourished by man's corporeal body. Leaf 19. At the top it reads, "He that comes to know this figure will have knowledge of the stone." The seated man probably represents Paracelsus. To his right are the words, "I am neither tree nor animal, nor stone nor vegetable, but the philosopher's stone, trampled on by men, cast into the fire by my Father, and in fire I rejoice." The 4 words to the left say, "In dryness is the stone." Below the man is the philosophic egg containing the words, "It is the end in which the beginning rests." The capital T stands for tincture. The text to the right states, "In stone it is formed, as Gerber writes in his book very learnedly, and possessing so much of its nature that it changes into clear, living water. And it has the power to make folks rich, satisfied, and free from all cares, so they will be always happy if they attain by their wit to the secret. Leaf 20. At the top is written, Rains are made by 6 stars. Under the inverted man it reads, Receive new spirit. Arise, for you are asleep. The 2 sentences about the large figure read, Remember Mercury, for ashes thou art and unto ashes thou shalt return. I thirst and am dead. Above the 7 globes at the left is the admonition, If he thirst, give him a drink and he shall live. Over the small man is written, Hermes, the father of philosophers. The curved line of writing to which Hermes points says, The measure of the drink. Under the central pedestal appears, The light of my eyes is a lantern to my feet. Below is added, If the beginning is unknown, the rest is unknown. Above the figure rising from the flames on the right is the statement, He was resurrected after new moon, and under the eagle, Thou shalt not fly further with me. Leaf 21. The upper line reads, 2 things in double, but finally one is dissolved into the first and they make sperm. The 4 capitals IAAT are the initial letters of the names of the elements, ignis, air, aqua, and terra. The writing under them reads, Our fire is water, if you can give fire to fire, fire and mercury will suffice. Along the arm appear the words, The art of the stone is, and on the ribbon, swift, brief, bright, and rare. The 2 lines under the ribbon read, Every hand is a key, because it was called the herb celandine, under the sun, I am the gift of God. The verse reads, So that you remain contented in all matters, I must listen attentively. My body is naked, clean, and shining, and I run like oil ready to drop, resplendent like bright gold, and then succumb to the plague in its bright and cheerful little chamber. Retort. Leaf 22. The verse in the upper left is as follows, This group is composed of 3 stones, lunar, solar, and mercurial. In the lunar is white sulfur, in the solar, red sulfur, in the mercurial, both, i.e. white and red, and this is the strength of all instruction. In the bottle at the left are the words, dissolving, calcination, sublimation complete the instruction, and at the base, wash, congeal, and coagulate. Under the central tower is written, metallic salts, however, are hidden by 1 letter, around the bottom of the red circle, dryness, coldness, humidity, heat, and dryness. On the points below are the names of the 4 elements. The initial, IAAT appear 4 times with the same meaning as that already given. The 3 powers of the philosopher's stone are symbolized by the heads of the cherubs in the circle in the upper left corner. Leaf 23. The writing at the upper left is, in substance, the Lord's Prayer, with the addition of the words Jesus and Mary at the end. The inverted words in the banner read, Ye can do nothing without me, for God has so promised, saying, So be it. The text under the angel reads, By this plague he will be damned who knows he is dead, all cold in a black body. And let this be thy first comfort, then he will burn unto calcination. When I have reduced him within this door, know for certain that I shall be blessed if I shall know how to cultivate the garden. The main part of the leaf is devoted to an elaborate symbolic drawing of alchemical equipment, under which are the words, the furnace of distillation, congealing, rectification, perfection, fixation, quintessence of the philosophers. By quintessence should be understood the 5th essence of the most wise. Leaf 24. The words at the top read, I, the bird, the adept, speak into thine ears from the sun, moon and Azoth. The work is perfected with little labor. The panel to the left describes the nature of primordial matter and the drink of the philosophers. The text to the right reads, This is my beloved Son whom I saw and loved. If he be resurrected, he will remain at home, and in that house the spirit will be the soul and the body, for Mercury may be called the son of the sun and the moon. Under the child's figure is added, If he were not dead, I should not have been his mother. I bore him after death before he was born in the world. Under my feet I have what was his, and out of me and my son and the foundation of my feet the philosopher's stone is made. At the lower left the three constituents of the stone are shown elevated upon a pedestal to signify their dignity. Leaf 25. Above the figure of the queen are 3 lines stating, in substance, that in the beginning of the book it was written of her that from her maternal breast she nourished the sun. And that he who was capable of converting her into primal matter possessed rare skill. Opposite the queen's head are the words, "In the highest mountains this water," and "I am the light of the philosophers." To the left of the queen is an admonition to strike the sons whom she bears. She calls herself the mother of the sun, the sister of the moon, and the servant and spouse of Mercury. On the right she is made to exclaim, "I cannot be crowned unless these sons of mine become ashes." The sons are shown directly below. The verse under the queen continues the alchemical processes, describing the method in which the exudations from the substance should be preserved. Leaf 26. This page, which concludes that part of the Hermetic manuscript bearing the symbols of the secret work, contains a number of emblems not directly correlated. At the top is the head of the king, the most common of alchemical figures. To the right of the king is an alchemical vessel designated the Hermetic seal. Below is the head of a ferocious bird, here designated a griffin. To the left of the king is a headless figure elevating a sun, or spiritual face. This figure is the world, which must be headless, since its spiritual and rational part is not material and consequently, is invisible. Below is a circle unaccompanied by descriptive matter. Directly under the king's head is a vase of flowers, in which rises the golden plant of the philosophers. At the bottom of the page is additional alchemical equipment, this also being termed a Hermetic seal. The chemical marriage. The self-admitted author of the chemical marriage, Johann Valentin Andrea, born in Württemberg in 1586, was 28 years of age when that work was first published. It was presumably written about 12 years prior to its publication, or when the author was 15 or 16 years old. The fact is almost incredible that one so young could produce a volume containing the wealth of symbolic thought and philosophy hidden between the lines of the chemical marriage. This book makes the earliest known reference to Christian Rosenkreuz, and is generally regarded as the third of the series of original Rosicrucian manifestos. As a symbolic work, the book itself is hopelessly irreconcilable with the statements made by Andrea concerning it. The story of the chemical marriage relates in detail a series of incidents occurring to an aged man, presumably the Father CRC. Of the Fama and Confessio. If Father CRC was born in 1378, as stated in the Confessio, and is identical with the Christian Rosenkreuz of the chemical marriage, he was elevated to the dignity of a Knight of the Golden Stone in the 81st year of his life, 1459. In the light of his own statements, it is inconceivable that Andrea could have been Father Rosicrucians. Many figures found in the various books on symbolism published in the early part of the 17th century bear a striking resemblance to the characters and episodes in the chemical marriage. The alchemical wedding may prove to be the key to the riddle of Baconian Rosicrucianism. The presence in the German text of the chemical marriage of some words in English indicates its author to have been conversant also with that language. The following summary of the main episodes of the 7 days of the chemical marriage will give the reader a fairly comprehensive idea of the profundity of its symbolism. The first day. Christian Rosenkreuz, having prepared in his heart the paschal lamb together with a small unleavened loaf, was disturbed while at prayer one evening before Easter by a violent storm which threatened to demolish not only his little house but the very hill on which it stood. In the midst of the tempest he was touched on the back and, turning, he beheld a glorious woman with wings filled with eyes, and robed in sky-colored garments spangled with stars. In one hand she held a trumpet and in the other a bundle of letters in every language. Handing a letter to CRC, she immediately ascended into the air, at the same time blowing upon her trumpet a blast which shook the house. Upon the seal of the letter was a curious cross and the words in hoc signo vinces. Within, traced in letters of gold on an azure field, was an invitation to a royal wedding. CRC was deeply moved by the invitation because it was the fulfillment of a prophecy which he had received 7 years before, but so unworthy did he feel that he was paralyzed with fear. At length, after resorting to prayer, he sought sleep. In his dreams he found himself in a loathsome dungeon with a multitude of other men, all bound and fettered with great chains. The grievousness of their sufferings was increased as they stumbled over each other in the darkness. Suddenly from above came the sound of trumpets, the cover of the dungeon was lifted, and a ray of light pierced the gloom. Framed in the light stood a hoary-headed man who announced that a rope would be lowered 7 times and whoever could cling to the rope would be drawn up to freedom. Great confusion ensued. All sought to grasp the rope and many were pulled away from it by others. CRC despaired of being saved, but suddenly the rope swung towards him and, grasping it, he was raised from the dungeon. An aged woman called the Ancient Matron, wrote in a golden yellow book the names of those drawn forth, and each of the redeemed was given for remembrance a piece of gold bearing the symbol of the sun and the letters DLSCRC. Who had been injured while clinging to the rope, found it difficult to walk. The aged woman bade him not to worry, but to thank God who had permitted him to come into so high a light. Thereupon trumpets sounded and CRC awoke, but so vivid was the dream that he was still sensible of the wounds received while asleep. With renewed faith CRC arose and prepared himself for the Hermetic marriage. He donned a white linen coat and bound a red ribbon crosswise over his shoulders. In his hat he stuck 4 roses and for food he carried bread, water, and salt. Before leaving his cottage, he knelt and vowed that whatever knowledge was revealed to him he would devote to the service of his neighbor. He then departed from his house with joy. The second day. As he entered the forest surrounding his little house, it seemed to CRC that all nature had joyously prepared for the wedding. As he proceeded singing merrily, he came to a green heath in which stood 3 great cedars, one bearing a tablet with an inscription describing the 4 paths that led to the palace of the king, the first short and dangerous, the second circuitous, the third a pleasant and royal road, and the 4th suitable only for incorruptible bodies. Weary and perplexed, CRC decided to rest and, cutting a slice of bread, was about to partake thereof when a white dove begged it from him. The dove was at once attacked by a raven, and in his efforts to separate the bird CRC unknowingly ran a considerable distance along one of the 4 paths that leading southward. A terrific wind preventing him from retracing his steps, the wedding guest resigned himself to the loss of his bread and continued along the road until he espied in the distance a great gate. The sun being low, he hastened towards the portal, upon which, among other figures, was a tablet bearing the words Procol hinc Procolite profani. A gatekeeper in sky-colored habit immediately asked CRC for his letter of invitation and, on receiving it, bade him enter and requested that he purchase a token. After describing himself as a brother of the Red Rosy Cross, CRC received in exchange for his water bottle a golden disc bearing the letters SC. Night drawing near, the wanderer hastened on to a second gate, guarded by a lion, and to which was affixed a tablet with the words Date et Dabiter Voles, where he presented a letter given him by the first gatekeeper. Being urged to purchase a token bearing the letters SM, he gave his little package of salt and then hastened on to reach the palace gates before they were locked for the night. A beautiful virgin called Virgo Lucifera was extinguishing the castle lights as CRC approached, and he was barely able to squeeze through the closing gates. As they closed they caught part of his coat, which he was forced to leave behind. Here his name was written in the Lord Bridegroom's little vellum book and he was presented with a new pair of shoes and also a token bearing the letters SPN. He was then conducted by pages to a small chamber where the ice-gray locks were cut from the crown of his head by invisible barbers, after which he was ushered into a spacious hall where a goodly number of kings, princes, and commoners were assembled. Title page of 1616 edition of Cheimisch Hochzeit, Christian Rosenkreuz. From Rosenkreuz, Chemical Marriage. The most remarkable of all the publications involved in the Rosicrucian controversy is that of the Chemical Marriage, published in Strasbourg. This work, which is very rare, should be reproduced in exact facsimile to provide students with the opportunity of examining the actual text for the various forms of cipher employed. Probably no other volume in the history or literature created such a profound disturbance as this unpretentious little book. Immediately following its publication, the purpose for which the volume was intended became the subject of popular speculation. It was both attacked and defended by theologians and philosophers alike, but when the various contending elements are simmered down, the mysteries surrounding the book remain unsolved. That its author was a man of exceptional learning was admitted, and it is noteworthy that those minds which possessed the deepest understanding of nature's mysteries were among those profoundly impressed by the contents of the chemical marriage. At the sound of trumpets each seated himself at the table, taking a position corresponding to his dignity, so that CRC received a very humble seat. Most of the pseudo-philosophers present being vain pretenders, the banquet became an orgy, which, however, suddenly ceased at the sound of stately and inspired music. For nearly half an hour no one spoke. Then amidst a great sound the door of the dining hall swung open and thousands of lighted tapers held by invisible hands entered. These were followed by the two pages lighting the beautiful Virgo Lucifera seated on a self-moving throne. The white and gold-robed Virgin then rose and announced that to prevent the admission of unworthy persons to the mystical wedding a set of scales would be erected the following day upon which each guest would be weighed to determine his integrity. Those unwilling to undergo this ordeal she stated should remain in the dining hall. She then withdrew, but many of the tapers stayed to accompany the guests to their quarters for the night. Most of those present were presumptuous enough to believe that they could be safely weighed, but 9 including CRC felt their shortcomings so deeply that they feared the outcome and remained in the hall while the others were led away to their sleeping chambers. These 9 were bound with ropes and left alone in darkness. CRC then dreamed that he saw many men suspended over the earth by threads, and among them flew an aged man who, cutting here and there a thread, caused many to fall to earth. Those who in arrogance had soared to lofty heights accordingly fell a greater distance and sustained more serious injury than the more humble ones who, falling but a short distance, often landed without mishap. Considering this dream to be a good omen, CRC related it to a companion, continuing in discourse with him until dawn. The third day. Soon after dawn the trumpets sounded and the Virgo Lucifera, arrayed in red velvet, girded with a white sash, and crowned with a laurel wreath, entered accompanied by 200 men in red and white livery. She intimated to CRC and his 8 companions that they might fare better than the other, self-satisfied guests. Golden scales were then hung in the midst of the hall and near them were placed 7 weights, 1 good-sized, 4 small, and 2 very large. The men in livery, each carrying a naked sword and a strong rope, were divided into 7 groups and from each group was chosen a captain, who was given charge of one of the weights. Having remounted her high throne, Virgo Lucifera ordered the ceremony to begin. The first to step on the scales was an emperor so virtuous that the balances did not tip until 6 weights had been placed upon the opposite end. He was therefore turned over to the 6th group. The rich and poor alike stood upon the scales, but only a few passed the test successfully. To these were given velvet robes and wreaths of laurel, after which they were seated upon the steps of Virgo Lucifera's throne. Those who failed were ridiculed and scourged. The Inquisition being finished, one of the captains begged Virgo Lucifera to permit the 9 men who had declared themselves unworthy also to be weighed, and this caused CRC anguish and fear. Of the first 7 one succeeded and was greeted with joy. CRC was the 8th and he not only withstood all the weights but even when 3 men hung on the opposite end of the beam he could not be moved. A page cried out, "That is he." CRC was quickly set at liberty and permitted to release one of the captives. He chose the first emperor. Virgo Lucifera then requested the red roses that CRC carried, which he immediately gave her. The ceremony of the scales ended about 10 o'clock in the forenoon. After agreeing upon the penalties to be imposed upon those whose shortcomings had been thus exposed, a dinner was served to all. The few successful artists, including CRC, were given the chief seats, after which the golden fleece and a flying lion were bestowed upon them in the name of the bridegroom. Virgo Lucifera then presented a magnificent goblet to the guests, stating that the king had requested all to share its contents. Following this, CRC and his companions were taken out upon a scaffolding where they beheld the various penalties suffered by those who failed. Before leaving the palace, each of the rejected guests was given a draught of forgetfulness. The elect then returned to the castle, where to each was assigned a learned page, who conducted them through the various parts of the edifice. CRC saw many things his companions were not privileged to behold, including the royal sepulchre, where he learned more than is extant in all books. He also visited a magnificent library and an observatory containing a great globe 30 feet in diameter and with all the countries of the world marked upon it. At supper the various guests propounded enigmas and CRC solved the riddle which Virgo Lucifera asked concerning her own identity. Then entered the dining hall 2 youths and 6 virgins beautifully robed, followed by a 7th virgin wearing a coronet. The latter was called the Duchess, and was mistaken for the Hermetic bride. The Duchess told CRC that he had received more than the others, therefore should make a greater return. The Duchess then asked each of the virgins to pick up one of the 7 weights which still remained in the great room. To Virgo Lucifera was given the heaviest weight, which was hung in the Queen's chamber during the singing of a hymn. In the 2nd chamber the 1st virgin hung her weight during a similar ceremony. Thus they proceeded from room to room until the weights had been disposed of. The Duchess then presented her hand to CRC and his companions and, followed by her virgins, withdrew. Pages then conducted the guests to their sleeping chambers. The one assigned to CRC was hung with rare tapestries and with beautiful paintings. The 4th day. After washing and drinking in the garden from a fountain which bore several inscriptions among them one reading, "Drink, brothers, and live," the guests, led by Virgo Lucifera, ascended the 365 steps of the royal winding stairs. The guests were given wreaths of laurel and, a curtain being raised, found themselves in the presence of the king and queen. CRC was awestruck by the glory of the throne room and especially by the magnificence of the queen's robes, which were so dazzling that he could not gaze upon them. Each guest was presented to the king by one of the virgins, and after this ceremony the Virgo Lucifera made a short speech in which she recited the achievements of the honest artists, and begged that each be questioned as to whether she had properly fulfilled her duty. Old Atlas then stepped forward and in the name of their royal majesties greeted the intrepid band of philosophers and assured Virgo Lucifera that she should receive a royal reward. The length of the throne room was 5 times its width. To the west was a great porch in which stood 3 thrones, the central one elevated. On each throne sat 2 persons, on the first an ancient king with a young consort, on the third a black king with a veiled matron beside him. And on the central throne 2 young persons over whose heads hung a large and costly crown, about which hovered a little Cupid who shot his arrows first at the 2 lovers and then about the hall. Before the queen a book bound in black velvet lay on a small altar, on which were golden decorations. Beside this were a burning candle, a celestial globe, a small striking watch, a little crystal pipe from which ran a stream of clear blood-red liquor, and a skull with a white serpent crawling in and out of the orbits. After their presentations, the guests retired down the winding stairs to the great hall. Key to the great philosophical secret. From Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. This plate, which is the key to mystic Christian alchemy, is missing from almost every copy of the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. A work compiled by Elias Ashmole and containing about a score of pieces by English poets treating of the philosopher's stone and the Hermetic mysteries. In view of the consistent manner in which the plate disappeared, it is possible that the diagram was purposely removed because it revealed too plainly the Rosicrucian arcana. Worthy of notice also is the care with which owners' names have been effaced from early books pertaining to alchemy and Hermeticism. The original names are usually rendered illegible, being covered with heavy ink lines, the procedure often seriously defacing the volume, while an occasional exception is found. In practically every instance the mutilated books either deal with Rosicrucianism or contain cryptic writings of suspected Rosicrucian origin. It is presumed that this practice of obliterating the owners' names was to prevent the early Rosicrucians and Hermetists from being discovered through the volumes composing their libraries. Elias Ashmole's plate shows the analogies between the life of Christ and the four grand divisions of the alchemical process. Herein is also revealed the teaching that the philosopher's stone itself is a macrocosm and a microcosm, embodying the principles of astronomy and cosmogony, both universal and human. Later the Virgo Lucifera announced that a comedy was to be performed for the benefit of the 6 royal guests in a building called the House of the Sun CRC. And his companions formed part of the royal procession, which after a considerable walk arrived at the theatre. The play was in 7 acts, and after its happy ending all returned through the garden and up the winding stairs to the throne room. C. Noticed the young king was very sad and that at the banquet following he often sent meat to the white serpent in the skull. The feast over, the young king, holding in his hand the little black book from the altar, asked the guests if they would all be true to him through prosperity in adversity. And when they tremblingly agreed he asked that each should sign his name in the little black book as proof of his fealty. The royal persons then drank from the little crystal fountain, the others afterwards doing likewise. This was called the draught of silence. The royal persons then sadly shook hands with all present. Suddenly a little bell tinkled and immediately the kings and queens took off their white garments and donned black ones, the room was hung in sable draperies, and the tables were removed. The eyes of the royal persons were bound with 6 black taffeta scarfs and 6 coffins were placed in the center of the room. An executioner, a Moor, robed in black and bearing an axe, entered, and beheaded in turn each of the 6 royal persons. The blood of each was caught in a golden goblet, which was placed in the coffins with the body. The executioner was also decapitated and his head placed in a small chest. The Virgo Lucifera, after assuring CRC and his companions that all should be well if they were faithful and true, ordered the pages to conduct them to their rooms for the night while she remained to watch with the dead. About midnight CRC awakened suddenly and, looking from his window, beheld 7 ships sailing upon a lake. Above each hovered a flame. These he believed to be the spirits of the beheaded. When the ships reached shore, the Virgo Lucifera met them and on each of 6 of the vessels was placed a covered coffin. As soon as the coffins had been thus disposed of, the lights were extinguished and the flames passed back over the lake so that there remained but 1 light for a watch in each ship. After beholding this strange ceremony, CRC returned to his bed and slept till morning. The 5th day, rising at daybreak and entreating his page to show him other treasures of the palace, CRC was conducted down many steps to a great iron door bearing a curious inscription, which he carefully copied. Passing through, he found himself in the royal treasury, the light in which came entirely from some huge carbuncles. In the center stood the triangular sepulchre of Lady Venus. Lifting a copper door in the pavement, the page ushered CRC into a crypt where stood a great bed upon which, when his guide had raised the coverlets, CRC beheld the body of Venus. Led by his page, CRC then rejoined his companions, saying nothing to them of his experience. Virgo Lucifera, robed in black velvet and accompanied by her virgins, then led the guests out into the courtyard where stood 6 coffins, each with 8 pallbearers. CRC was the only one of the group of artists who suspected the royal bodies were no longer in these coffins. The coffins were lowered into graves and great stones rolled over them. The Virgo Lucifera then made a short oration in which she exhorted each to assist in restoring the royal persons to life, declaring that they should journey with her to the Tower of Olympus, where the medicines necessary to the resurrection of the 6 royal persons could alone be found. CRC and his companions followed Virgo Lucifera to the seashore, where all embarked on 7 ships disposed according to a certain strange order. As the ships sailed across the lake and through a narrow channel into the open sea, they were attended by sirens, nymphs, and sea goddesses, who in honor of the wedding presented a great and beautiful pearl to the royal couple. When the ships came in sight of the Tower of Olympus, Virgo Lucifera ordered the discharge of cannon to signal their approach. Immediately a white flag appeared upon the tower and a small gilded pinnace, containing an ancient man. The warden of the tower with his white-clad guards came out to meet the ships. The Tower of Olympus stood upon an island which was exactly square and was surrounded by a great wall. Entering the gate, the group was led to the bottom of the central tower, which contained an excellent laboratory where the guests were fain to beat and wash plants, precious stones, and all sorts of things, extract their juice and essence, and put these latter into glasses. Virgo Lucifera set the artists to work so arduously that they felt they were mere drudges. When the day's work was finished, each was assigned a mattress on the stone floor. Being unable to sleep, CRC wandered about contemplating the stars. Chancing upon a flight of steps leading to the top of the wall, he climbed up and looked out upon the sea. Remaining here for some time, about midnight he beheld 7 flames which, passing over the sea towards him, gathered themselves on the top of the spire of the central tower. Simultaneously the winds arose, the sea became tempestuous, and the moon was covered with clouds. With some fear CRC ran down the stairs and returned to the tower and, lying down on his mattress, was lulled to sleep by the sound of a gently flowing fountain in the laboratory. The 6th day. The next morning the aged warden of the tower, after examining the work performed by the wedding guests in the laboratory and finding it satisfactory, caused ladders, ropes, and large wings to be brought forth, and addressed the assembled artists thus: "My dear sons, one of these 3 things must each of you this day constantly bear about with him." Lots were cast, and to CRC, much to his chagrin, fell a heavy ladder. Those who secured wings had them fastened to their backs so cunningly that it was impossible to detect that they were artificial. The aged warden then locked the artists in the lower room of the tower, but in a short time a round hole was uncovered in the ceiling and Virgo Lucifera invited all to ascend. Those with wings flew at once through the opening, those with ropes had many difficulties, while CRC with his ladder made reasonable speed. On the 2nd floor the wedding guests, musicians, and Virgo Lucifera gathered about a fountain-like contrivance containing the bodies of the 6 royal persons. The universe created by the dual principle of light and darkness. From Flood's Philosophia Masaica. The supreme deity is symbolized by the small globe at the top, which is divided into 2 hemispheres, the dark half representing the divine darkness with which the deity surrounds himself and which serves as his hiding place. The radiant hemisphere signifies the divine light which is in God and which, pouring forth, manifests as the objective creative power. The large dark globe to the left and beneath the dark half of the upper sphere signifies the potential darkness which was upon the face of the primordial deep and within which moved the Spirit of God. The light globe to the right is the deity who is revealed out of the darkness. Here the shining word has dissipated the shadows and a glorious universe has been formed. The divine power of this radiant globe is cognizable to man as the sun. The large light and a dark section represents the created universes partaking of the light and darkness which are in the nature of the Creator. The dark half represents the deep, or chaos, the eternal waters pouring forth out of the deity. The light half-circle containing the figure of Apollo represents the diurnal hemisphere of the world, which in the ancient mysteries was ruled over by Apollo. The dark half-circle is the nocturnal hemisphere ruled over by Dionysius, whose figure is faintly visible in the gloom. Virgo Lucifera then placed the Moor's head in a kettle-like receptacle in the upper part of the fountain and poured upon it the substances prepared on the previous day in the laboratory. The virgins placed lamps beneath. These substances when they boiled passed out through holes in the sides of the kettle and, falling upon the bodies in the fountain below, dissolved them. The 6 royal bodies having been reduced thus to a liquid state, a tap was opened in the lower end of the fountain and the fluid drained into an immense golden globe, which, when filled, was of great weight. All but the wedding guests then retired and shortly a hole in the ceiling opened as before and the guests ascended pell-mell to the 3rd floor. Here the globe were suspended by a strong chain. The walls of the apartment were of glass, and mirrors were so arranged that the sun's rays were concentrated upon the central globe, thus causing it to become very hot. Later the sun's rays were deflected and the globe permitted to cool, after which it was cut open with a diamond, revealing a beautiful white egg. Carrying this with her, Virgo Lucifera departed. The guests, having ascended through another trap-door, found themselves upon the 4th floor, where stood a square kettle filled with silver sand warmed by a gentle fire. The great white egg was placed upon the warm sand to mature. In a short time it cracked and there emerged an ugly, ill-tempered bird, which was fed with the blood of the beheaded royal persons diluted with prepared water. At each feeding its feathers changed color. From black they turned to white and at last they became varicolored, the disposition of the bird improving the while. Dinner was then served, after which Virgo Lucifera departed with the bird. The guests ascended with ropes, ladders, and wings to the 5th floor, where a bath colored with fine white powder had been prepared for the bird, which enjoyed bathing in it until the lamps placed beneath the bath caused the water to become uncomfortably warm. When the heat had removed all the bird's feathers it was taken out, but the fire continued until nothing remained in the bath save a sediment in the form of a blue stone. This was later pounded up and made into a pigment. With this, all of the bird except the head was painted. The guests thereupon ascended to the 6th floor, where stood a small altar resembling that in the king's throne room. The bird drank from the little fountain and was fed with the blood of the white serpent which crawled through the openings in the skull. The sphere by the altar revolved continuously. The watch struck 1, 2, and then 3, at which time the bird, laying its neck upon the book, suffered itself to be decapitated. Its body was burned to ashes, which were placed in a box of cypress wood. Virgo Lucifera told CRC and 3 of his comrades that they were lazy and sluggish laborators, and would therefore be excluded from the 7th room. Musicians were sent for, who with cornets were to blow the 4 in ridicule from the chamber. CRC and his 3 companions were disheartened until the musicians told them to be of good cheer and led them up a winding stair to the 8th floor of the tower directly beneath the roof. Here the old warden, standing upon a little round furnace, welcomed them and congratulated them upon being chosen by Virgo Lucifera, for this greater work. Virgo Lucifera then entered, and after laughing at the perplexity of her guests, emptied the ashes of the bird into another vessel, filling the cypress box with useless matter. She thereupon returned to the 7th floor, presumably to mislead those assembled there by setting them to work upon the false ashes in the box. CRC and his 3 friends were set to work moistening the bird's ashes with specially prepared water until the mixture became of dough-like consistency, after which it was heated and molded into 2 miniature forms. Later these were opened, disclosing 2 bright and almost transparent human images about 4 inches high, homunculi, one male and the other female. These tiny forms were laid upon satin cushions and fed drop by drop with the blood of the bird until they grew to normal size and of great beauty. Though the bodies had the consistency of flesh, they showed no signs of life, for the soul was not in them. The bodies were next surrounded with torches and their faces covered with silk. Virgo Lucifera then appeared, bearing 2 curious white garments. The virgins also entered, among them 6 bearing great trumpets. A trumpet was placed upon the mouth of one of the 2 figures and CRC saw a tiny hole open in the dome of the tower and a ray of light descend through the tube of the trumpet and enter the body. This process was repeated 3 times on each body. The 2 newly ensouled forms were then removed upon a traveling couch. In about half an hour the young king and queen awakened and the Virgo Lucifera presented them with the white garments. These they donned and the king in his own person most graciously returned thanks to CRC and his companions, after which the royal persons departed upon a ship. CRC and his 3 privileged friends then rejoined the other artists, making no mention of that which they had seen. Later the entire party were assigned handsome chambers, where they rested till morning. The 7th day. In the morning Virgo Lucifera announced that each of the wedding guests had become a Knight of the Golden Stone. The aged warden then presented each man with a gold medal, bearing on one side the inscription, At Natmi, and on the other, Tem Na F. The entire company returned in 12 ships to the king's palace. The flags on the vessels bore the signs of the zodiac, and CRC sat under that of Libra. As they entered the lake, many ships met them, and the king and queen, together with their lords, ladies, and virgins, rode forth on a golden barge to greet the returning guests. Atlas then made a short oration in the king's behalf, also asking for the royal presents. In reply, the aged warden delivered to Cupid, who hovered about the royal pair, a small, curious-shaped casket. CRC. And the old lord, each bearing a snow-white ensign with a red cross on it, rode in the carriage with the king. At the first gate stood the porter with blue clothes, who, upon seeing CRC, begged him to intercede with the king to release him from that post of servitude. The king replied that the porter was a famous astrologer who was forced to keep the gate as a punishment for the crime of having gazed upon Lady Venus reposing upon her couch. The king further declared that the porter could be released only when another was found who had committed the same crime. Upon hearing this, CRC's heart sank, for he realized himself to be the culprit, but he remained silent at that time. The newly created Knights of the Golden Stone were obliged to subscribe to 5 articles drawn up by His Royal Highness. 1. That they would ascribe their order only to God and His handmaid, Nature. 2. That they should abominate all uncleanness and vice. 3. That they should always be ready to assist the worthy and needy. 4. That they should not use their knowledge and power for the attainment of worldly dignity. 5. That they should not desire to live longer than God had decreed. They were then duly installed as knights, which ceremony was ratified in a little chapel where C.R.C. hung up his golden fleece and his hat for an eternal memorial, and here he inscribed the following: Summa Scientia Nihil Siri, Father Christianus Rosenkreuz. Ices Aureae Lapidis. Anno 1459. After the ceremony, CRC admitted that he was the one who had beheld Venus and consequently must become the porter of the gate. The king embraced him fondly, and he was assigned to a great room containing 3 beds, one for himself, one for the aged lord of the tower, and the third for old Atlas. The chemical marriage here comes to an abrupt end, leaving the impression that CRC was to assume his duties as porter on the following morning. The book ends in the middle of a sentence, with a note in italics presumably by the editor. Under the symbolism of an alchemical marriage, medieval philosophers concealed the secret system of spiritual culture whereby they hoped to coordinate the disjecta membra of both the human and social organisms. Society, they maintained, was a threefold structure and had its analogy in the triune constitution of man, for as man consists of spirit, mind, and body, so society is made up of the church, the state, and the populace. The bigotry of the church, the tyranny of the state, and the fury of the mob are the 3 murderous agencies of society which seek to destroy truth as recounted in the Masonic legend of Hiram Abiff. The first 6 days of the chemical marriage set forth the processes of philosophical creation through which every organism must pass. The 3 kings are the threefold spirit of man and their consorts, the corresponding vehicles of their expression in the lower world. The executioner is the mind, the higher part of which symbolized by the head is necessary to the achievement of the philosophical labor. Thus the parts of man by the alchemist symbolized as planets and elements when blended together according to a certain divine formula result in the creation of 2 philosophic babes, which, fed upon the blood of the alchemical bird, become rulers of the world. From an ethical standpoint, the young king and queen resurrected at the summit of the tower and then sold by divine life represent the forces of intelligence and love which must ultimately guide society. Intelligence and love are the 2 great ethical luminaries of the world and correspond to enlightened spirit and regenerated body. The bridegroom is reality and the bride the regenerated being who attains perfection by becoming one with reality through a cosmic marriage wherein the mortal part attains immortality by being united with its own immortal source. In the Hermetic marriage divine and human consciousness are united in holy wedlock, and he in whom this sacred ceremony takes place is designated as Knight of the Golden Stone. He thereby becomes a divine philosophic diamond composed of the quintessence of his own 7-fold constitution. Such is the true interpretation of the mystical process of becoming a bride of the Lamb. The Lamb of God is signified by the golden fleece that Jason was forced to win before he could assume his kingship. The flying lion is illumined will, an absolute prerequisite to the achievement of the great work. The episode of weighing the souls of men has its parallel in the ceremony described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The walled city entered by CRC represents the sanctuary of wisdom wherein dwell the real rulers of the world, the initiated philosophers. Like the ancient mysteries after which it was patterned, the Order of the Rose Cross possessed a secret ritual which was lived by the candidate for a prescribed number of years before he was eligible to the inner degrees of the society. The various floors of the Tower of Olympus represent the orbits of the planets. The ascent of the philosophers from one floor to another also parallels certain rituals of the Eleusinian mysteries and the rites of Mithras, wherein the candidate ascended the 7 rungs of a ladder or climbed the 7 steps of a pyramid in order to signify release from the influences of the planetary governors. Man becomes master of the 7 spheres only when he transmutes the impulses received from them. He who masters the 7 worlds and is reunited with the divine source of his own nature consummates the Hermetic marriage. Bacon, Shakespeare, and the Rosicrucians. The present consideration of the Bacon-Shakespeare-Rosicrucian controversy is undertaken not for the vain purpose of digging up dead men's bones but rather in the hope that a critical analysis will aid in the rediscovery of that knowledge lost to the world since the oracles were silenced. It was W. F. C. Wigston who called the Bard of Avon, Phantom Captain Shakespeare, the Rosicrucian mask. This constitutes one of the most significant statements relating to the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy. It is quite evident that William Shakespeare could not, unaided, have produced the immortal writings bearing his name. He did not possess the necessary literary culture, for the town of Stratford where he was reared contained no school capable of imparting the higher forms of learning reflected in the writings ascribed to him. His parents were illiterate, and in his early life he evinced a total disregard for study. There are in existence but 6 known examples of Shakespeare's handwriting. All are signatures, and 3 of them are in his will. The scrawling, uncertain method of their execution stamps Shakespeare as unfamiliar with the use of a pen, and it is obvious either that he copied a signature prepared for him or that his hand was guided while he wrote. No autograph manuscripts of the Shakespearean plays or sonnets have been discovered, nor is there even a tradition concerning them other than the fantastic and impossible statement appearing in the foreword of the Great Folio. A well-stocked library would be an essential part of the equipment of an author whose literary productions demonstrate him to be familiar with the literature of all ages, yet there is no record that Shakespeare ever possessed a library. Nor does he make any mention of books in his will. Commenting on the known illiteracy of Shakespeare's daughter Judith, who at 27 could only make her mark, Ignatius Donnelly declares it to be unbelievable that William Shakespeare, if he wrote the plays bearing his name, would have permitted his own daughter to reach womanhood and marry without being able to read one line of the writings that made her father wealthy and locally famous. The query also has been raised, where did William Shakespeare secure his knowledge of modern French, Italian, Spanish, and Danish, to say nothing of classical Latin and Greek? For, in spite of the rare discrimination with which Latin is used by the author of the Shakespearean plays, Ben Jonson, who knew Shakespeare intimately, declared that the Stratford actor understood small Latin and less Greek. Is it not also more than strange that no record exists of William Shakespeare's having ever played a leading role in the famous dramas he is supposed to have written or in others produced by the company of which he was a member? True, he may have owned a small interest in the Globe Theatre or Blackfriars, but apparently the height of his thespian achievements was the Ghost in Hamlet. In spite of his admitted avarice, Shakespeare seemingly made no effort during his lifetime to control or secure remuneration from the plays bearing his name, many of which were first published anonymously. As far as can be ascertained, none of his heirs were involved in any manner whatsoever in the printing of the first folio after his death, nor did they benefit financially therefrom. Had he been their author, Shakespeare's manuscripts and unpublished plays would certainly have constituted his most valued possessions. Yet his will, while making special disposition of his second-best bed and his broad silver gilt bowl, neither mentions nor intimates that he possessed any literary productions whatsoever. While the folios and quartos usually are signed William Shakespeare, all the known autographs of the Stratford actor read William Shakespeare. Does this change in spelling contain any significance heretofore generally overlooked? Furthermore, if the publishers of the first Shakespearean folio revered their fellow actor as much as their claims in that volume would indicate, why did they, as if in ironical allusion to a hoax which they were perpetrating, place an evident caricature of him on the title page? Certain absurdities also in Shakespeare's private life are irreconcilable. While supposedly at the zenith of his literary career, he was actually engaged in buying malt, presumably for a brewing business. Also picture the immortal Shakespeare, the reputed author of The Merchant of Venice, as a moneylender. Yet among those against whom Shakespeare brought action to collect petty sums was a fellow townsman, one Philip Rogers, whom he sued for an unpaid loan of 2 shillings, or about 48 cents. In short, there is nothing known in the life of Shakespeare that would justify the literary excellence imputed to him. The philosophic ideals promulgated throughout the Shakespearean plays distinctly demonstrate their author to have been thoroughly familiar with certain doctrines and tenets peculiar to Rosicrucianism. In fact, the profundity of the Shakespearean productions stamps their creator as one of the Illuminati of the ages. Most of those seeking a solution for the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy have been intellectualists. Notwithstanding their scholarly attainments, they have overlooked the important part played by transcendentalism in the philosophic achievements of the ages. The mysteries of superphysics are inexplicable to the materialist, whose training does not equip him to estimate the extent of their ramifications and complexities. Yet who but a Platonist, a Kabbalist, or a Pythagorean could have written The Tempest, Macbeth, Hamlet, or the Tragedy of Cymbeline? Who but one deeply versed in Paracelsian lore could have conceived A Midsummer Night's Dream? Headpiece showing light and shaded A's. From Shakespeare's King Richard II, quarto of 1597. The ornamental headpiece shown above has long been considered a Baconian or Rosicrucian signature. The light and the dark A's appear in several volumes published by emissaries of the Rosicrucians. If the above figure be compared with that from the Alciati Emblemata on the following pages, the cryptic use of the 2 A's will be further demonstrated. Father of modern science, remodeler of modern law, editor of the Modem Bible, patron of modem democracy, and one of the founders of modern Freemasonry, Sir Francis Bacon was a man of many aims and purposes. He was a Rosicrucian, some have intimated the Rosicrucian, if not actually the illustrious Father CRC. Referred to in the Rosicrucian manifestos, he was certainly a high initiate of the Rosicrucian order, and it is his activities in connection with this secret body that are of prime importance to students of symbolism, philosophy, and literature. The title page of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. From Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. Baconian experts declare Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy to be in reality Francis Bacon's scrapbook in which he gathered strange and rare bits of knowledge during the many years of eventful life. This title page has long been supposed to contain a cryptic message. The key to this cipher is the pointing figure of the maniac in the lower right-hand corner of the design. According to Mrs. Elizabeth Wells Gallup, the celestial globe at which the maniac is pointing is a cryptic symbol of Sir Francis Bacon. The planetary signs which appear in the clouds opposite the marginal figures 4, 5, 6, and 7 signify the planetary configurations, which produce the forms of mania depicted. The seated man, with his head resting upon his hand, is declared by Baconian enthusiasts to represent Sir Francis Bacon. Scores of volumes have been written to establish Sir Francis Bacon as the real author of the plays and sonnets popularly ascribed to William Shakespeare. An impartial consideration of these documents cannot but convince the open-minded of the verisimilitude of the Baconian theory. In fact, those enthusiasts who for years have struggled to identify Sir Francis Bacon as the true Bard of Avon might long since have won their case had they emphasized its most important angle, namely, that Sir Francis Bacon, the Rosicrucian initiate, wrote into the Shakespearean plays the secret teachings of the fraternity of R.C. and the true rituals of the Freemasonic order, of which order it may yet be discovered that he was the actual founder. A sentimental world, however, dislikes to give up a traditional hero, either to solve a controversy or to right a wrong. Nevertheless, if it can be proved that by raveling out the riddle there can be discovered information of practical value to mankind, then the best minds of the world will cooperate in the enterprise. The Bacon-Shakespeare controversy, as its most able advocates realize, involves the most profound aspects of science, religion, and ethics. He who solves its mystery may yet find therein the key to the supposedly lost wisdom of antiquity. It was in recognition of Bacon's intellectual accomplishments that King James turned over to him the translator's manuscripts of what is now known as the King James Bible for the presumable purpose of checking, editing, and revising them. The documents remained in his hands for nearly a year, but no information is to be had concerning what occurred in that time. Regarding this work, William T. Smedley writes, "It will eventually be proved that the whole scheme of the authorized version of the Bible was Francis Bacon's. See the Mystery of Francis Bacon. The first edition of the King James Bible contains a cryptic Baconian headpiece. Did Bacon cryptographically conceal in the authorized Bible that which he dared not literally reveal in the text, the secret Rosicrucian key to mystic and Masonic Christianity? Sir Francis Bacon unquestionably possessed the range of general and philosophical knowledge necessary to write the Shakespearean plays and sonnets, for it is usually conceded that he was a composer, lawyer, and linguist. His chaplain, Dr. William Raleigh, and Ben Jonson both attest his philosophic and poetic accomplishments. The former pays Bacon this remarkable tribute: "I have been induced to think that if there were a beam of knowledge derived from God upon any man in these modern times, it was upon him. For though he was a great reader of books, yet he had not his knowledge from books but from some grounds and notions from within himself." See Introduction to the Resuscitado. Sir Francis Bacon, being not only an able barrister but also a polished courtier, also possessed that intimate knowledge of parliamentary law and the etiquette of the royal court revealed in the Shakespearean plays which could scarcely have been acquired by a man in the humble station of the Stratford actor. Lord Verulam furthermore visited many of the foreign countries forming the background for the plays and was therefore in a position to create the authentic local atmosphere contained therein. But there is no record of William Shakespeare's ever having travelled outside of England. The magnificent library amassed by Sir Francis Bacon contained the very volumes necessary to supply the quotations and anecdotes incorporated into the Shakespearean plays. Many of the plays, in fact, were taken from plots in earlier writings of which there was no English translation at that time. Because of his scholastic acquirements, Lord Verulam could have read the original books. It is most unlikely that William Shakespeare could have done so. Abundant cryptographic proof exists that Bacon was concerned in the production of the Shakespearean plays. Sir Francis Bacon's cipher number was 33. In the first part of King Henry IV, the word Francis appears 33 times upon one page. To attain this end, obviously awkward sentences were required, as, "Anon Francis? No Francis, but tomorrow Francis, or Francis, on Thursday, or indeed Francis when thou wilt. But Francis." Throughout the Shakespearean folios and quartos occur scores of acrostic signatures. The simplest form of the acrostic is that whereby a name, in these instances Bacon's, was hidden in the first few letters of lines. In The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2, appears a striking example of the Baconian acrostic. "Begun to tell me what I am, but stopped. And left me to a bootless inquisition. Concluding, stay, not yet." The first letters of the first and second lines together with the first three letters of the third line form the word Bacon. Similar acrostics appear frequently in Bacon's acknowledged writings. The tenor of the Shakespearean dramas politically is in harmony with the recognized viewpoints of Sir Francis Bacon, whose enemies are frequently caricatured in the plays. Likewise their religious, philosophic, and educational undercurrents all reflect his personal opinions. Not only do these marked similarities of style and terminology exist in Bacon's writings and the Shakespearean plays, but there are also certain historical and philosophical inaccuracies common to both. Such as identical misquotations from Aristotle. Evidently realizing that futurity would unveil his full genius, Lord Verulam in his will bequeathed his soul to God above by the oblations of his Saviour, his body to be buried obscurely, his name and memory to men's charitable speeches. To foreign nations, to succeeding ages, and to his own countrymen after some time had elapsed. That portion appearing in italics Bacon deleted from his will, apparently fearing that he had said too much. That Sir Francis Bacon's subterfuge was known to a limited few during his lifetime is quite evident. Accordingly, stray hints regarding the true author of the Shakespearean plays may be found in many 17th-century volumes. On page 33, Bacon's cipher number, of the 1609 edition of Robert Cowdrey's Treasury or Storehouse of Similes appears the following significant allusion, like as men would laugh at a poor man. If having precious garments lent him to act and play the part of some honorable personage upon a stage, when the play were at an end he should keep them as his own, and brag up and down in them. Repeated references to the word hog and the presence of cryptographic statements on page 33 of various contemporary writings demonstrate that the keys to Bacon's ciphers were his own name, words playing upon it, or its numerical equivalent. Notable examples are the famous statement of Mistress Quickly in the Merry Wives of Windsor, "Hanghog is Latin for Bacon, I warrant you," the title pages of the Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia and Edmund Spenser's Faery Queen. And the emblems appearing in the works of Alciatus and Wither. A Baconian signature. From Alciati Emblemata. The curious volume from which this figure is taken was published in Paris in R 618. The attention of the Baconian student is immediately attracted by the form of the hog in the foreground. Bacon often used this animal as a play upon his own name, especially because the name Bacon was derived from the word beech and the nut of this tree was used to fatten hogs. The two pillars in the background have considerable Masonic interest. The two A's nearly in the center of the picture, one light and one shaded, are alone almost conclusive proof of Baconian influence. The most convincing evidence, however, is the fact that 17 is the numerical equivalent of the letters of the Latin form of Bacon's name, F. Bacco, and there are 17 letters in the three words appearing in the illustration. Furthermore, the word honorificabilitudinitatis appearing in the fifth act of Love's Labours Lost is a Rosicrucian signature, as its numerical equivalent, 287, indicates. Again, on the title page of the first edition of Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, Father Time is depicted bringing a female figure out of the darkness of a cave. Around the device is a Latin inscription, "In time the secret truth shall be revealed." The catchwords and printers' devices appearing in volumes published especially during the first half of the 17th century were designed, arranged, and in some cases mutilated according to a definite plan. It is evident also that the mispaginations in the Shakespearean folios and other volumes are keys to Baconian ciphers, for reeditions often from new type and by different printers contain the same mistakes. For example, the first and second folios of Shakespeare are printed from entirely different type and by different printers 9 years apart, but in both editions page 153 of the comedies is numbered 151. And pages 249 and 250 are numbered 250 and 251 respectively. Also in the 1640 edition of Bacon's The Advancement and Proficience of Learning, pages 353 and 354 are numbered 351 and 352 respectively, and in the 1641 edition of Du Barta's Divine Weeks pages 346 to 350 inclusive are entirely missing, while page 450 is numbered 442. The frequency with which pages ending in numbers 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 are involved will he noted. Francis Bacon, Baron Verulam, Viscount St. Albans. From Bacon's Advancement of Learning. Lord Bacon was born in 1561 and history records his death in 1626. There are records in existence, however, which would indicate the probability that his funeral was a mock funeral and that, leaving England, he lived for many years under another name in Germany, there faithfully serving the secret society to the promulgation of whose doctrines he had consecrated his life. Little doubt seems to exist in the minds of impartial investigators that Lord Bacon was the legitimate son of Queen Elizabeth and the Earl of Leicester. The requirements of Lord Verulam's biliteral cipher are fully met in scores of volumes printed between 1590 and 1650 and in some printed at other times. An examination of the verses by L. Digges, dedicated to the memory of the deceased, author Maester W. Shakespeare, reveals the use of two fonts of type for both capital and small letters, the differences being most marked in the capital T's, N's, and A's, see first folio. The cipher has been deleted from subsequent editions. The presence of hidden material in the text is often indicated by needless involvement of words. On the 16th unnumbered page of the 1641 edition of Du Barta's Divine Weeks is a boar surmounting a pyramidal text. The text is meaningless jargon, evidently inserted for cryptographic reasons and marked with Bacon's signature the hog. The year following publication of the first folio of Shakespeare's plays in 1623, there was printed in Lüneburg a remarkable volume on cryptography, avowedly by Gustavus Salinus. It is considered extremely probable that this volume constitutes the cryptographic key to the great Shakespearean folio. Peculiar symbolical head and tail pieces also mark the presence of cryptograms. While such ornaments are found in many early printed books, certain emblems are peculiar to volumes containing Baconian Rosicrucian ciphers. The light and dark shaded A is an interesting example. Bearing in mind the frequent recurrence in Baconian symbolism of the light and dark shaded A and the hog. The following statement by Bacon in his interpretation of nature is highly significant: if the sow with her snout should happen to imprint the letter A upon the ground, wouldst thou therefore imagine that she could write out a whole tragedy as one letter? The Rosicrucians and other secret societies of the 17th century used watermarks as mediums for the conveyance of cryptographic references. And books presumably containing Baconian ciphers are usually printed upon paper bearing Rosicrucian or Masonic watermarks. Often there are several symbols in one book, such as the rose cross, urns, bunches of grapes, and others. At hand is a document which may prove a remarkable key to a cipher beginning in the tragedy of Cymbeline. So far as known it has never been published and is applicable only to the 1623 folio of the Shakespearean plays. The cipher is a line and word count involving punctuation, especially the long and short exclamation points and the straight and slanting interrogation points. This code was discovered by Henry William Burse in 1900, and after it has been thoroughly checked its exact nature will be made public. A cryptic headpiece. From Raleigh's History of the World. Many documents influenced by Baconian philosophy or intended to conceal Baconian or Rosicrucian cryptograms used certain conventional designs at the beginning and end of chapters, which reveal to the initiated the presence of concealed information. The above ornamental has long been accepted as of the presence of Baconian influence and is to be found only in a certain number of rare volumes, all of which contain Baconian cryptograms. These cipher messages were placed in the books either by Bacon himself or by contemporaneous and subsequent authors belonging to the same secret society which Bacon served with his remarkable knowledge of ciphers and enigmas. Variants of this headpiece adorn the great Shakespearean folio, 1623, Bacon's Novum Organum, 1620, the St. James Bible, 1611, Spencer's Faerie Queene, 1611, and Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World, 1614, see American Baconiana. The Droeshout Portrait of Shakespeare. From Shakespeare's Great Folio of 1623. There are no authentic portraits of Shakespeare in existence. The dissimilarities the Droeshout, Chandos, Jansen, Hunt, Ashbourne, Soest, and Dunford portraits prove conclusively that the artists were unaware of Shakespeare's actual features. An examination of the Droeshout portrait discloses several peculiarities. Baconian enthusiasts are convinced that the face is only a caricature, possibly the death mask of Francis Bacon. A comparison of the Droeshout Shakespeare with portraits and engravings of Francis Bacon demonstrates the identity of the structure of the two faces, the difference in expression being caused by lines of shading. Not also the peculiar line running from the ear down to the chin. Does this line subtly signify that the face itself a mask, ending at the ear? Notice also that the head is not connected with the body, but is resting on the collar. Most strange of all is the coat, one half is on backwards. In drawing the jacket, the artist has made the left arm correctly, but the right arm has the back of the shoulder to the front. Frank Woodward has noted that there are 157 letters on the title page. This is a Rosicrucian signature of first importance. The date, 1623, plus the 2 letters, on, from the word, London, gives the cryptic signature of Francis Bacon, by a simple numerical cipher. By merely exchanging the 26 letters of the alphabet for numbers, 1 became A, 6 becomes F, 2 becomes B, and 3 becomes C, giving AFBC. To this is added the on from London, resulting in Afcon, which rearranged forms F. Bacon. No reasonable doubt remains that the Masonic Order is the direct outgrowth of the secret societies of the Middle Ages, nor can it be denied that Freemasonry is permeated by the symbolism and mysticism of the ancient and medieval worlds. Sir Francis Bacon knew the true secret of Masonic origin, and there is reason to suspect that he concealed this knowledge in cipher and cryptogram. Bacon is not to be regarded solely as a man but rather as the focal point between an invisible institution and a world which was never able to distinguish between the messenger and the message which he promulgated. This secret society, having rediscovered the lost wisdom of the ages and fearing that the knowledge might be lost again, perpetuated it in 2 ways, 1, by an organization, Freemasonry, to the initiates of which it revealed its wisdom in the form of symbols. 2, by embodying its arcana in the literature of the day by means of cunningly contrived ciphers and enigmas. Evidence points to the existence of a group of wise and illustrious fratres who assumed the responsibility of publishing and preserving for future generations the choicest of the secret books of the ancients, together with certain other documents which they themselves had prepared. That future members of their fraternity might not only identify these volumes but also immediately note the significant passages, words, chapters, or sections therein, they created a symbolic alphabet of hieroglyphic designs. By means of a certain key and order, the discerning few were thus enabled to find that wisdom by which a man is raised to an illumined life. The tremendous import of the Baconian mystery is daily becoming more apparent. Sir Francis Bacon was a link in that great chain of minds which has perpetuated the secret doctrine of antiquity from its beginning. This secret doctrine is concealed in his cryptic writings. The search for this divine wisdom is the only legitimate motive for the effort to decode his cryptograms. Masonic research might discover much of value if it would turn its attention to certain volumes published during the 16th and 17th centuries which bear the stamp and signet of that secret society whose members first established modern Freemasonry but themselves remained as an intangible group controlling and directing the activities of the outer body. The unknown history and lost rituals of Freemasonry may be rediscovered in the symbolism and cryptograms of the Middle Ages. Freemasonry is the bright and glorious son of a mysterious and hidden father. It cannot trace its parentage because that origin is obscured by the veil of the superphysical and the mystical. The Great Folio of 1623 is a veritable treasure house of Masonic lore and symbolism, and the time is at hand when that great work should be accorded the consideration which is its due. Though Christianity shattered the material organization of the pagan mysteries, it could not destroy the knowledge of supernatural power which the pagans possessed. Therefore it is known that the mysteries of Greece and Egypt were secretly perpetuated through the early centuries of the Church and later, by being clothed in the symbolism of Christianity, were accepted as elements of that faith. Sir Francis Bacon was one of those who had been entrusted with the perpetuation and dissemination of the arcana of the superphysical originally in the possession of the pagan hierophants. And to attain that end either formulated the fraternity of R.C. or was admitted into an organization already existing under that name and became one of its principal representatives. Title page of the famous first edition of Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World. From Raleigh's History of the World. What was the mysterious knowledge which Sir Walter Raleigh possessed and which was declared to be detrimental to the British government? Why was he executed when the charges against him could not be proved? Was he a member of those feared and hated secret societies which nearly overthrew political and religious Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries? Was Sir Walter Raleigh an important factor in the Bacon-Shakspere Rosicrucian Masonic enigma? By those seeking the keys to this great controversy, he seems to have been almost entirely overlooked. His contemporaries are unanimous in their praise of his remarkable intellect, and he has long been considered one of Britain's most brilliant sons. Sir Walter Raleigh, soldier, courtier, statesman, writer, poet, philosopher, and explorer, was a scintillating figure at the court of Queen Elizabeth. Upon this same man, King James after the death of Elizabeth heaped every indignity within his power. The cowardly James, who shuddered at the mention of weapons and cried like a child when he was crossed, was insanely jealous of the brilliant courtier. Raleigh's enemies, playing upon the king's weakness, did not cease their relentless persecution until Raleigh had been hanged and his decapitated, quartered, and disemboweled body lay at their feet. The title page reproduced above was used by Raleigh's political foes as a powerful weapon against him. They convinced James I that the face of the central figure upholding the globe was a caricature of his own, and the enraged king ordered every copy of the engraving destroyed. But a few copies escaped the royal wrath. Consequently, the plate is extremely rare. The engraving is a mass Rosicrucian and Masonic symbols, and the figures on the columns in all probability conceal a cryptogram. More significant still is the fact that the page facing this plate is a headpiece identical with that used in the 1623 folio of Shakspere, and also in Bacon's Novum Organum. For some reason not apparent to the uninitiated, there has been a continued and consistent effort to prevent the unraveling of the Baconian skein. Whatever the power may be which continually blocks the efforts of investigators, it is as unremitting now as it was immediately following Bacon's death, and those attempting to solve the enigma still feel the weight of its resentment. A misunderstanding world has ever persecuted those who understood the secret workings of nature, seeking in every conceivable manner to exterminate the custodians of this divine wisdom. Sir Francis Bacon's political prestige was finally undermined, and Sir Walter Raleigh met a shameful fate because their transcendental knowledge was considered dangerous. The forging of Shakespeare's handwriting. The foisting of fraudulent portraits and death masks upon a gullible public, the fabrication of spurious biographies, the mutilation of books and documents. The destruction or rendering illegible of tablets and inscriptions containing cryptographic messages, have all compounded the difficulties attendant upon the solution of the Bacon-Shakespeare Rosicrucian riddle. The Ireland forgeries deceived experts for years. According to material available, the Supreme Council of the Fraternity of RC was composed of a certain number of individuals who had died what is known as the philosophic death. When the time came for an initiate to enter upon his labors for the order, he conveniently died under somewhat mysterious circumstances. In reality he changed his name and place of residence, and a box of rocks or a body secured for the purpose was buried in his stead. It is believed that this happened in the case of Sir Francis Bacon, who, like all servants of the mysteries, renounced all personal credit and permitted others to be considered as the authors of the documents which he wrote or inspired. The cryptic writings of Francis Bacon constitute one of the most powerful tangible elements in the mysteries of transcendentalism and symbolic philosophy. Apparently many years must yet pass before an uncomprehending world will appreciate the transcending genius of that mysterious man who wrote the Novum Organum. Who sailed his little ship far out into the unexplored sea of learning through the Pillars of Hercules, and whose ideals for a new civilization are magnificently expressed in the utopian dream of the New Atlantis. Was Sir Francis Bacon a second Prometheus? Did his great love for the people of the world and his pity for their ignorance cause him to bring the divine fire from heaven concealed within the contents of a printed page? In all probability, the keys to the Baconian riddle will be found in classical mythology. He who understands the secret of the seven-rayed god will comprehend the method employed by Bacon to accomplish his monumental labor. Aliases were assumed by him in accordance with the attributes and order of the members of the planetary system. One of the least known but most important keys to the Baconian enigma is the third, or 1637, edition, published in Paris, of Les Images aux Tableaux de Plate Peinture de deux Philostrates Sophistes Grecs et les Statues de Calistrate. By Blaise de Vigenère. The title page of this volume, which, as the name of the author when properly deciphered indicates, was written by or under the direction of Bacon or his secret society, is one mass of important Masonic or Rosicrucian symbols. On page 486 appears a plate entitled Hercules Furioux, showing a gigantic figure shaking a spear, the ground before him strewn with curious emblems. In his curious work, Das Bild des Speerschuttlers die Losung des Shakespeare Ratzels, Alfred Freund attempts to explain the Baconian symbolism in the Philostrates. Bacon he reveals as the philosophical Hercules, whom time will establish as the true spear shaker, Shakespeare. The cryptogram as a factor in symbolic philosophy. No treatise which deals with symbolism would be complete without a section devoted to the consideration of cryptograms. The use of ciphers has long been recognized as indispensable in military and diplomatic circles, but the modern world has overlooked the important role played by cryptography in literature and philosophy. If the art of deciphering cryptograms could be made popular, it would result in the discovery of much hitherto unsuspected wisdom possessed by both ancient and medieval philosophers. It would prove that many apparently verbose and rambling authors were wordy for the sake of concealing words. Ciphers are hidden in the most subtle manner. They may be concealed in the watermark of the paper upon which a book is printed. They may be bound into the covers of ancient books, they may be hidden under imperfect pagination, they may be extracted from the first letters of words or the first words of sentences. They may be artfully concealed in mathematical equations or in apparently unintelligible characters, they may be extracted from the jargon of clowns or revealed by heat as having been written in sympathetic ink. They may be word ciphers, letter ciphers, or apparently ambiguous statements whose meaning could be understood only by repeated careful readings. They may be discovered in the elaborately illuminated initial letters of early books, or they may be revealed by a process of counting words or letters. If those interested in Freemasonic research would give serious consideration to this subject, they might find in books and manuscripts of the 16th and 17th centuries the information necessary to bridge the gap in Masonic history that now exists between the mysteries of the ancient world and the craft masonry of the last 3 centuries. The arcana of the ancient mysteries were never revealed to the profane except through the media of symbols. Symbolism fulfilled the dual office of concealing the sacred truths from the uninitiated and revealing them to those qualified to understand the symbols. Forms are the symbols of formless divine principles, symbolism is the language of nature. With reverence the wise pierce the veil and with clearer vision contemplate the reality, but the ignorant, unable to distinguish between the false and the true, behold a universe of symbols. It may well be said of nature the great mother that she is ever tracing strange characters upon the surface of things. But only to her eldest and wisest sons as a reward for their faith and devotion does she reveal the cryptic alphabet which is the key to the import of these tracings. The temples of the ancient mysteries evolved their own sacred languages, known only to their initiates and never spoken save in the sanctuary. The illumined priests considered it sacrilege to discuss the sacred truths of the higher worlds or the divine verities of eternal nature in the same tongue as that used by the vulgar for wrangling and dissension. A sacred science must needs be couched in a sacred language. Secret alphabets also were invented, and whenever the secrets of the wise were committed to writing, characters meaningless to the uninformed were employed. Such forms of writing were called sacred or hermetic alphabets. Some such as the famous angelic writing are still retained in the higher degrees of Masonry. Secret alphabets were not entirely satisfactory, however, for although they rendered unintelligible the true nature of the writings, their very presence disclosed the fact of concealed information which the priests also sought to conceal. Through patience or persecution, the keys to these alphabets were eventually acquired and the contents of the documents revealed to the unworthy. This necessitated employment of more subtle methods for concealing the divine truths. The result was the appearance of cryptic systems of writing designed to conceal the presence of both the message and the cryptogram. Having thus devised a method of transmitting their secrets to posterity, the Illuminati encouraged the circulation of certain documents specially prepared through incorporating into them ciphers containing the deepest secrets of mysticism and philosophy. Thus medieval philosophers disseminated their theories throughout Europe without evoking suspicion, since volumes containing these cryptograms could be subjected to the closest scrutiny without revealing the presence of the hidden message. During the Middle Ages, scores of writers, members of secret political or religious organizations, published books containing ciphers. Secret writing became a fad. Every European court had its own diplomatic cipher, and the intelligentsia vied with one another in devising curious and complicated cryptograms. The literature of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries is permeated with ciphers, few of which have ever been decoded. Many of the magnificent scientific and philosophic intellects of this period dared not publish their findings, because of the religious intolerance of their day. In order to preserve the fruitage of their intellectual labors for mankind, these pioneers of progress concealed their discoveries in ciphers, trusting that future generations, more kindly than their own, would discover and appreciate their learning. Many churchmen, it is interesting to note, used cryptograms, fearing excommunication or a worse fate should their scientific researches be suspected. Only recently an intricate cipher of Roger Bacon's has been unraveled, revealing the fact that this early scientist was well versed in the cellular theory. Lecturing before the American Philosophical Society, Dr. William Romaine Newbold, who translated the cipher manuscript of the friar, declared, "There are drawings which so accurately portray the actual appearance of certain objects that it is difficult to resist the inference that Bacon had seen them with the microscope. These are spermatozoa, the body cells and the seminiferous tubes, the ova, with their nuclei distinctly indicated. There are 9 large drawings, of which one at least bears considerable resemblance to a certain stage of development of a fertilized cell." See Review of Reviews, July, 1921. Had Roger Bacon failed to conceal this discovery under a complicated cipher, he would have been persecuted as a heretic and would probably have met the fate of other early liberal thinkers. In spite of the rapid progress made by science in the last 250 years, it still remains ignorant concerning many of the original discoveries made by medieval investigators. The only record of these important findings is that contained in the cryptograms of the volumes which they published. While many authors have written on the subject of cryptography, the books most valuable to students of philosophy and religion are Polygraphia and Steganographia, by Trithemius, Abbot of Spanheim. Mercury, or the Secret and Swift Messenger, by John Wilkins, Bishop of Chester, Oedipus Aegyptiacus and other works by Athanasius Kircher, Society of Jesus, and Cryptomenides' Eti Cryptographiae, by Gustavus Solinus. A famous cryptic title page. From Solinus Cryptomenides' Eti Cryptographiae. 1 year after the publication of the first great, Shakespearean, folio, a remarkable volume on cryptogram and ciphers was published. The title page of the work is reproduced above. The year of its publication, 1624, was during the Rosicrucian controversy. The translation of the title page is as follows. The Cryptomenesis and Cryptography of Gustavus Solinus in 9 books, to which is added a clear explanation of the system of steganography of John Trithemius, Abbot of Spanheim and Herbipolis. A man of admirable genius. Interspersed with worthy inventions of the author and others, 1624. The author of this volume was believed to be Augustus, Duke of Brunswick. The symbols and emblems ornamenting the title page, however, are conclusive evidence that the fine hand of the Rosicrucians was behind its publication. At the bottom of the picture is a nobleman, Bacon, placing his hat on another man's head. In the oval at the top of the plate, it is possible that the lights are beacons, or a play upon the name Bacon. In the 2 side panels are striking and subtle, Shakespearean allusions. On the left is a nobleman, possibly Bacon, handing a paper to another man of mean appearance who carries in his hand a spear. At the right, the man who previously carried the spear is shown in the costume of an actor, wearing spurs and blowing a horn. The allusion to the actor blowing his horn and the figure carrying the spear suggest much, especially as spear is the last syllable of the name, Shakespeare. To illustrate the basic differences in their construction and use, the various forms of ciphers are here grouped under 7 general headings. 1. The literal cipher. The most famous of all literal cryptograms is the famous biliteral cipher described by Sir Francis Bacon in his De Augmentis Scientiarum. Lord Bacon originated the system while still a young man residing in Paris. The biliteral cipher requires the use of two styles of type, one an ordinary face and the other specially cut. The differences between the two fonts are in many cases so minute that it requires a powerful magnifying glass to detect them. Originally, the cipher messages were concealed only in the italicized words, sentences, or paragraphs, because the italic letters, being more ornate than the Roman letters, offered greater opportunity for concealing the slight but necessary variations. Sometimes the letters vary a trifle in size, at other times in thickness or in their ornamental flourishes. Later, Lord Bacon is believed to have had two Roman alphabets specially prepared in which the differences were so trivial that it is almost impossible for experts to distinguish them. A careful inspection of the first four Shakspere folios discloses the use throughout the volumes of several styles of type differing in minute but distinguishable details. It is possible that all the Shakspere folios contain ciphers running through the text. These ciphers may have been added to the original plays, which are much longer in the folios than in the original quartos, full scenes having been added in some instances. The biliteral cipher was not confined to the writings of Bacon and Shakespeare, however, but appears in many books published during Lord Bacon's lifetime and for nearly a century after his death. In referring to the biliteral cipher, Lord Bacon terms it omnia per omnia. The cipher may run through an entire book and be placed therein at the time of printing without the knowledge of the original author, for it does not necessitate the changing of either words or punctuation. It is possible that this cipher was inserted for political purposes into many documents and volumes published during the 17th century. It is well known that ciphers were used for the same reason as early as the Council of Nicaea. The Baconian biliteral cipher is difficult to use today, owing to the present exact standardization of type and the fact that so few books are now hand-set. Accompanying this chapter are facsimiles of Lord Bacon's biliteral alphabet as it appeared in the 1640 English translation of De Augmentis Scientiarum. There are 4 alphabets, 2 for the capital and 2 for the small letters. Consider carefully the differences between these 4 and note that each alphabet has the power of either the letter A or the letter B. And that when reading a word its letters are divisible into one of 2 groups, those which correspond to the letter A and those which correspond to the letter B. In order to employ the biliteral cipher, a document must contain 5 times as many letters as there are in the cipher message to be concealed, for it requires 5 letters to conceal one. The biliteral cipher somewhat resembles a telegraph code in which letters are changed into dots and dashes. According to the biliteral system, however, the dots and dashes are represented respectively by A's and B's. The word biliteral is derived from the fact that all letters of the alphabet may be reduced to either A or B. An example of biliteral writing is shown in one of the accompanying diagrams. In order to demonstrate the working of this cipher, the message concealed within the words, wisdom and understanding are more to be desired than riches, will now be deciphered. The first step is to discover the letters of each alphabet and replace them by their equivalent A or B in accordance with the key given by Lord Bacon in his biliteral alphabet, QV. In the word wisdom, the W is from the B alphabet, therefore it is replaced by A, B. The I is from the A alphabet, therefore an A is put in its place. The S is also from the A alphabet. But the D belongs to the B alphabet. The O and the M both belong to the A alphabet is replaced by A. By this process the word wisdom become Baba. Treating the remaining words of the sentence in a similar manner, and becomes ABA, understanding. Ababab, R, ABA, more, Ab, 2, Ub, B, Ub, desired, Ababa, than, Abba, riches, AAAA. The next step is to run all the letters together, thus. All the combinations used in the Baconian biliteral cipher consist of groups containing 5 letters each. Therefore the solid line of letters must be broken into groups of 5 in the following manner. Baba Aba Aba Aab Ababa Abba Babab Aba Aba Aaa. Each of these groups of 5 letters now represents one letter of the cipher, and the actual letter can now be determined by comparing the groups with the alphabetical table, the key to the biliteral cipher, from De Augmentis Scientiarum, QV. Baba equals T, Abba equals E, Abba equals E, Aab equals B, Ababa equals L, Abba equals P, Babab equals X, Abba equals E, Abba equals E, AAAAA equals A, but the last 5 letters of the word riches being set off by a period from the initial R, the last 5 A's do not count in the cipher. The letters thus extracted are now brought together in order, resulting in TBLPXE. An example of biliteral writing. In the above sentence, note carefully the formation of the letters. Compare each letter with the 2 types of letters in the biliteral alphabet table reproduced from Lord Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. A comparison of the D in wisdom with the D in and discloses a large loop at the top of the first, while the second shows practically no loop at all. Contrast the I in wisdom with the I in understanding. In the former, the lines are curved and in the latter angular. A similar analysis of the 2 R's in desired reveals obvious differences. The O in more differs only from the O in wisdom in that a tiny line continues from the top over towards the R. The A in then is thinner and more angular than the A in R, while the R in riches differs from that in desired in that the final upright stroke terminates in a ball instead of a sharp point. These minor differences disclose the presence of the 2 alphabets employed in writing the sentence. At this point the inquirer might reasonably expect the letters to make intelligible words. But he will very likely be disappointed, for, as in the case above, the letters thus extracted are themselves a cryptogram, doubly involved to discourage those who might have a casual acquaintance with the biliteral system. The key to the biliteral cipher. From Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. After the document to be deciphered has been reduced to its A and B equivalents, it is then broken up into 5-letter groups and the message read with the aid of the above table. A modern wheel, or disc, cipher. The above diagram shows a wheel cipher. The smaller, or inner, alphabet moves around so that any one of its letters may be brought opposite any of the letters on the larger, or outer, alphabet. In some cases the inner alphabet is written backwards, but in the present example, both alphabets read the same way. The biliteral alphabet. From Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. This plate is reproduced from Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum, and shows the 2 alphabets as designed by him for the purpose of his cipher. Each capital and small letter has 2 distinct forms which are designated A and B. The biliteral system did not in every instance make use of 2 alphabets in which the differences were as perceptible as in the example here given, but the 2 alphabets were always used. Sometimes variations are so minute that it requires a powerful magnifying glass to distinguish the difference between the A and B types of letters. The next step is to apply the 9 letters to what is commonly called a wheel, or disc, cipher, QV, which consists of 2 alphabets, one revolving around the other in such a manner that numerous transpositions of letters are possible. In the accompanying cut the A of the inner alphabet is opposite the H of the outer alphabet, so that for cipher purposes these letters are interchangeable. The F and M, the P and Y, the W and D, in fact all the letters, may be transposed as shown by the 2 circles. The 9 letters extracted by the biliteral cipher may thus be exchanged for 9 others by the wheel cipher. The 9 letters are considered as being on the inner circle of the wheel and are exchanged for the 9 letters on the outer circle which are opposite the inner letters. By this process the T becomes A, the 2 E's become 2 L's. The B becomes I, the L becomes S, the P becomes W, the X becomes E, and the 2 E's become 2 L's. The result is Alicewell, which, broken up into words, reads, all is well. Of course, by moving the inner disk of the wheel cipher, many different combinations in addition to the one given above can be made of the letters, but this is the only one which will produce sense. And the cryptogrammatist must keep on experimenting until he discovers a logical and intelligible message. He may then feel reasonably sure that he has deciphered the system. Lord Bacon involved the biliteral cipher in many different ways. There are probably a score of different systems used in the Shakspere folio alone, some so intricate that they may forever baffle all attempts at their decipherment. In those susceptible of solution, sometimes the A's and B's have to be exchanged, at other times the concealed message is written backwards, again only every other letter is counted, and so on. There are several other forms of the literal cipher in which letters are substituted for each other by a prearranged sequence. The simplest form is that in which two alphabets are written thus: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, Z, Y, X, W, U, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, W, X, Y, Z, L, K, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. By substituting the letters of the lower alphabet for their equivalents in the upper one, a meaningless conglomeration results, the hidden message being decoded by reversing the process. There is also a form of the literal cipher in which the actual cryptogram is written in the body of the document, but unimportant words are inserted between important ones according to a prearranged order. The literal cipher also includes what are called acrostic signatures, that is, words written down the column by the use of the first letter of each line, and also more complicated acrostics in which the important letters are scattered through entire paragraphs or chapters. The two accompanying alchemical cryptograms illustrate another form of the literal cipher involving the first letter of each word. Every cryptogram based upon the arrangement or combination of the letters of the alphabet is called a literal cipher. 2. The pictorial cipher. Any picture or drawing with other than its obvious meaning may be considered a pictorial cryptogram. Instances of pictorial cipher are frequently found in Egyptian symbolism and early religious art. The diagrams of alchemists and Hermetic philosophers are invariably pictorial ciphers. In addition to the simple pictorial cipher, there is a more technical form in which words or letters are concealed by the number of stones in a wall, by the spread of birds' wings in flight, by ripples on the surface of water, or by the length and order of lines used in shading. Such cryptograms are not obvious, and must be decoded with the aid of an arbitrary measuring scale, the length of the lines determining the letter or word concealed. The shape and proportion of a building, the height of a tower, the number of bars in a window, the folds of a man's garments, even the proportions or attitude of the human body were used to conceal definite figures or characters which could be exchanged for letters or words by a person acquainted with the code. Initial letters of names were secreted in architectural arches and spans. A notable example of this practice is found on the title page of Montague's Essays, 3rd edition, where an initial B is formed by two arches and an F by a broken arch. Pictorial cryptograms are sometimes accompanied by the key necessary for their decipherment. A figure may point toward the starting point of the cipher or carry in its hand some implement disclosing the system of measurement used. There are also frequent instances in which the cryptographer purposely distorted or improperly clothed some figure in his drawing by placing the hat on backwards, the sword on the wrong side, or the shield on the wrong arm, or by employing some similar artifice. The much-discussed fifth finger on the Pope's hand in Raphael's Sistine Madonna and the sixth toe on Joseph's foot in the same artist's Marriage of the Virgin are cunningly concealed cryptograms. An alchemical cryptogram. From Brown's History of Chemistry. James Campbell Brown reprints a curious cipher from Kircher. The capital letters of the 7 words in the outer circle read clockwise, form the word SVLPHVR. From the words in the second circle, when read in a similar manner, is derived of XVM. The capitals of the 6 words in the inner circle, when properly arranged, also read Estzel. The following cipher is thus extracted: sulfur fixum estate sol, which when translated is, fixed sulfur is gold. 3. The achromatic cipher. The religious and philosophical writings of all nations abound with achromatic cryptograms, that is, parables and allegories. The achromatic is unique in that the document containing it may be translated or reprinted without affecting the cryptogram. Parables and allegories have been used since remote antiquity to present moral truths in an attractive and understandable manner. The achromatic cryptogram is a pictorial cipher drawn in words, and its symbolism must be so interpreted. The Old and New Testaments of the Jews, the writings of Plato and Aristotle, Homer's Odyssey and Iliad, Virgil's Aeneid, the Metamorphosis of Apuleius, and Aesop's fables are outstanding examples of achromatic cryptography in which are concealed the deepest and most sublime truths of ancient mystical philosophy. The achromatic cipher is the most subtle of all, for the parable or allegory is susceptible of several interpretations. Bible students for centuries have been confronted by this difficulty. They are satisfied with the moral interpretation of the parable and forget that each parable and allegory is capable of 7 interpretations, of which the 7th, the highest, is complete and all-inclusive. Whereas the other 6, and lesser, interpretations are fragmentary, revealing but part of the mystery. The creation myths of the world are achromatic cryptograms, and the deities of the various pantheons are only cryptic characters which, if properly understood, become the constituents of a divine alphabet. The initiated few comprehend the true nature of this alphabet, but the uninitiated many worship the letters of it as gods. An alchemical cryptogram. From Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreuzer. Beginning with the word visita and reading clockwise, the 7 initial letters of the 7 words inscribed in the outer circle read, vitriol. This is a very simple alchemical enigma, but is a reminder that those studying works on Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, alchemy, and Freemasonry should always be on the lookout for concealed meanings hidden either in parables and allegories or in cryptic arrangements of numbers, letters, and words. 4. The numerical cipher. Many cryptograms have been produced in which numbers in various sequences are substituted for letters, words, or even complete thoughts. The reading of numerical ciphers usually depends upon the possession of specially arranged tables of correspondences. The numerical cryptograms of the Old Testament are so complicated that only a few scholars versed in rabbinical lore have ever sought to unravel their mysteries. In his Oedipus Aegyptiacus, Athanasius Kircher describes several Arabian Kabbalistic theorems, and a great part of the Pythagorean mystery was concealed in a secret method in vogue among Greek mystics of substituting letters for numbers. The most simple numerical cipher is that in which the letters of the alphabet are exchanged for numbers in ordinary sequence. Thus A becomes 1, B2, C3, and so on, counting both I and J as 9 and both U and V as 20. The word yes by this system would be written May 23, 18. This cipher can be made more difficult by reversing the alphabet so that Z becomes 1, Y2, X3, and so on. By inserting a non-significant, or uncounted, number after each of the significant numbers, the cipher is still more effectively concealed, thus, 23-16-5-9-18. A cryptic depiction of divine and natural justice. From Silenus Cryptomenidis' Et Cryptographiae. The first circle portrays the divine antecedents of justice, the second the universal scope of justice, and the third the results of human application of justice. Hence, the first circle deals with divine principles, the second circle with mundane affairs, and the third circle with man. At the top of the picture sits Themis, the presiding spirit of law, and at her feet 3 other queens, Juno, Minerva, and Venus, their robes ornamented with geometric figures. The axis of law connects the throne of divine justice above with the throne of human judgment at the bottom of the picture. Upon the latter throne is seated a queen with a scepter in her hand, before whom stands the winged goddess Nemesis, the angel of judgment. The second circle is divided into 3 parts by 2 sets of 2 horizontal lines. The upper and light section is called the supreme region and is the abode of the gods, the good spirits, and the heroes. The lower and dark section is the abode of lust, sin, and ignorance. Between these two extremes is the larger section in which are blended the powers and impulses of both the superior and the inferior regions. In the third or inner circle is man, a tenfold creature, consisting of 9 parts, 3 of spirit, 3 of intellect, and 3 of soul enclosed within one constitution. According to Solinus, man's 3 spiritual qualities are thought, speech, and action, his 3 intellectual qualities are memory, intelligence, and will, and his 3 qualities of soul are understanding, courage, and desire. The third circle is further divided into 3 parts called ages, the golden age of spiritual truth in the upper right section, the iron age of spiritual darkness in the lower right section, and the bronze age, a composite of the two occupying the entire left half of the inner circle and itself divided into 3 parts. The lowest division of the Bronze Age depicts ignorant man controlled by force, the central the partly awakened man controlled by jurisprudence, and the upper the spiritually illuminated man controlled by love. Both the second and third circles revolve upon the axis of law, but the divine source of law, heavenly justice, is concealed by clouds. All of the symbols and figures ornamenting the plate are devoted to a detailed amplification of the principles here outlined. The word yes is found by eliminating the second and fourth numbers. By adding 23, 5, and 18 together, the sum 46 results. Therefore 46 is the numerical equivalent of the word yes. According to the simple numerical cipher, the sum 138 is equal to the words note carefully. Therefore in a book using this method, line 138, page 138, or paragraph 138 may contain the concealed message. In addition to this simple numerical cipher, there are scores of others so complicated that no one without the key can hope to solve them. Authors sometimes based their cryptograms upon the numerical value of their own names. For example, Sir Francis Bacon repeatedly used the cryptic number 33, the numerical equivalent of his name. Numerical ciphers often involve the pagination of a book. Imperfect pagination, though generally attributed to carelessness, often conceals important secrets. The mispaginations found in the 1623 folio of Shakspere, and the consistent recurrence of similar errors in various volumes printed about the same period have occasioned considerable thought among scholars and cryptogrammatists. In Baconian cryptograms, all page numbers ending in 89 seem to have a special significance. The 89th page of the comedies in the 1623 folio of Shakspere shows an error of type in the pagination, the 9 being from a considerably smaller font than the 8. The 189th page is entirely missing, there being 2 pages numbered 187. And page 188 shows the second 8 scarcely more than half the size of the first one. Page 289 is correctly numbered and has no unusual features, but page 89 of the Histories is missing. Several volumes published by Bacon show similar errors, page 89 being often involved. There are also numerical ciphers from which the cryptic message may be extracted by counting every 10th word, every 20th word, or every 50th word. In some cases the count is irregular. The first important word may be found by counting 100, the second by counting 90, the third by counting 80, and so on until the count of 10 is reached. The count then returns to 100 and the process is repeated. 5. The musical cipher. John Wilkins, afterwards Bishop of Chester, in 1641 circulated an anonymous essay entitled Mercury, or the Secret and Swift Messenger. In this little volume, which was largely derived from the more voluminous treatises of Trithemius and Solinus, the author sets forth a method whereby musicians can converse with each other by substituting musical notes for the letters of the alphabet. 2 persons understanding the code could converse with each other by merely playing certain notes upon a piano or other instrument. Musical cryptograms can be involved to an inconceivable point. By certain systems it is possible to take an already existing musical theme and conceal in it a cryptogram without actually changing the composition in any way. The pennants upon the notes may conceal the cipher, or the actual sounds of the notes may be exchanged for syllables of similar sound. This latter method is effective, but its scope is somewhat limited. Several musical compositions by Sir Francis Bacon are still in existence. An examination of them might reveal musical cryptograms, for it is quite certain that Lord Bacon was well acquainted with the manner of their construction. 6. The arbitrary cipher. The system of exchanging letters of the alphabet for hieroglyphic figures is too easily decoded to be popular. Albert Pike describes an arbitrary cipher based upon the various parts of the Knights Templar's cross, each angle representing a letter. The many curious alphabets that have been devised are rendered worthless, however, by the table of recurrence. According to Edgar Allan Poe, a great cryptogrammatist, the most common letter of the English language is E. The other letters in their order of frequency are as follows: A, O, I, D, H, N, R, S, T, V, Y, C, F, Q, L, M, W, B, K, P, Q, X, Z. Other authorities declare the table of frequency to be E, T, A, O, N, I, R, S, H, D, L, C, W, U, M, F, Y, G, P, B, V, K, X, Q, J, Z. By merely counting the number of times each character appears in the message, the law of recurrence discloses the English letter for which the arbitrary character stands. Further help is also rendered by the fact that if the cryptogram be split up into words, there are only 3 single letters which may form words: A, I, O. Thus any single character set off from the rest of the text must be one of these 3 letters. For details of this system see The Gold Bug, by Edgar Allan Poe. To render more difficult the decoding of arbitrary ciphers, however, the characters are seldom broken up into words, and, further, the table of recurrence is partly nullified by assigning 2 or more different characters to each letter, thereby making it impossible to estimate accurately the frequency of recurrence. Therefore, the greater the number of arbitrary characters used to represent any single letter of the alphabet, the more difficult it is to decipher an arbitrary cryptogram. The secret alphabets of the ancients are comparatively easy to decode, the only requisites being a table of frequency, a knowledge of the language in which the cryptogram was originally written, a moderate amount of patience, and a little ingenuity. 7. The code cipher. The most modern form of cryptogram is the code system. Its most familiar form is the Morse code for use in telegraphic and wireless communication. This form of cipher may be complicated somewhat by embodying dots and dashes into a document in which periods and colons are dots, while commas and semicolons are dashes. There are also codes used by the business world which can be solved only by the use of a private code book. Because they furnish an economical and efficient method of transmitting confidential information, the use of such codes is far more prevalent than the average person has any suspicion. In addition to the foregoing classifications, there are a number of miscellaneous systems of secret writing, some employing mechanical devices, others colors. A few make use of sundry miscellaneous objects to represent words and even complete thoughts. But as these more elaborate devices were seldom employed by the ancients or by the medieval philosophers and alchemists, they have no direct bearing upon religion and philosophy. The mystics of the Middle Ages, borrowing the terminology of the various arts and sciences, evolved a system of cryptography which concealed the secrets of the human soul under terms generally applied to chemistry, biology, astronomy, botany, and physiology. Ciphers of this nature can only be decoded by individuals versed in the deep philosophic principles upon which these medieval mystics based their theories of life. Much information relating to the invisible nature of man is concealed under what seem to be chemical experiments or scientific speculations. Every student of symbolism and philosophy, therefore, should be reasonably well acquainted with the underlying principles of cryptography. In addition to serving him well in his researches, this art furnishes a fascinating method of developing the acuteness of the mental faculties. Discrimination and observation are indispensable to the seeker after knowledge, and no study is equal to cryptography as a means of stimulating these powers. Kabbalistic and Magic Alphabets. From Barrett's Magus. Curious alphabets were invented by the early and medieval philosophers to conceal their doctrines and tenets from the profane. Some of these alphabets are still used to a limited extent in the higher degrees of Freemasonry. Probably the most famous is the angelic writing, termed in the above plate the writing called Malachim. Its figures are supposedly derived from the constellations. Advanced students of occult philosophy will come upon many valuable documents in which these figures are used. Under each letter of the first alphabet above is its equivalent in English. Above each letter of the other three alphabets is its Hebrew letter equivalent. Freemasonic Symbolism. In several early Masonic manuscripts, for example, the Harleian, Sloane, Lansdowne, and Edinburghical winning it is stated that the craft of initiated builders existed before the deluge, and that its members were employed in the building of the Tower of Babel. A Masonic constitution dated 1701 gives the following naive account of the origin of the sciences, arts, and crafts from which the major part of Masonic symbolism is derived. How this worthy science was first begun, I shall tell. Before Noah's flood, there was a man called Lamech, as it is written in the 4th chap of Gen, and this Lamech had 2 wives. The one was called Ada, and the other Zillah. By the first wife Ada he got 2 sons, the one called Jabal, and the other Jubal, and by the other wife Zillah he got a son and daughter, and the 4 children found the beginning of all crafts in the world. This Jabal was the elder son, and he found the craft of geometric, and he parted flocks, as of sheep and lambs in the fields, and first wrought houses of stone and tree, as it is noted in the chap aforesaid. And his brother Jubal found the craft of music, of songs, organs and harp. The third brother, Tubal-Cain, found out smith's craft to work iron and steel, and their sister Naamah found out the art of weaving. These children did know that God would take vengeance for sin, either by fire or water, wherefore they wrote these sciences which they had found in 2 pillars of stone, that they might be found after the flood. The one stone was called marble cannot burn with fire, and the other was called lacherous, brass, that cannot drown in the water. The author of this constitution thereupon declares that one of these pillars was later discovered by Hermes, who communicated to mankind the secrets thereon inscribed. In his Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus writes that Adam had forewarned his descendants that sinful humanity would be destroyed by a deluge. In order to preserve their science and philosophy, the children of Seth therefore raised 2 pillars, one of brick and the other of stone, on which were inscribed the keys to their knowledge. The patriarch Enoch, whose name means the initiator, is evidently a personification of the Son, since he lived 365 years. He also constructed an underground temple consisting of 9 vaults, one beneath the other, placing in the deepest vault a triangular tablet of gold bearing upon it the absolute and ineffable name of deity. According to some accounts, Enoch made 2 golden deltas. The larger he placed upon the white cubical altar in the lowest vault, and the smaller he gave into the keeping of his son, Methuselah, who did the actual construction work of the brick chambers according to the pattern revealed to his father by the Most High. In the form and arrangement of these vaults Enoch epitomized the 9 spheres of the ancient mysteries and the 9 sacred strata of the earth through which the initiate must pass to reach the flaming spirit dwelling in its central core. According to Freemasonic symbolism, Enoch, fearing that all knowledge of the sacred mysteries would be lost at the time of the deluge, erected the 2 columns mentioned in the quotation. Upon the metal column in appropriate allegorical symbols he engraved the secret reaching, and upon the marble column placed an inscription stating that a short distance away a priceless treasure would be discovered in a subterranean vault. After having thus faithfully completed his labors, Enoch was translated from the brow of Mount Moriah. In time the location of the secret vaults was lost, but after the lapse of ages there came another builder and initiate after the order of Enoch, and he, while laying the foundations for another temple to the great architect of the universe, discovered the long-lost vaults and the secrets contained within. John Leyland was appointed by King Henry VIII to go through the archives of the various religious institutions dissolved by the king and remove for preservation any books or manuscripts of an important character. Among the documents copied by Leland was a series of questions and answers concerning the mystery of Masonry written by King Henry VI. In answer to the question, how came Masonry into England? The document states that Peter Gower, a Grecian, traveled for knowledge in Egypt, Syria, and every land where the Phoenicians had planted Masonry, winning entrance in all lodges of Masons. He learned much, and returning, dwelt in Greater Greece. He became renowned for his wisdom, formed a great lodge at Groton, and made many Masons, some of whom journeyed in France, spreading Masonry there. From France in the course of time the order passed into England. To even the superficial student of the subject it must be evident that the name of Peter Gower, the Grecian, is merely an anglicized form of Pythagoras. Consequently Groton, where he formed his lodge, is easily identified with Crotona. A link is thus established between the philosophic mysteries of Greece and medieval Freemasonry. In his notes on King Henry's questions and answers, William Preston enlarges upon the vow of secrecy as it was practiced by the ancient initiates. On the authority of Pliny he describes how Anaxarchus, having been imprisoned in order to extort from him some of the secrets with which he had been entrusted, bit out his own tongue and threw it in the face of Nicocreon, the tyrant of Cyprus. Preston adds that the Athenians revered a brazen statue that was represented without a tongue to denote the sanctity with which they regarded their oath-bound secrets. It is also noteworthy that, according to King Henry's manuscript, Masonry had its origin in the East and was the carrier of the arts and sciences of civilization to the primitive humanity of the Western nations. Conspicuous among the symbols of Freemasonry are the 7 liberal arts and sciences. By grammar man is taught to express in noble and adequate language his innermost thoughts and ideals. By rhetoric he is enabled to conceal his ideals under the protecting cover of ambiguous language and figures of speech. By logic he is trained in the organization of the intellectual faculties with which he has been endowed. By arithmetic he not only is instructed in the mystery of universal order but also gains the key to multitude, magnitude, and proportion. By geometry he is inducted into the mathematics of form, the harmony and rhythm of angles, and the philosophy of organization. By music he is reminded that the universe is founded upon the laws of celestial harmonics and that harmony and rhythm are all-pervading. By astronomy he gains an understanding of the immensities of time and space, of the proper relationship between himself and the universe, and of the awesomeness of that unknown power which is driving the countless stars of the firmament through illimitable space. Equipped with the knowledge conferred by familiarity with the liberal arts and sciences, the studious Freemason therefore finds himself confronted by few problems with which he cannot cope. The Dionysiac architects. The most celebrated of the ancient fraternities of artisans was that of the Dionysiac architects. The mystery of the macrocosm. Redrawn from Cesariano's edition of Vitruvius. Summarizing the relationship between the human body in the theory of architectonics, Vitruvius writes: Since nature has designed the human body so that its members are duly proportioned to the frame as a whole, it appears that the ancients had good reason for their rule, that in perfect building the different members must be in exact symmetrical relations to the whole general scheme. Hence, while transmitting to us the proper arrangements for buildings of all kinds, they were particularly careful to do so in the case of temples of the gods, buildings in which merits and faults usually last forever. Therefore, if it is agreed that number was found out from the human fingers, and that there is a symmetrical correspondence between the members separately and the entire form of the body, in accordance with a certain part selected as standard, we can have nothing but respect for those who, in constructing temples of the immortal gods, have so arranged the members of the works that both the separate parts and the whole design may harmonize in their proportions and symmetry. See the 10 books on architecture. By some it is believed that St. Paul was initiated into the Dionysiac mysteries, for in the 10th verse of the 3rd chapter of 1 Corinthians he calls himself a master builder, or adept, according to the grace of God which is given into me, as a wise master builder. I have laid the foundation and another buildeth thereon. As survivals of the ancient Dionysiac rites, the 2 diagrams of Cesariano, accompanying this chapter, are of incalculable value to the modern mystic architect. This organization was composed exclusively of initiates of the Bacchus-Dionysus cult and was peculiarly consecrated to the science of building and the art of decoration. Acclaimed as being the custodians of a secret and sacred knowledge of architectonics, its members were entrusted with the design and erection of public buildings and monuments. The superlative excellence of their handiwork elevated the members of the guild to a position of surpassing dignity. They were regarded as the master craftsmen of the earth. Because of the first dances held in honor of Dionysus, he was considered the founder and patron of the theater, and the Dionysians specialized in the construction of buildings adapted for the presentation of dramatic performances. In the circular or semicircular orchestra they invariably erected an altar to Aeschylus, the famous Greek poet. That while appearing in one of his own plays he was suspected by a mob of angry spectators of revealing one of the profound secrets of the mysteries and was forced to seek refuge at the altar of Dionysus. So carefully did the Dionysiac architects safeguard the secrets of their craft that only fragmentary records exist of their esoteric teachings. John A. Weiss thus sums up the meager data available concerning the order. They made their appearance certainly not later than 1000 BC, and appear to have enjoyed particular privileges and immunities. They also possessed secret means of recognition, and were bound together by special ties only known to themselves. The richer of this fraternity were bound to provide for their poorer brethren. They were divided into communities, governed by a master and wardens, and called Gamma Upsilon Nu Omicron Iota Kappa Iota Alpha Iota, connected houses. They held a grand festival annually, and were held in high esteem. Their ceremonials were regarded as sacred. It has been claimed that Solomon, at the instance of Hiram, king of Tyre, employed them at his temple and palaces. They were also employed at the construction of the Temple of Diana at Ephesus. They had means of intercommunication all over the then-known world, and from them, doubtless, sprang the guilds of the traveling masons known in the Middle Ages. See the Obelisk and Freemasonry. The fraternity of the Dionysiac architects spread throughout all of Asia Minor, even reaching Egypt and India. They established themselves in nearly all the countries bordering on the Mediterranean, and with the rise of the Roman Empire found their way into Central Europe and even into England. The most stately and enduring buildings in Constantinople, Rhodes, Athens, and Rome were erected by these inspired craftsmen. One of the most illustrious of their number was Vitruvius, the great architect, renowned as the author of De Architectura Libri Decim. In the various sections of his book Vitruvius gives several hints as to the philosophy underlying the Dionysiac concept of the principle of symmetry applied to the science of architecture. As derived from a consideration of the proportions established by nature between the parts and members of the human body. The following extract from Vitruvius on the subject of symmetry is representative. The design of a temple depends on symmetry, the principles of which must be most carefully observed by the architect. They are due to proportion, in Nu Alpha Lambda Omicron Gamma Alpha. Proportion is a correspondence among the measures of the members of an entire work, and of the whole to a certain part selected as standard. From this result the principles of symmetry. Without symmetry and proportion there can be no principles in the design of any temple, that is, if there is no precise relation between its members, as in the case of those of a well-shaped man. For the human body is so designed by nature that the face, from the chin to the top of the forehead and the lowest roots of the hair, is a tenth part of the whole height, the open hand from the wrist to the tip of the middle finger is just the same. The head from the chin to the crown is an eighth, and with the neck and shoulder from the top of the breast to the lowest roots of the hair is a sixth, from the middle of the breast to the summit of the crown is a fourth. If we take the height of the face itself, the distance from the bottom of the chin to the under side of the nostrils, and from that point, to a line between the eyebrows is the same. From there to the lowest roots of the hair is also a third, comprising the forehead. The length of the foot is 1/6 of the height of the body, of the forearm, 1/4, and the breadth of the breast is also 1/4. The other members, too, have their own symmetrical proportions, and it was by employing them that the famous painters and sculptors of antiquity attained to great and endless renown. The edifices raised by the Dionysiac builders were indeed sermons in stone. Though unable to comprehend fully the cosmic principles thus embodied in these masterpieces of human ingenuity and industry, even the uninitiated were invariably overwhelmed by the sense of majesty and symmetry resulting from the perfect coordination of pillars, spans, arches, and domes. By variations in the details of size, material, type, arrangement, ornamentation, and color, these inspired builders believed it possible to provoke in the nature of the onlooker certain distinct mental or emotional reactions. Vitruvius, for example, describes the disposition of bronze vases about a room so as to produce certain definite changes in the tone and quality of the human voice. In like manner, each chamber in the mysteries through which the candidate passed had its own peculiar acoustics. Thus in one chamber the voice of the priest was amplified until his words caused the very room to vibrate, while in another the voice was diminished and softened to such a degree that it sounded like the distant tinkling of silver bells. Again, in some of the underground passageways the candidate was apparently bereft of the power of speech, for though he shouted at the top of his voice not even a whisper was audible to his ears. After progressing a few feet, however, he would discover that his softest sigh would be re-echoed 100 times. The supreme ambition of the Dionysiac architects was the construction of buildings which would create distinct impressions consistent with the purpose for which the structure itself was designed. In common with the Pythagoreans, they believed it possible by combinations of straight lines and curves to induce any desired mental attitude or emotion. They labored, therefore, to the end of producing a building perfectly harmonious with the structure of the universe itself. They may have even believed that an edifice so constructed because it was in no respect at variance with any existing reality would not be subject to dissolution but would endure throughout the span of mortal time. As a logical deduction from their philosophic trend of thought, such a building en rapport with cosmos would also have become an oracle. Certain early works on magical philosophy hint that the Ark of the Covenant was oracular in character because of specially prepared chambers in its interior. These by their shape and arrangement were so attuned to the vibrations of the invisible world that they caught and amplified the voices of the ages imprinted upon and eternally existent in the substance of the astral light. Unskilled in these ancient subtleties of their profession, modern architects often create architectural absurdities which would cause their creators to blush with shame did they comprehend their actual symbolic import. Thus, phallic emblems are strewn in profusion among the adornments of banks, office buildings, and department stores. Christian churches also may be surmounted with Brahmin or Mohammedan domes or be designed in a style suitable for a Jewish synagogue or a Greek temple to Pluto. These incongruities may be considered trivial in importance by the modern designer, but to the trained psychologist the purpose for which a building was erected is frustrated in large measure by the presence of such architectural discordances. Vitruvius thus defines the principle of propriety as conceived and applied by the Dionysians. Propriety is that perfection of style which comes when a work is authoritatively constructed on approved principles. It arises from prescription, Greek theta epsilon mu alpha tau iota sigma mu, from usage, or from nature. From prescription, in the case of hypothral edifices, open to the sky, in honor of Jupiter lightning, the heaven, the sun, or the moon, for these are gods whose semblances and manifestations we behold before our very eyes in the sky when it is cloudless and bright. The temples of Minerva, Mars, and Hercules will be Doric, since the virile strength of these gods makes daintiness entirely inappropriate to their houses. In temples to Venus, Flora, Proserpine, spring water, and the nymphs, the Corinthian order will be found to have peculiar significance, because these are delicate divinities and so its rather slender outlines, its flowers, leaves, and ornamental volutes will lend propriety where it is due. The construction of temples of the Ionic order to Juno, Diana, Father Bacchus, and the other gods of that kind, will be in keeping with the middle position which they hold. For the building of such will be an appropriate combination of the severity of the Doric and the delicacy of the Corinthian. In describing the societies of Ionian artificers, Joseph da Costa declares the Dionysiac rites to have been founded upon the science of astronomy, which by the initiates of this order was correlated to the builder's art. In various documents dealing with the origin of architecture are found hints to the effect that the great buildings erected by these initiated craftsmen were based upon geometrical patterns derived from the constellations. Thus, a temple might be planned according to the constellation of Pegasus or a court of judgment modeled after the constellation of the scales. The Dionysians evolved a peculiar code by which they were able to communicate with one another in the dark, and both the symbols and the terminology of their guild were derived, in the main, from the elements of architecture. While stigmatized as pagans by reason of their philosophic principles, it is noteworthy that these Dionysiac craftsmen were almost universally employed in the erection of early Christian abbeys and cathedrals, whose stones even to this very day bear distinguishing marks and symbols cut into their surfaces by these illustrious builders. Among the ornate carvings upon the fronts of great churches of the Old World are frequently found representations of compasses, squares, rules, mallets, and clusters of builders' tools skillfully incorporated into mural decorations and even placed in the hands of the effigies of saints and prophets standing in exalted niches. A great mystery was contained in the ancient portals of the Cathedral of Notre Dame, which were destroyed during the French Revolution, for among their carvings were numerous Rosicrucian and Masonic emblems. And according to the records preserved by alchemists who studied their bas-reliefs, the secret processes for metallic transmutation were set forth in their grotesque yet most significant figures. The checkerboard floor upon which the modern Freemasonic lodge stands is the old tracing board of the Dionysiac architects. And while the modern organization is no longer limited to workmen's guilds, it still preserves in its symbols the metaphysical doctrines of the ancient society of which it is presumably the outgrowth. The investigator of the origin of Freemasonic symbolism who desires to trace the development of the order through the ages will find a practical suggestion in the following statement of Charles W. Heckethorn. But considering that Freemasonry is a tree the roots of which spread through so many soils, it follows that traces thereof must be found in its fruit. That its language and ritual should retain much of the various sects and institutions it has passed through before arriving at their present state, and in Masonry we meet with Indian, Egyptian, Jewish, and Christian ideas. Terms therefrom the supreme ambition of their craft and symbols. See the secret societies of all ages and countries. The Roman collegia of skilled architects were apparently a subdivision of the greater Ionian body, their principles and organization being practically identical with the older Ionian institution. It has been suspected that the Dionysians also profoundly influenced early Islamic culture, for part of their symbolism found its way into the mysteries of the dervishes. At one time the Dionysians referred to themselves as sons of Solomon, and one of the most important of their symbols was the seal of Solomon, two interlaced triangles. This motif is frequently seen in conspicuous parts of Mohammedan mosques. The Knights Templars who were suspected of anything and everything are believed to have contacted these Dionysiac artificers and to have introduced many of their symbols and doctrines into medieval Europe. But Freemasonry most of all owes to the Dionysiac cult the great mass of its symbols and rituals which are related to the science of architecture. From these ancient and illustrious artisans it also received the legacy of the unfinished temple of civilization, that vast, invisible structure upon which these initiated builders have labored continuously since the inception of their fraternity. This mighty edifice, which has fallen and been rebuilt time after time but whose foundations remain unmoved, is the true everlasting house of which the temple on the brow of Mount Moriah was but an impermanent symbol. Aside from the operative aspect of their order, the Dionysiac architects had a speculative philosophic code. Human society they considered as a rough and untrued ashlar but lately chiseled from the quarry of elemental nature. This crude block was the true object upon which these skilled craftsmen labored, polishing it, squaring it, and with the aid of fine carvings transforming it into a miracle of beauty. While mystics released their souls from the bondage of matter by meditation, and philosophers found their keenest joy in the profundities of thought. These master workmen achieved liberation from the wheel of life and death by learning to swing their hammers with the same rhythm that moves the swirling forces of cosmos. They venerated the deity under the guise of a great architect and master craftsman who was ever gouging rough ashlars from the fields of space and truing them into universes. The Dionysians affirmed constructiveness to be the supreme expression of the soul, and attuning themselves with the ever-visible constructive natural processes going on around them. Believed immortality could be achieved by thus becoming a part of the creative agencies of nature. Solomon, the personification of universal wisdom. The name Solomon may be divided into 3 syllables, Solomon, symbolizing light, glory, and truth collectively and respectively. The Temple of Solomon is, therefore, first of all, the house of everlasting light, its earthly symbol being the temple of stone on the brow of Mount Moriah. According to the mystery teachings, there are 3 temples of Solomon as there are 3 grand masters, 3 witnesses, and 3 tabernacles of the Transfiguration. The first temple is the grand house of the universe, in the midst of which sits the sun, Sol, upon his golden throne. The 12 signs of the zodiac as fellow craftsmen gather around their shining lord. 3 lights the stellar, the solar, and the lunar illuminate this cosmic temple. Accompanied by his retinue of planets, moons, and asteroids, this divine king, Solomon, whose glory no earthly monarch shall ever equal, passes in stately pomp down the avenues of space. Whereas Hiram represents the active physical light of the sun, Solomon signifies its invisible but all-powerful, spiritual and intellectual effulgency. The second symbolic temple is the human body, the little house made in the image of the great universal house. Know ye not, asked the Apostle Paul, that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Freemasonry within a temple of stone cannot be other than speculative, but Freemasonry within the living temple of the body is operative. The third symbolic temple is the solar house, an invisible structure, the comprehension of which is a supreme Freemasonic arcanum. The mystery of this intangible edifice is concealed under the allegory of the Soma Suchikon, or wedding garment described by St. Paul, the robes of glory of the high priest of Israel, the yellow robe of the Buddhist monk, and the robe of blue and gold to which Albert Pike refers in his symbolism. The soul, constructed from an invisible fiery substance, a flaming golden metal, is cast by the master workman, Hiram Abiff, into the mold of clay, the physical body, and is called the molten sea. The temple of the human soul is built by 3 master masons personifying wisdom, love, and service, and when constructed according to the law of life the Spirit of God dwells in the holy place thereof. The solar temple is the true everlasting house, and he who can raise or cast it is a master mason indeed. The best-informed Masonic writers have realized that Solomon's temple is a representation in miniature of the universal temple. Concerning this point, A. Waite, in a new encyclopedia of Freemasonry, writes, "It is macrocosmic in character, so that the temple is a symbol of the universe, a type of manifestation itself. Solomon, the spirit of universal illumination, mental, spiritual, moral, and physical, is personified in the king of an earthly nation. While a great ruler by that name may have built a temple, he who considers the story solely from its historical angle will never clear away the rubbish that covers the secret vaults. The rubbish is interpolated matter in the form of superficial symbols, allegories, and degrees which have no legitimate part in the original Freemasonic mysteries." Concerning the loss of the true esoteric key to Masonic secrets, Albert Pike writes, "No one journeys now from the high place of Cabaon to the threshing floor of Oman the Jebusite, nor has seen his master, clothed in blue and gold. Nor are apprentices and fellow crafts any longer paid at their respective columns. Nor is the master's working tool the tracing board, nor does he use in his work chalk, charcoal, and an earthen vessel, nor does the apprentice, becoming a fellow craft, pass from the square to the compass. For the meanings of these phrases as symbols have long been lost. The mystery of the microcosm. Redrawn from Cesariano's edition of Vitruvius. Herein is depicted the mysterious word of Plato which was crucified in space before the foundation of the world. The anonymous author of the canon writes, "The logos or soul of the world, according to Plato, the Greek Hermes, and the Christ, according to the Christian Gnostics, are all one and the same as the Hebrew Adam Kadmon. Who is the second person of the Kabbalistic triad? The Selenian Hermes, described by Hippolytus, so exactly resembles the lesser man found in Caesariano's edition of Vitruvius, that they may be justifiably considered to be identical. After relating the figure to Dionysus because of the vine leaves wound in the hair, the same writer concludes, "Here we have clearly and distinctly a curious survival of the cosmic deity of Greece. Copied and disfigured by the crude draftsman of the Middle Ages, but faithfully preserved, and recognizable to the last." Similar figures are to be found in Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia. Like Caesariano's diagrams, however, the key given for their interpretation is most inadequate. Agrippa declares that, being a type of the lesser world, man contains in himself all numbers, measures, weights, motions, and elements. The secret doctrine of Freemasonry, like that of the Dionysiac architects, is concerned primarily with the effort to measure or estimate philosophically the parts and proportions of the microcosm, so that by the knowledge derived therefrom the supreme ambition of their craft might be realized the creation of a perfect man. According to the ancient rabbins, Solomon was an initiate of the mystery schools, and the temple which he built was actually a house of initiation containing a mass of pagan philosophic and phallic emblems. The pomegranates, the palm-headed columns, the pillars before the door, the Babylonian cherubim, and the arrangement of the chambers and draperies all indicate the temple to have been patterned after the sanctuaries of Egypt and Atlantis. Isaac Meyer, in the Kabbalah, makes the following observation. The Pseudo-Clement of Rome writes, "God made man male and female. The male is Christ, the female, the Church." The Kabbalists called the Holy Spirit, the Mother, and the Church of Israel, the Daughter. Solomon engraved on the walls of his temple, likenesses of the male and female principles, to adumbrate this mystery. Such, it is said, were the figures of the cherubim. This was, however, not in obedience to the words of the Torah. They were symbolical of the upper, the spiritual, the former or maker, positive or male, and the lower, the passive, the negative or female, formed or made by the first. Masonry came to northern Africa and Asia Minor from the lost continent of Atlantis, not under its present name but rather under the general designation sun and fire worship. The ancient mysteries did not cease to exist when Christianity became the world's most powerful religion. Great Pan did not die. Freemasonry is the proof of his survival. The pre-Christian mysteries simply assumed the symbolism of the new faith, perpetuating through its emblems and allegories the same truths which had been the property of the wise since the beginning of the world. There is no true explanation, therefore, for Christian symbols save that which is concealed within pagan philosophy. Without the mysterious keys carried by the hierophants of the Egyptian, Brahmin, and Persian cults the gates of wisdom cannot be opened. Consider with reverent spirit, therefore, the sublime allegory of the temple and its builders, realizing that beneath its literal interpretation lies hidden a royal secret. According to the Talmudic legends, Solomon understood the mysteries of the Kabbalah. He was also an alchemist and a necromancer, being able to control the demons, and from them and other inhabitants of the invisible worlds he secured much of his wisdom. In his translation of Clavicula Salomonis, or the Key of Solomon the King, a work presumably setting forth the magical secrets gathered by Solomon and used by him in the conjuration of spirits and which, according to Frank C. Higgins, contains many sidelights on Masonic initiatory rituals. S.L. MacGregor Mathers recognizes the probability that King Solomon was a magician in the fullest sense of that word. I see no reason to doubt, he affirms, the tradition which assigns the authorship of the Key to King Solomon, for among others Josephus, the Jewish historian, especially mentions the magical works attributed to that monarch. This is confirmed by many Eastern traditions, and his magical skill is frequently mentioned in the Arabian Nights. Concerning Solomon's supernatural powers, Josephus writes in his 8th book of the Antiquities of the Jews. Now the sagacity and wisdom which God had bestowed on Solomon was so great that he exceeded the ancients. In so much that he was no way inferior to the Egyptians, who are said to have been beyond all men in understanding. God also enabled him to learn that skill which expelled demons, which is a science useful and sanative to him. He composed such incantations also by which distempers are alleviated. And he left behind him the manner of using exorcisms, by which they drive away demons, so that they never return, and this method of cure is of great force unto this day. The medieval alchemists were convinced that King Solomon understood the secret processes of Hermes by means of which it was possible to multiply metals. Dr. Backstrom writes that the universal spirit, see Hiram, assisted King Solomon to build his temple, because Solomon being wise in the wisdom of alchemy knew how to control this incorporeal essence and, setting it to work for him, caused the invisible universe to supply him with vast amounts of gold and silver which most people believed were mined by natural methods. The mysteries of the Islamic faith are now in the keeping of the dervishes, men who, renouncing worldliness, have withstood the test of 1,001 days of temptation. Jalaluddin, the great Persian Sufic poet and philosopher, is accredited with having founded the order of Mevlevi, or the dancing dervishes, whose movements exoterically signify the motions of the celestial bodies and esoterically result in the establishment of a rhythm which stimulates the centers of spiritual consciousness within the dancer's body. According to the mystical canon, there are always on earth a certain number of holy men who are admitted to intimate communion with the deity. The one who occupies the highest position among his contemporaries is called the axis, cup, or pole of his time. Subordinate to the cup are two holy beings who bear the title of the Faithful Ones, and are assigned places on his right and left respectively. Below these is a quartet of intermediate ones, Evtad. And on successively lower planes 8 lights, Invar, and 7 very good, Akyar. The next rank is filled by 40 absent ones, Rijalai Gabe, also termed martyrs, Shuhada. When an axis quits this earthly existence, he is succeeded by the faithful one, who has occupied the place at his right hand. For to these holy men, who also bear the collective titles of Lords of Souls, and Directors, is committed a spiritual supremacy over mankind far exceeding the temporal authority of earthly rulers. See Mysticism and Magic in Turkey, by L. M. J. Garnett. The Axis is a mysterious individual who, unknown and unsuspected, mingles with mankind and who, according to tradition, has his favorite seat upon the roof of the Kaaba. J. P. Brown, in The Dervishes, gives a description of these master souls. Freemasonry's priceless heritage. The sanctum sanctorum of Freemasonry is ornamented with the Gnostic jewels of 1,000 ages. Its rituals ring with the divinely inspired words of seers and sages. 100 religious have brought their gifts of wisdom to its altar, arts and sciences unnumbered have contributed to its symbolism. Freemasonry is a worldwide university, teaching the liberal arts and sciences of the soul to all who will hearken to its words. Its chairs are seats of learning and its pillars uphold an arch of universal education. Its trestle boards are inscribed with the eternal verities of all ages, and upon those who comprehend its sacred depths has dawned the realization that within the Freemasonic mysteries lie hidden the long-lost arcana sought by all peoples since the genesis of human reason. The philosophic power of Freemasonry lies in its symbols, its priceless heritage from the mystery schools of antiquity. In a letter to Robert Freak Gould, Albert Pike writes, "It began to shape itself to my intellectual vision into something more imposing and majestic, solemnly mysterious and grand. It seemed to me like the pyramids in their loneliness, in whose yet undiscovered chambers may be hidden, for the enlightenment of coming generations, the sacred books of the Egyptians, so long lost to the world. Like the SPHNX half buried in the desert." In its symbolism, which and its spirit of brotherhood are its essence, Freemasonry is more ancient than any of the world's living religions. It has the symbols and doctrines which, older than himself, Zarathustra inculcated. And too seem to me a spectacle sublime, yet pitiful, the ancient faith of our ancestors holding out to the world its symbols once so eloquent, and mutely and in vain asking for an interpreter. And so I came at last to see that the true greatness and majesty of Freemasonry consist in its proprietorship of these and its other symbols, and that its symbolism is its soul. Though the temples of Thebes and Karnak be now but majestic heaps of broken and time-battered stone, the spirit of Egyptian philosophy still marches triumphant through the centuries. Though the rock-hewn sanctuaries of the ancient Brahmins be now deserted and their carvings crumbled into dust, still the wisdom of the Vedas endures. Though the oracles be silenced and the house of the mysteries be now but rows of ghostly columns, still shines the spiritual glory of Hellas with luster undiminished. Though Zoroaster, Hermes, Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle are now but dim memories in a world once rocked by the transcendency of their intellectual genius, still in the mystic temple of Freemasonry these god-men live again in their words and symbols. And the candidate, passing through the initiations, feels himself face to face with these illumined hierophants of days long past. Mystic Christianity. The true story of the life of Jesus of Nazareth has never been unfolded to the world, either in the accepted Gospels or in the Apocrypha. Although a few stray hints may be found in some of the commentaries written by the Ante-Nicene Fathers, the facts concerning his identity and mission are among the priceless mysteries preserved to this day in the secret vaults beneath the houses of the brethren. To a few of the Knights Templars, who were initiated into the arcana of the Druzes, Nazarenes, Essenes, Johannites, and other sects still inhabiting the remote and inaccessible fastnesses of the Holy Land, part of the strange story was told. The knowledge of the Templars concerning the early history of Christianity was undoubtedly one of the main reasons for their persecution and final annihilation. The discrepancies in the writings of the early Church Fathers not only are irreconcilable, but demonstrate beyond question that even during the first 5 centuries after Christ these learned men had for the basis of their writings little more substantial than folklore and hearsay. To the easy believer everything is possible and there are no problems. The unemotional person in search of facts, however, is confronted by a host of problems with uncertain factors, of which the following are typical. According to popular conception, Jesus was crucified during the 33rd year of his life and in the 3rd year of his ministry following his baptism. About AD 180, Saint Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, one of the most eminent of the ante-Nicene theologians, wrote against heresies, an attack on the doctrines of the Gnostics. In this work Irenaeus declared upon the authority of the apostles themselves that Jesus lived to old age. To quote, they, however, that they may establish their false opinion regarding that which is written, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, maintain that he preached for 1 year only, and then suffered in the 12th month. In speaking thus, they are forgetful of their own disadvantage, destroying his whole work, and robbing him of that age which is both more necessary and more honorable than any other. That more advanced age, I mean, during which also as a teacher he excelled all others. For how could he have had his disciples, if he did not teach? And how could he have taught, unless he had reached the age of a master? For when he came to be baptized, he had not yet completed his 30th year, but was beginning to be about 30 years of age, for thus Luke, who has mentioned his years, has expressed it, now Jesus was, as it were, beginning to be 30 years old, when he came to receive baptism. And, according to these men, he preached only 1 year reckoning from his baptism. On completing his 30th year he suffered, being in fact still a young man, and who had by no means attained to advanced age. Now, that the first stage of early life embraces 30 years, and that this extends onward to the 40th year, every one will admit. But from the 40th and 50th year a man begins to decline towards old age, which our Lord possessed while he still fulfilled the office of a teacher, even as the Gospel and all the elders testify. Those who were conversant in Asia with John, the disciple of the Lord, affirming, that John conveyed to them that information. And he remained among them up to the time of Trajan. Some of them, moreover, saw not only John, but the other apostles also, and heard the very same account from them, and bear testimony as to the validity of the statement. Whom then should we rather believe? Whether such men as these, or Ptolemaeus, who never saw the apostles, and who never even in his dreams attained to the slightest trace of an apostle? Commenting on the foregoing passage, Godfrey Higgins remarks that it has fortunately escaped the hands of those destroyers who have attempted to render the gospel narratives consistent by deleting all such statements. He also notes that the doctrine of the crucifixion was a vexata quaestio among Christians even during the 2nd century. The evidence of Irenaeus, he says, cannot be touched. On every principle of sound criticism, and of the doctrine of probabilities, it is unimpeachable. It should further be noted that Irenaeus prepared this statement to contradict another apparently current in his time to the effect that the ministry of Jesus lasted but 1 year. Of all the early fathers, Irenaeus, writing within 80 years after the death of St. John the Evangelist, should have had reasonably accurate information. If the disciples themselves related that Jesus lived to advanced age in the body, why has the mysterious number 33 been arbitrarily chosen to symbolize the duration of his life? Were the incidents in the life of Jesus purposely altered so that his actions would fit more closely into the pattern established by the numerous savior gods who preceded him? That these analogies were recognized and used as a leverage in converting the Greeks and Romans is evident from a perusal of the writings of Justin Martyr, another 2nd century authority. In his Apology, Justin addresses the pagans thus. And when we say also that the Word, who is the first birth of God, was produced without sexual union, and that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was crucified and died, and rose again, and ascended into heaven, we propound nothing different from what you believe regarding those whom you esteem sons of Jupiter. And if we assert that the Word of God was born of God in a peculiar manner, different from ordinary generation, let this, as said above, be no extraordinary thing to you, who say that Mercury is the angelic Word of God. But if any one objects that he was crucified, in this also he is on a par with those reputed sons of Jupiter of yours, who suffered as we have now enumerated. From this it is evident that the first missionaries of the Christian Church were far more willing to admit the similarities between their faith and the faiths of the pagans than were their successors in later centuries. In an effort to solve some of the problems arising from any attempt to chronicle accurately the life of Jesus, it has been suggested that there may have lived in Syria at that time 2 or more religious teachers bearing the name Jesus, Jehoshua or Joshua, and that the lives of these men may have been confused in the Gospel stories. In his Secret Sects of Syria and the Lebanon, Bernard H. Springett, a Masonic author, quotes from an early book, the name of which he was not at liberty to disclose because of its connection with the ritual of a sect. The last part of his quotation is germane to the subject at hand. But Jehovah prospered the seed of the Essenians, in holiness and love, for many generations. Then came the chief of the angels, according to the commandment of God, to raise up an heir to the voice of Jehovah. And, in 4 generations more, an heir was born, and named Joshua, and he was the child of Joseph and Mara, devout worshippers of Jehovah, who stood aloof from all other people save the Essenians. And this Joshua, in Nazareth, re-established Jehovah, and restored many of the lost rites and ceremonies. In the 36th year of his age he was stoned to death in Jerusalem. The Round Table of King Arthur. From Jennings the Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries. According to tradition, Arthur, when a boy of 15, was crowned King of Britain, in AD 516. Soon after his ascension to the throne he founded the Order of the Knights of the Round Table at Windsor. Thereafter the knights met annually at Carlion, Winchester, or at Camelot, to celebrate Pentecost. From all parts of Europe came the brave and the bold, seeking admission into this noble order of British knighthood. Nobility, virtue, and valor were its requirements, and those possessing these qualities to a marked degree were welcome to King Arthur's court at Camelot. Having gathered the bravest and noblest knights of Europe about him, King Arthur chose 24 who excelled all the others in daring and integrity and formed of them his circle of the Round Table. According to legend, each of these knights was so great in dignity and power that none could occupy a more exalted seat than another. So when they gathered at the table to celebrate the anniversary of their foundation it was necessary to use a round table that all might occupy chairs of equal importance. While it is probable that the Order of the Round Table had its distinctive rituals and symbols, the knowledge of them has not survived the ages. Elias Ashmole, in his volume on the Order of the Garter, inserted a double-page plate showing the insignia of all the orders of knighthood, the block set aside for the symbol of the Round Table being left blank. The chief reason for the loss of the symbolism of the Round Table was the untimely death of King Arthur upon the field of Camblin, AD 542, in the 41st year of his life. While he destroyed his bitter enemy, Mordred, in this famous battle, it cast him not only his own life but the lives of nearly all his knights of the Round Table, who died defending their commander. Within the last century several books have been published to supplement the meager descriptions in the Gospels of Jesus and his ministry. In some instances these narratives claim to be founded upon early manuscripts recently discovered. In others, upon direct spiritual revelation. Some of these writings are highly plausible, while others are incredible. There are persistent rumors that Jesus visited and studied in both Greece and India, and that a coin struck in his honor in India during the 1st century has been discovered. Early Christian records are known to exist in Tibet, and the monks of a Buddhist monastery in Ceylon still preserve a record which indicates that Jesus sojourned with them and became conversant with their philosophy. Although early Christianity shows every evidence of Oriental influence, this is a subject the modern Church declines to discuss. If it is ever established beyond question that Jesus was an initiate of the pagan Greek or Asiatic mysteries, the effect upon the more conservative members of the Christian faith is likely to be cataclysmic. If Jesus was God incarnate, as the solemn councils of the Church discovered, why is he referred to in the New Testament as called of God and High Prim after the order of Melchizedek? The words, after the order, make Jesus one of a line or order of which there must have been others of equal or even superior dignity. If the Melchizedeks were the divine or priestly rulers of the nations of the earth before the inauguration of the system of temporal rulers, then the statements attributed to St. Paul would indicate that Jesus either was one of these philosophic elect, or was attempting to re-establish their system of government. It will be remembered that Melchizedek also performed the same ceremony of the drinking of wine and the breaking of bread as did Jesus at the Last Supper. George Faber declares the original name of Jesus was Jesua HaMessiah. Godfrey Higgins has discovered 2 references, one in the Midrash Jahaleth and the other in the Abadazra, early Jewish commentaries on the scriptures, to the effect that the surname of Joseph's family was Panther. For in both of these works it is stated that a man was healed, in the name of Jesus ben Panther. The name Panther establishes a direct connection between Jesus and Bacchus, who was nursed by panthers and is sometimes depicted riding either on one of these animals or in a chariot drawn by them. The skin of the panther was also sacred in certain of the Egyptian initiatory ceremonials. The monogram IHS, now interpreted to mean Jesus Hominum Salvator, Jesus Savior of Men, is another direct link between the Christian and the Bakshik rites. IHS is derived from the Greek upsilon eta sigma, which, as its numerical value, 608, signifies, is emblematic of the sun and constituted the sacred and concealed name of Bacchus. See The Celtic Druids by Godfrey Higgins. The question arises, was early Roman Christianity confused with the worship of Bacchus because of the numerous parallelisms in the two faiths? If the affirmative can be proved, many hitherto incomprehensible enigmas of the New Testament will be solved. It is by no means improbable that Jesus himself originally propounded as allegories the cosmic activities which were later confused with his own life. That the Chi-Rho Iota Sigma Tau, Christos, represents the solar power reverenced by every nation of antiquity cannot be controverted. If Jesus revealed the nature and purpose of this solar power under the name and personality of Christos, thereby giving to this abstract power the attributes of a God-man, he but followed a precedent set by all previous world teachers. This God-man, thus endowed with all the qualities of deity, signifies the latent divinity in every man. Mortal man achieves deification only through at-one-ment with this divine self. Union with the immortal self constitutes immortality, and he who finds his true self is therefore saved. This Christos, or divine man in man, is man's real hope of salvation, the living mediator between abstract deity and mortal humankind. As Hades, Adonis, Bacchus, and Orpheus in all likelihood were originally illumined men who later were confused with the symbolic personages whom they created as personifications of this divine power, so Jesus has been confused with the Christos, or God-man, whose wonders he preached. Since the Christos was the God-man imprisoned in every creature, it was the first duty of the initiate to liberate, or resurrect, this eternal one within himself. He who attained reunion with his Christos was consequently termed a Christian, or christened, man. One of the most profound doctrines of the pagan philosophers concerned the universal Savior God who lifted the souls of regenerated men to heaven through his own nature. This concept was unquestionably the inspiration for the words attributed to Jesus, "I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father but by me." In an effort to make a single person out of Jesus and his Christos, Christian writers have patched together a doctrine which must be resolved back into its original constituents if the true meaning of Christianity is to be rediscovered. In the Gospel narratives, the Christos represents the perfect man who, having passed through the various stages of the world mystery, symbolized by the 33 years, ascends to the heaven sphere where he is reunited with his eternal Father. The story of Jesus as now preserved is like the Masonic story of Hiram Abiff, part of a secret initiatory ritualism belonging to the early Christian and pagan mysteries. During the centuries just prior to the Christian era, the secrets of the pagan mysteries had gradually fallen into the hands of the profane. To the student of comparative religion it is evident that these secrets, gathered by a small group of faithful philosophers and mystics, were reclothed in new symbolical garments and thus preserved for several centuries under the name of mystic Christianity. It is generally supposed that the Essenes were the custodians of this knowledge and also the initiators and educators of Jesus. If so, Jesus was undoubtedly initiated in the same temple of Melchizedek where Pythagoras had studied 6 centuries before. The Essenes, the most prominent of the early Syrian sects, were an order of pious men and women who lived lives of asceticism, spending their days in simple labor and their evenings in prayer. Josephus, the great Jewish historian, speaks of them in the highest terms. They teach the immortality of the soul, he says, and esteem that the rewards of righteousness are to be earnestly striven for. In another place he adds, yet is their course of life better than that of other men, and they entirely addict themselves to husbandry. The name Essenes is supposed to be derived from an ancient Syrian word meaning physician, and these kindly folk are believed to have held as their purpose of existence the healing of the sick in mind, soul, and body. According to Edouard Schur, they had 2 principal communities, or centers, one in Egypt on the banks of Lake Maurice, the other in Palestine at En-Gadi, near the Dead Sea. Some authorities trace the Essenes back to the schools of Samuel the prophet, but most agree on either an Egyptian or Oriental origin. Their methods of prayer, meditation, and fasting were not unlike those of the holy men of the Far East. Membership in the Essene order was possible only after a year of probation. This mystery school, like so many others, had 3 degrees, and only a few candidates passed successfully through all. The Essenes were divided into 2 distinct communities, one consisting of celibates and the other of members who were married. The Essenes never became merchants or entered into the commercial life of cities, but maintained themselves by agriculture and the raising of sheep for wool, also by such crafts as pottery and carpentry. In the Gospels and Apocrypha, Joseph, the father of Jesus, is referred to as both a carpenter and a potter. In the apocryphal Gospel of Thomas and also that of Pseudo-Matthew, the child Jesus is described as making sparrows out of clay which came to life and flew away when he clapped his hands. The Essenes were regarded as among the better educated class of Jews, and there are accounts of their having been chosen as tutors for the children of Roman officers stationed in Syria. The fact that so many artificers were listed among their number is responsible for the orders being considered as a progenitor of modern Freemasonry. The symbols of the Essenes include a number of builders' tools, and they were secretly engaged in the erection of a spiritual and philosophical temple to serve as a dwelling place for the living God. The Great George and Collar of the Garter. From Ashmole's Order of the Garter. The Order of the Garter was probably formed by Edward III in imitation of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, which institution was hopelessly scattered after the Battle of Camblan. The popular story to the effect that the Countess of Salisbury's garter was the original inspiration for the foundation of the order is untenable. The motto of the Order of the Garter is Honi soit mal y pense, shamed be he who thinks evil of it. St. George is looked upon as the patron of the order, for he typifies the higher nature of man overcoming the dragon of his own lower nature. While St. George is supposed to have lived during the 3rd century, it is probable that he was a mythological personage borrowed from pagan mythology. Like the Gnostics, the Essenes were emanationists. One of their chief objects was the reinterpretation of the Mosaic Law according to certain secret spiritual keys preserved by them from the time of the founding of their order. It would thus follow that the Essenes were Kabbalists and, like several other contemporary sects flourishing in Syria, were awaiting the advent of the Messiah promised in the early biblical writings. Joseph and Mary, the parents of Jesus, are believed to have been members of the Essene order. Joseph was many years the senior of Mary. According to the Protevangelium, he was a widower with grown sons, and in the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew he refers to Mary as a little child less in age than his own grandchildren. In her infancy Mary was dedicated to the Lord, and the apocryphal writings contain many accounts of miracles associated with her early childhood. When she was 12 years old, the priests held council as to the future of this child who had dedicated herself to the Lord, and the Jewish high priest, bearing the breastplate, entered into the Holy of Holies, where an angel appeared to him, saying, Zacharias, go forth and summon the widowers of the people and let them take a rod apiece and she shall be the wife of him to whom the Lord shall show a sign. Going forth to meet the priests at the head of the widowers, Joseph collected the rods of all the other men and gave them into the keeping of the priests. Now Joseph's rod was but half as long as the others, and the priests on returning the rods to the widowers paid no attention to Joseph's but left it behind in the Holy of Holies. When all the other widowers had received back their wands, the priests awaited a sign from heaven, but none came. Joseph, because of his advanced age, did not ask for the return of his rod, for to him it was inconceivable that he should be chosen. But an angel appeared to the high priest, ordering him to give back the short rod which lay unnoticed in the Holy of Holies. As the high priest handed the rod to Joseph, a white dove flew from the end of it and rested upon the head of the aged carpenter, and to him was given the child. The editor of the sacred books and early literature of the East calls attention to the peculiar spirit with which the childhood of Jesus is treated in most of the apocryphal books of the New Testament. Particularly in one work attributed to the doubting Thomas, the earliest known Greek version of which dates from about A.D. 200, the child Christ is represented almost as an imp, cursing and destroying those who annoy him. This apocryphal work, calculated to inspire its readers with fear and trembling, was popular during the Middle Ages because it was in full accord with the cruel and persecuting spirit of medieval Christianity. Like many other early sacred books, the Book of Thomas was fabricated for two closely allied purposes: first, to outshine the pagans in miracle working; second, to inspire all unbelievers with the fear of the Lord. Apocryphal writings of this sort have no possible basis in fact. At one time an asset, the miracles of Christianity have become its greatest liability. Supernatural phenomena, in a credulous age interpolated to impress the ignorant, in this century have only achieved the alienation of the intelligent. In the Greek Gospel of Nicodemus it is declared that when Jesus was brought into the presence of Pilate, the standards borne by the Roman guards bowed their tops in homage to him in spite of every effort made by the soldiers to prevent it. In the letters of Pilate the statement also appears that Caesar, being wroth at Pilate for executing a just man, ordered him to be decapitated. Praying for forgiveness, Pilate was visited by an angel of the Lord, who reassured the Roman governor by promising him that all Christendom should remember his name and that when Christ came the second time to judge his people he, Pilate, should come before him as his witness. Stories like the foregoing represent the incrustations that have attached themselves to the body of Christianity during the centuries. The popular mind itself has been the self-appointed guardian and perpetuator of these legends, bitterly opposing every effort to divest the faith of these questionable accumulations. While popular tradition often contains certain basic elements of truth, these elements are usually distorted out of all proportion. Thus, while the generalities of the story may be fundamentally true, the details are hopelessly erroneous. Of truth as of beauty it may be said that it is most adorned when unadorned. Through the mist of fantastic accounts which obscure the true foundation of the Christian faith is faintly visible to the discerning few a great and noble doctrine communicated to the world by a great and noble soul. Joseph and Mary, two devout and holy-minded souls, consecrated to the service of God and dreaming of the coming of a Messiah to serve Israel, obeyed the injunctions of the high priest of the Essenes to prepare a body for the coming of a great soul. Thus of an immaculate conception Jesus was born. By immaculate is meant clean, rather than supernatural. Jesus was reared and educated by the Essenes and later initiated into the most profound of their mysteries. Like all great initiates, he must travel in an easterly direction, and the silent years of his life no doubt were spent in familiarizing himself with that secret teaching later to be communicated by him to the world. Having consummated the ascetic practices of his order, he attained to the christening. Having thus reunited himself with his own spiritual source, he then went forth in the name of the one who has been crucified since before the worlds were and, gathering about him disciples and apostles. He instructed them in that secret teaching which had been lost in part, at least from the doctrines of Israel. His fate is unknown, but in all probability he suffered that persecution which is the lot of those who seek to reconstruct the ethical, philosophical, or religious systems of their day. To the multitudes Jesus spoke in parables. To his disciples he also spoke in parables, though of a more exalted and philosophic nature. Voltaire said that Plato should have been canonized by the Christian Church, for, being the first propounder of the Christos mystery, he contributed more to its fundamental doctrines than any other single individual. Jesus disclosed to his disciples that the lower world is under the control of a great spiritual being which had fashioned it according to the will of the Eternal Father. The mind of this great angel was both the mind of the world and also the worldly mind. So that men should not die of worldliness, the Eternal Father sent unto creation the eldest and most exalted of his powers, the divine mind. This divine mind offered itself as a living sacrifice and was broken up and eaten by the world. Having given its spirit and its body at a secret and sacred supper to the 12 manners of rational creatures, this divine mind became a part of every living thing. Man was thereby enabled to use this power as a bridge across which he might pass and attain immortality. He who lifted up his soul to this divine mind and served it was righteous and, having attained righteousness, liberated this divine mind, which thereupon returned again in glory to its own divine source. And because he had brought to them this knowledge, the disciples said one to another, Lo, he is himself this mind personified. The Arthurian cycle and legend of the Holy Grail. According to legend, the body of the Christos, the spiritual law, was given into the keeping of 2 men, of whom the Gospels make but brief mention. These were Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea, both devout men who, though not listed among the disciples or apostles of the Christos, were of all men chosen to be custodians of his sacred remains. Joseph of Arimathea was one of the initiated brethren and is called by A.E. Waite, in his A New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the first bishop of Christendom, just as the temporal, or visible, power of the Holy See was established by St. Peter. So the spiritual, or invisible, body of the faith was entrusted to the secret church of the Holy Grail, through apostolic succession from Joseph of Arimathea, into whose keeping had been given the perpetual symbols of the covenant, the ever-flowing cup and the bleeding spear. Jacob Boehme, the Teutonic Theosopher. From William Law's translation of the works of Jacob Boehme. Jacob Boehme was born in the year 1575 in a village near Gorlitz, and died in Silesia in 1624. He had but little schooling and was apprenticed at an early age to a shoemaker. He later became a journeyman shoemaker, married and had 4 children. One day while tending his master's shoe shop, a mysterious stranger entered who, while he seemed to possess but little of this world's goods, appeared to be most wise and noble in spiritual attainment. The stranger asked the price of a pair of shoes, but young Boehme did not dare to name a figure, for fear that he would displease his master. The stranger insisted, and Boehme finally placed a valuation which he was all that his master possibly could hope to secure for the shoes. The stranger immediately bought them and departed. A short distance down the street the mysterious stranger stopped and cried out in a loud voice, "Jacob, Jacob, come forth." In amazement and fright, Boehme ran out of the house. The strange man fixed his yes upon the youth's great eyes, which sparkled and seemed filled with divine light. He took the boy's right hand and addressed him as follows, "Jacob, thou art little, but shalt be great, and become another man, such a one as at whom the world shall wonder. Therefore be pious, fear God, and reverence his word. Read diligently the Holy Scriptures, wherein you have comfort and instruction. For thou ust endure much misery and poverty, and suffer persecution, but be courageous and persevere, for God loves, and is gracious to thee. Deeply impressed by the prediction, Boehme became ever more intense in his search for truth. At last his labors were rewarded. For 7 days he remained in a mysterious condition, during which time the mysteries of the invisible world were revealed to him. It has been said of Jacob Boehme that he revealed to all mankind the deepest secrets of alchemy. He died surrounded by his family, his last words being, "Now I go hence into paradise." Presumably obeying instructions of St. Philip, Joseph of Arimathea, carrying the sacred relics, reached Britain after passing through many and varied hardships. Here a site was allotted to him for the erection of a church, and in this manner Glastonbury Abbey was founded. Joseph planted his staff in the earth and it took root, becoming a miraculous thorn bush which blossomed twice a year and which is now called the Glastonbury thorn. The end of the life of Joseph of Arimathea is unknown. By some it is believed that, like Enoch, he was translated, by others, that he was buried in Glastonbury Abbey. Repeated attempts have been made to find the Holy Grail, which many believe to have been hidden in a crypt beneath the ancient abbey. The Glastonbury chalice recently discovered and by the devout supposed to be the original sangreal can scarcely be accepted as genuine by the critical investigator. Beyond its inherent interest as a relic, like the famous Antioch chalice, it actually proves nothing when it is realized that practically little more was known about the Christian mysteries 18 centuries ago than can be discovered today. The origin of the Grail myth, as of nearly every other element in the great drama, is curiously elusive. Sufficient foundation for it may be found in the folklore of the British Isles, which contains many accounts of magic cauldrons, kettles, cups, and drinking horns. The earliest Grail legends describe the cup as a veritable horn of plenty. Its contents were inexhaustible and those who served it never hungered or thirsted. One account states that no matter how desperately ill a person might be, he could not die within 8 days of beholding the cup. Some authorities believe the Holy Grail to be the perpetuation of the holy cup used in the rites of Adonis and Hades. A communion cup or chalice was used in several of the ancient mysteries, and the god Bacchus is frequently symbolized in the form of a vase, cup, or urn. In nature worship, the ever-flowing Grail signifies the bounty of the harvest by which the life of man is sustained. Like Mercury's bottomless pitcher, it is the inexhaustible fountain of natural resource. From the evidence at hand, it would indeed be erroneous to ascribe a purely Christian origin to the Grail symbolism. In the Arthurian cycle appears a strange and mysterious figure, Merlin, the magician. In one of the legends concerning him, it is declared that when Jesus was sent to liberate the world from the bondage of evil, the adversary determined to send an Antichrist to undo his labors. The devil, therefore, in the form of a horrible dragon, overshadowed a young woman who had taken refuge in sanctuary to escape the evil which had destroyed her family. When Merlin, her child, was born, he partook of the characteristics of his human mother and demon father. Merlin, however, did not serve the powers of darkness but, being converted to the true light, retained only 2 of the supernatural powers inherited from his father, prophecy and miracle working. The story of Merlin's infernal father must really be considered as an allegorical allusion to the fact that he was a philosophical son of the serpent or dragon, a title applied to all initiates of the mysteries, who thus acknowledge nature as their mortal mother and wisdom in the form of the serpent or dragon as their immortal father. Confusion of the dragon and serpent with the powers of evil has resulted as an inevitable consequence from misinterpretation of the early chapters of Genesis. Arthur, while an infant, was given into the keeping of Merlin, the mage, and in his youth instructed by him in the secret doctrine and probably initiated into the deepest secrets of natural magic. With Merlin's assistance, Arthur became the leading general of Britain, a degree of dignity which has been confused with kingship. After Arthur had drawn the sword of Branstock from the anvil and thus established his divine right to leadership, Merlin further assisted him to secure from the Lady of the Lake the sacred sword Excalibur. After the establishment of the Round Table, having fulfilled his duty, Merlin disappeared, according to one account vanishing into the air, where he still exists as a shadow communicating at will with mortals. According to another, retiring of his own accord into a great stone vault which he sealed from within. It is reasonably certain that many legends regarding Charlemagne were later associated with Arthur, who is most famous for establishing the Order of the Round Table at Winchester. Reliable information is not to be had concerning the ceremonies and initiatory rituals of the Table Round. In one story the table was endowed with the powers of expansion and contraction so that 15 or 1500 could be seated around it, according to whatever need might arise. The most common accounts fix the number of knights who could be seated at one time at the round table at either 12 or 24. The 12 signified the signs of the zodiac and also the apostles of Jesus. The knights' names and also their heraldic arms were emblazoned upon their chairs. When 24 are shown seated at the table, each of the 12 signs of the zodiac is divided into two parts, a light and a dark half, to signify the nocturnal and diurnal phases of each sign. As each sign of the zodiac is ascending for 2 hours every day, so the 24 knights represent the hours, the 24 elders before the throne in Revelation, and 24 Persian deities who represent the spirits of the divisions of the day. In the center of the table was the symbolic rose of the Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ, the symbol of resurrection in that he rose from the dead. There was also a mysterious empty seat called the Siege Perilous, in which none might sit except he who was successful in his quest for the Holy Grail. In the personality of Arthur is to be found a new form of the ever-recurrent cosmic myth. The Prince of Britain is the sun, his knights are the zodiac, and his flashing sword may be the sun's ray with which he fights and vanquishes the dragons of darkness, or it may represent the earth's axis. Arthur's round table is the universe. The Siege Perilous the throne of the perfect man. In its terrestrial sense, Arthur was the Grand Master of a secret Christian Masonic brotherhood of philosophic mystics who termed themselves knights. Arthur received the exalted position of Grand Master of these knights because he had faithfully accomplished the withdrawal of the sword, spirit, from the anvil of the base metals, his lower nature. As invariably happens, the historical Arthur soon was confused with the allegories and myths of his order until now the two are inseparable. After Arthur's death on the field of Camblin his mysteries ceased, and esoterically he was borne away on a black barge, as is so beautifully described by Tennyson in his Morte d'Arthur. The great sword Excalibur was also cast back into the waters of eternity, all of which is a vivid portrayal of the descent of cosmic night at the end of the day of universal manifestation. The body of the historical Arthur was probably interred at Glastonbury Abbey, a building closely identified with the mystic rites of both the Grail and the Arthurian cycle. The medieval Rosicrucians were undoubtedly in possession of the true secret of the Arthurian cycle and the Grail legend, much of their symbolism having been incorporated into that order. Though the most obvious of all keys to the Christos mystery, the Grail legend has received the least consideration. The Nimbus and Aureole in Symbolism. From Audsley's Handbook of Christian Symbolism. The golden halos around the heads of pagan gods and Christian saints refer both to their being bathed in the glory of the sun and also to the fact that a spiritual sun within their own natures is radiating its glory and surrounding them with celestial splendor. Whenever the nimbus is composed of straight radiant lines, it is solar in significance. Whenever curved lines are used for beams, it partakes lunar nature. Whenever they are united, it symbolizes a harmonious blending of both principles. The circular nimbus is solar and masculine, while the lozenge-shaped nimbus, or vesica piscis, is lunar and feminine. The same symbolism is preserved in the circular and lozenge-shaped windows of cathedrals. There is a complete science contained in the shape, color, and adornments of the halos of saints and martyrs. A plain golden ring usually surrounds the head of a canonized saint, while God the Father and God the Son have a far more ornate aureole, usually adorned with St. George cross, a flowered cross, or a lilied cross, with only 3 of the arms visible. The Cross and the Crucifixion. One of the most interesting legends concerning the cross is that preserved in Aurea Legenda, by Jacobus de Vorgane. The story is to the effect that Adam, feeling the end of his life was near, entreated his son Seth to make a pilgrimage to the Garden of Eden and secure from the angel on guard at the entrance the oil of mercy which God had promised mankind. Seth did not know the way. But his father told him it was in an eastward direction, and the path would be easy to follow, for when Adam and Eve were banished from the garden of the Lord, upon the path which their feet had trod the grass had never grown. Seth, following the directions of his father, discovered the Garden of Eden without difficulty. The angel who guarded the gate permitted him to enter, and in the midst of the garden Seth beheld a great tree, the branches of which reached up to heaven. The tree was in the form of a cross, and stood on the brink of a precipice which led downward into the depths of hell. Among the roots of the tree he saw the body of his brother Cain, held prisoner by the entwining limbs. The angel refused to give Seth the oil of mercy, but presented him instead with 3 seeds from the tree of life, some say the tree of knowledge. With these Seth returned to his father, who was so overjoyed that he did not desire to live longer. 3 days later he died, and the 3 seeds were buried in his mouth, as the angel had instructed. The seeds became a sapling with 3 trunks in one, which absorbed into itself the blood of Adam, so that the life of Adam was in the tree. Noah dug up this tree by the roots and took it with him into the Arkansas. After the water subsided, he buried the skull of Adam under Mount Calvary, and planted the tree on the summit of Mount Lebanon. Moses beheld a visionary being in the midst of this tree, the burning bush, and from it cut the magical rod with which he was able to bring water out of a stone. But because he failed to call upon the Lord the second time he struck the rock, he was not permitted to carry the sacred staff into the promised land, so he planted it in the hills of Moab. After much searching, King David discovered the tree. And his son, Solomon, tried to use it for a pillar in his temple, but his carpenters could not cut it so that it would fit, it was always either too long or too short. At last, disgusted, they cast it aside and used it for a bridge to connect Jerusalem with the surrounding hills. When the Queen of Sheba came to visit King Solomon she was expected to walk across this bridge. Instead, when she beheld the tree, she refused to put her foot upon it, but, after kneeling and praying, removed her sandals and forded the stream. This so impressed King Solomon that he ordered the log to be overlaid with golden places and placed above the door of his temple. There it remained until his covetous grandson stole the gold, and buried the tree so that the crime would not be discovered. From the ground where the tree was buried there immediately bubbled forth a spring of water, which became known as Bethesda. To it the sick from all Syria came to be healed. The angel of the pool became the guardian of the tree, and it remained undisturbed for many years. Eventually the log floated to the surface and was used as a bridge again, this time between Calvary and Jerusalem. And over it Jesus passed to be crucified. There was no wood on Calvary, so the tree was cut into 2 parts to serve as the cross upon which the Son of Man was crucified. The cross was set up at the very spot where the skull of Adam had been buried. Later, when the cross was discovered by the Empress Helena, the wood was found to be of 4 different varieties contained in one tree, representing the elements. And thereafter the cross continued to heal all the sick who were permitted to touch it. The prevalent idea that the reverence for the cross is limited to the Christian world is disproved by even the most superficial investigation of its place in religious symbolism. The early Christians used every means possible to conceal the pagan origin of their symbols, doctrines, and rituals. They either destroyed the sacred books of other peoples among whom they settled, or made them inaccessible to students of comparative philosophy. Apparently believing that in this way they could stamp out all record of the pre-Christian origin of their doctrines. In some cases the writings of various ancient authors were tampered with, passages of a compromising nature being removed or foreign material interpolated. The supposedly spurious passage in Josephus concerning Jesus is an example adduced to illustrate this proclivity. The Lost Libraries of Alexandria. Prior to the Christian era 700,000 of the most valuable books, written upon parchment, papyrus, vellum, and wax, and also tablets of stone, terracotta, and wood, were gathered from all parts of the ancient world and housed in Alexandria, in buildings specially prepared for the purpose. This magnificent repository of knowledge was destroyed by a series of 3 fires. The parts that escaped the conflagration lighted by Caesar to destroy the fleet in the harbor were destroyed about AD 389 by the Christians in obedience to the edict of Theodosius, who had ordered the destruction of the Serapeum, a building sacred to Serapis in which the volumes were kept. This conflagration is supposed to have destroyed the library that Marcus Antonius had presented to Cleopatra to compensate in part for that burned in the fire of the year 51. Concerning this, H.P. Blavatsky, in Isis Unveiled, has written, "They, the rabbis of Palestine and the wise men, say that not all the rolls and manuscripts, reported in history to have been burned by Caesar, by the Christian mob, in 389, and by the Arab general Amru, perished as it is commonly believed. And the story they tell is the following: at the time of the contest for the throne, in 51 B.C., between Cleopatra and her brother Dionysius Ptolemy, the Bruchaion, which contained over 700,000 rolls all bound in wood and fire-proof parchment, was undergoing repairs, and a great portion of the original manuscripts, considered among the most precious, and which were not duplicated, were stored away in the house of one of the librarians. Several hours passed between the burning of the fleet, set on fire by Caesar's order, and the moment when the first buildings situated near the harbor caught fire in their turn. And the librarians, aided by several hundred slaves attached to the museum, succeeded in saving the most precious of the rolls. In all probability, the books which were saved lie buried either in Egypt or in India, and until they are discovered the modern world must remain in ignorance concerning many great philosophical and mystical truths. The ancient world more clearly understood these missing links, the continuity of the pagan mysteries in Christianity. The Cross in Pagan Symbolism. In his article on the Cross and Crucifixion in the Encyclopedia Britannica, Thomas McCall Fallow casts much light on the antiquity of this ideograph. The use of the cross as a religious symbol in pre-Christian times, and among non-Christian peoples, may probably be regarded as almost universal, and in very many cases it was connected with some form of nature worship. History of the Holy Cross. From Bourgeau's History of the Holy Cross. 1. Adam directing Seth how to reach the Garden of Eden. 2. Seth placing the 3 seeds from the tree of life under the tongue of the dead Adam. 3. The Queen of Sheba, refusing to place her feet upon the sacred tree, forded the stream. 4. Placing the sacred tree over the door of Solomon's temple. 5. The crucifixion of Christ upon a cross made from the wood of the holy tree. 6. Distinguishing the true cross from the other 2 by testing its power to raise a corpse to life. Not only is the cross itself a familiar object in the art of all nations, but the veneration for it is an essential part of the religious life of the greater part of humanity. It is a common symbol among the American Indians North, Central, and South. William W. Seymour states, the Aztec goddess of rain bore a cross in her hand, and the Toltecs claimed that their deity, Quetzalcoatl, taught them the sign and ritual of the cross, hence his staff, or scepter of power, resembled a crozier. And his mantle was covered with red crosses. The cross in tradition, history, and art. The cross is also highly revered by the Japanese and Chinese. To the Pythagoreans the most sacred of all numbers was the 10, the symbol of which is an X, or cross. In both the Japanese and Chinese languages the character of the number 10 is a cross. The Buddhist Wheel of Life is composed of 2 crosses superimposed, and its 8 points are still preserved to Christendom in the peculiarly formed cross of the Knights Templars, which is essentially Buddhistic. India has preserved the cross, not only in its carvings and paintings, but also in its architectonics. A great number of its temples like the churches and cathedrals of Christendom are raised from cruciform foundations. On the mandalas of the Tibetans, heaven is laid out in the form of a cross, with a demon king at each of the 4 gates. A remarkable cross of great antiquity was discovered in the island caves of Elephanta in the harbour of Bombay. Crosses of various kinds were favorite motifs in the art of Chaldea, Phoenicia, Egypt, and Assyria. The initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece were given a cross which they suspended about their necks on a chain, or cord, at the time of initiation. To the Rosicrucians, alchemists, and Illuminati, the cross was the symbol of light, because each of the three letters LVX is derived from some part of the cross. The Tau cross. There are three distinct forms of the cross. The first is called the TAU, more correctly the TAV. It closely resembles the modern letter T, consisting of a horizontal bar resting on a vertical column, the two arms being of equal length. An oak tree cut off some feet above the ground and its upper part laid across the lower in this form was the symbol of the Druid god Hu. It is suspected that this symbol originated among the Egyptians from the spread of the horns of a bull or ram, Taurus or Aries, and the vertical line of its face. This is sometimes designated as the hammer cross, because if held by its vertical base it is not unlike a mallet or gavel. In one of the Kabbalistic Masonic legends, C. Hiram Abiff is given a hammer in the form of a Tau by his ancestor, Tubal-Cain. The Tau cross is preserved to modern Masonry under the symbol of the T-square. This appears to be the oldest form of the cross extant. The Tau cross was inscribed on the forehead of every person admitted into the mysteries of Mithras. When a king was initiated into the Egyptian mysteries, the Tau was placed against his lips. It was tattooed upon the bodies of the candidates in some of the American Indian mysteries. To the Kabbalist, the Tau stood for heaven and the Pythagorean tetractys. The caduceus of Hermes was an outgrowth of the Tau cross. See Albert Pike. The crux ansata. The second type was that of AT, or Tau, cross surmounted by a circle, often foreshortened to the form of an upright oval. This was called by the ancients the crux ansata, or the cross of life. It was the key to the mysteries of antiquity and it probably gave rise to the more modern story of St. Peter's golden key to heaven. In the mysteries of Egypt the candidate passed through all forms of actual and imaginary dangers, holding above his head the crux ansata, before which the powers of darkness fell back abashed. The student is reminded of the words in Hoc Signo Vinces. The Tau form of the cross is not unlike the seal of Venus, as Richard Payne Knight has noted. He states, the cross in this form is sometimes observable on coins, and several of them were found in a temple of Serapis, the Serapeum, demolished at the general destruction of those edifices by the Emperor Theodosius. And were said by the Christian antiquaries of that time to signify the future life. Augustus Laplangian, in his Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches, notes that the crux ansata, which he calls the key to the Nile and the symbol of symbols, either in its complete form or as a simple Tau, was to be seen adorning the breasts of statues and bas-reliefs at Palenque, Copan, and throughout Central America. He notes that it was always associated with water, that among the Babylonians it was the emblem of the water gods, among the Scandinavians, of heaven and immortality, and among the Mayas, of rejuvenation and freedom from physical suffering. Concerning the association of this symbol with the waters of life, Count Goblet de Alviela, in his Migration of Symbols, calls attention to the fact that an instrument resembling the crux ansata and called the nilometer was used by the ancient Egyptians for measuring and regulating the inundations of the river Nile. It is probable that this relationship to the Nile caused it to be considered the symbol of life, for Egypt depended entirely upon the inundations of this river for the irrigation necessary to ensure sufficient crops. In the papyrus scrolls the crux ansata is shown issuing from the mouths of Egyptian kings when they pardoned enemies, and it was buried with them to signify the immortality of the soul. It was carried by many of the gods and goddesses and apparently signified their divine benevolence and life-giving power. The Cairo Museum contains a magnificent collection of crosses of many shapes, sizes, and designs, proving that they were a common symbol among the Egyptians. The Roman and Greek Catholic crosses. The third form of the cross is the familiar Roman or Greek type, which is closely associated with the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Although it is improbable that the cross used resembled its more familiar modern form. There are unlimited subvarieties of crosses, differing in the relative proportions of their vertical and horizontal sections. Among the secret orders of different generations we find compounded crosses, such as the triple Tau in the Royal Arch of Freemasonry and the double and triple crosses of both Masonic and Roman Catholic symbolism. To the Christian the cross has a twofold significance. First, it is the symbol of the death of his Redeemer, through whose martyrdom he feels that he partakes of the glory of God. Secondly, it is the symbol of humility, patience, and the burden of life. It is interesting that the cross should be both a symbol of life and a symbol of death. Many nations deeply considered the astronomical aspect of religion, and it is probable that the Persians, Greeks, and Hindus looked upon the cross as a symbol of the equinoxes and the solstices. In the belief that at certain seasons of the year the sun was symbolically crucified upon these imaginary celestial angles. The fact that so many nations have regarded their Savior as a personification of the sun globe is convincing evidence that the cross must exist as an astronomical element in pagan allegory. Augustus Laplangian believed that the veneration for the cross was partly due to the rising of a constellation called the Southern Cross, which immediately preceded the annual rains. And as the natives of those latitudes relied wholly upon these rains to raise their crops, they viewed the cross as an annual promise of the approaching storms, which to them meant life. There are four basic elements, according to both ancient philosophy and modern science, and the ancients represented them by the four arms of the cross, placing at the end of each arm a mysterious Kabbalistic creature to symbolize the power of one of these elements. Thus, they symbolized the element of earth by a bull, water by a scorpion, a serpent, or an eagle, fire by a lion, and air by a human head surrounded by wings. It is significant that the four letters inscribed upon parchment, some say wood, and fastened to the top of the cross at the time of the crucifixion should be the first letters of four Hebrew words which stand for the four elements, I am in. The sea or water. Nur, fire, Ruach, the air, and Ibeska, the dry earth. See Morals and Dogma, by Albeit Pike. The Easter Island figure showing Crux ansata on reverse. That the Crux ansata migrated to many parts of the earth is proved by the fact that it was sculptured upon the back of at least one of the mysterious stone figures found on Easter Island in the South Pacific. The statue in question, one of the smallest in the group, was brought to London by a sailing ship, and is now in the British Museum. The Crux ansata on the reverse side is plainly visible. That a cross can be formed by opening or unfolding the surfaces of a cube has caused that symbol to be associated with the earth. Though a cross within a circle has long been regarded as a sign of the planet Earth, it should really be considered as the symbol of the composite element Earth, since it is composed of the four triangles of the elements. For thousands of years the cross has been identified with the plan of salvation for humanity. The elements salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth used in making the philosopher's scone in alchemy, were often symbolized by a cross. The cross of the four cardinal angles also had its secret significance, and Masonic parties of three still go forth to the four cardinal points of the compass in search of the lost word. The material of which the cross was formed was looked upon as being an essential element in its symbolism. Thus, a golden cross symbolized illumination, a silver cross, purification, a cross of base metals, humiliation, a cross of wood, aspiration. The fact that among many nations it was customary to spread the arms in prayer has influenced the symbolism of the cross, which, because of its shape, has come to be regarded as emblematic of the human body. The four major divisions of the human structure, bones, muscles, nerves, and arteries, are considered to have contributed to the symbolism of the cross. This is especially due to the fact that the spinal nerves cross at the base of the spine, and is a reminder that our Lord was crucified also in Egypt. Man has four vehicles, or mediums, of expression by means of which the spiritual ego contacts the external universe: the physical nature, the vital nature, the emotional nature, and the mental nature. Each of these partakes in principle of one of the primary elements, and the four creatures assigned to them by the Kabbalists cause the cross to be symbolic of the compound nature of man. The Crucifixion, a cosmic allegory. Saviors unnumbered have died for the sins of man and by the hands of man, and through their deaths have interceded in heaven for the souls of their executioners. The martyrdom of the God-man and the redemption of the world through his blood has been an essential tenet of many great religions. Nearly all these stories can be traced to sun worship, for the glorious orb of day is the Savior who dies annually for every creature within his universe, but year after year rises again victorious from the tomb of winter. Without doubt the doctrine of the crucifixion is based upon the secret traditions of the ancient wisdom. It is a constant reminder that the divine nature of man is perpetually crucified upon the animal organism. Certain of the pagan mysteries included in the ceremony of initiation the crucifixion of the candidate upon a cross, or the laying of his body upon a cruciform altar. It has been claimed that Apollonius of Tyana, the Antichrist, was initiated into the arcanum of Egypt in the Great Pyramid, where he hung upon a cross until unconscious and was then laid in the tomb, the coffer, for 3 days. While his body was unconscious, his soul was thought to pass into the realms of the immortals, the place of death. After it had vanquished death, by recognizing that life is eternal, it returned again to the body, which then rose from the coffer. After which he was hailed as a brother by the priests, who believed that he had returned from the land of the dead. This concept was, in substance, the teaching of the mysteries. The crucified saviors. The list of the deathless mortals who suffered for man that he might receive the boon of eternal life is an imposing one. Among those connected historically or allegorically with a crucifixion are Prometheus, Adonis, Apollo, Ares, Bacchus, Buddha, Krishna, Horus, Indra, Ixion, Mithras, Osiris, Pythagoras, Quetzalcoatl, Semiramis, and Jupiter. According to the fragmentary accounts extant, all these heroes gave their lives to the service of humanity and, with 1 or 2 exceptions, died as martyrs for the cause of human progress. In many mysterious ways the manner of their death has been designedly concealed, but it is possible that most of them were crucified upon a cross or tree. The first friend of man, the immortal Prometheus, was crucified on the pinnacle of Mount Caucasus, and a vulture was placed over his liver to torment him throughout eternity by clawing and rending his flesh with its talons. Prometheus disobeyed the edict of Zeus by bringing fire and immortality to man, so for man he suffered until the coming of Hercules released him from his ages of torment. Concerning the crucifixion of the Persian Mithras, J.P. Lundy has written, Dupuy tells us that Mitra was put to death by crucifixion, and rose again on the 25th of March. In the Persian mysteries the body of a young man, apparently dead, was exhibited, which was feigned to be restored to life. By his sufferings he was believed to have worked their salvation, and on this account he was called their savior. His priests watched his tomb to the midnight of the vigil of the 25th of March, with loud cries, and in darkness. When all at once the light burst forth from all parts, the priest cried, Rejoice, O sacred initiated, your God is risen. His death, his pains, and sufferings, have worked your salvation. See Monumental Christianity. In some cases, as in that of the Buddha, the crucifixion mythos must be taken in an allegorical rather than a literal sense, for the manner of his death has been recorded by his own disciples in the Book of the Great Decease. However, the mere fact that the symbolic reference to death upon a tree has been associated with these heroes is sufficient to prove the universality of the crucifixion story. The East Indian equivalent of Christ is the immortal Krishna, who, sitting in the forest playing his flute, charmed the birds and beasts by his music. It is supposed that this divinely inspired savior of humanity was crucified upon a tree by his enemies, but great care has been taken to destroy any evidence pointing in that direction. Louis Jacoliot, in his book The Bible in India, thus describes the death of Krishna. Krishna understood that the hour had come for him to quit the earth, and return to the bosom of him who had sent him. Forbidding his disciples to follow him, he went, one day, to make his ablutions on the banks of the Ganges. Arriving at the sacred river, he plunged himself 3 times therein, then, kneeling, and looking to heaven, he prayed, expecting death. In this position he was pierced with arrows by one of those whose crimes he had unveiled, and who, hearing of his journey to the Ganges, had, with generation, a strong troop, followed with the design of assassinating him. The body of the God-man was suspended to the branches of a tree by his murderer, that it might become the prey of vultures. News of the death having spread, the people came in a crowd conducted by Arjuna, the dearest of the disciples of Krishna, to recover his sacred remains. But the mortal frame of the Redeemer had disappeared. No doubt it had regained the celestial abodes, and the tree to which it had been attached had become suddenly covered with great red flowers and diffused around it the sweetest perfume. Other accounts of the death of Krishna declare that he was tied to a cross-shaped tree before the arrows were aimed at him. The existence in Moors the Hindu pantheon of a plate of Krishna with nail wounds in his hands and feet, and a plate in Inman's ancient faiths showing an oriental deity with what might well be a nail hole in one of his feet, should be sufficient motive for further investigation of this subject by those of unbiased minds. Concerning the startling discoveries which can be made along these lines, J.P. Lundy in his Monumental Christianity presents the following information. Where did the Persians get their notion of this prophecy as thus interpreted respecting Christ, and his saving mercy and love displayed on the cross? Both by symbol and actual crucifix we see it on all their monuments. If it came from India, how did it get there, except from the one common and original center of all primitive and pure religion? There is a most extraordinary plate, illustrative of the whole subject, which representation I believe to be anterior to Christianity. It is copied from Moor's Hindu pantheon, not as a curiosity, but as a most singular monument of the crucifixion. I do not venture to give it a name, other than that of a crucifixion in space. Can it be the victim man, or the priest and victim both in one, of the Hindu mythology, who offered himself a sacrifice before the worlds were? Can it be Plato's second god who impressed himself on the universe in the form of the cross? Or is it his divine man who would be scourged, tormented, fettered, have his eyes burnt out? And lastly, having suffered all manner of evils, would be crucified? Plato learned his theology in Egypt and the East, and must have known of the crucifixion of Krishna, Buddha, Mitra, et al. At any rate, the religion of India had its mythical crucified victim long anterior to Christianity, as a type of the real one, pro Deo et Ecclesia, and I am inclined to think that we have it in this remarkable plate. The Tau Cross. The Tau cross was the sign which the Lord told the people of Jerusalem to mark on their foreheads, as related by the prophet Ezekiel. It was also placed as a symbol of liberation upon those charged with crimes but acquitted. The crux ansata. Both the cross and the circle were phallic symbols, for the ancient world venerated the generative powers of nature as being expressive of the creative attributes of the deity. The crux ansata, by combining the masculine tau with the feminine oval, exemplified the principles of generation. The modern world has been misled in its attitude towards the so-called pagan deities, and has come to view them in a light entirely different from their true characters and meanings. The ridicule and slander heaped by Christendom upon Krishna and Bacchus are excellent examples of the persecution of immortal principles by those who have utterly failed to sense the secret meaning of the allegories. Who was the crucified man of Greece, concerning whom vague rumors have been afloat? Higgins thinks it was Pythagoras, the true story of whose death was suppressed by early Christian authors because it conflicted with their teachings. Was it true also that the Roman legionaries carried on the field of battle standards upon which were crosses bearing the crucified Son Man? Apollonius of Tyana. From Historia Deorum Fatidicorum. Concerning Apollonius and his remarkable powers, Francis Barrett, in his Biographia Antiqua, after describing how Apollonius quelled a riot without speaking a word, continues, he traveled much, professed himself a legislator. Understood all languages, without having learned them. He had the surprising faculty of knowing what was transacted at an immense distance, and at the time the Emperor Domitian was stabbed, Apollonius being at a vast distance and standing in the marketplace of the city, exclaimed, "Strike! Strike! 'Tis time, the tyrant is no more." He understood the language of birds, he condemned dancing and other diversions of that sort. He recommended charity and piety, he traveled over almost all the countries of the world. And he died at a very great age. The Crucifixion of Quetzalcoatl. One of the most remarkable of the crucified world saviors is the Central American god of the winds, or the sun, Quetzalcoatl. Concerning whose activities great secrecy was maintained by the Indian priests of Mexico and Central America. This strange immortal, whose name means feathered snake, appears to have come out of the sea, bringing with him a mysterious cross. On his garments were embellished clouds and red crosses. In his honor, great serpents carved from stone were placed in different parts of Mexico. The cross of Quetzalcoatl became a sacred symbol among the Mayas, and according to available records the Maya Indian angels had crosses of various pigments painted on their foreheads. Similar crosses were placed over the eyes of those initiated into their mysteries. When Cortés arrived in Mexico, he brought with him the cross. Recognizing this, the natives believed that he was Quetzalcoatl returned, for the latter had promised to come back in the infinite future and redeem his people. In Anacalypsis, Godfrey Higgins throws some light on the cross and its symbolism in America. The Incas had a cross of very fine marble, or beautiful jasper, highly polished, of one piece, 3/4 of an ell in length, and 3 fingers in width and thickness. It was kept in a sacred chamber of a palace, and held in great veneration. The Spaniards enriched this cross with gold and jewels, and placed it in the Cathedral of Cuzco. Mexican temples are in the form of a cross, and face the 4 cardinal points. Quetzalcoatl is represented in the paintings of the Codex Borgianus nailed to the cross. Sometimes even the 2 thieves are there crucified with him. In Volume 2, Plate 75, the god is crucified in the heavens, in a circle of 19 figures, the number of the Metonic cycle. A serpent is depriving him of the organs of generation. In the Codex Borgianus, pp. 4, 72, 73, 75, the Mexican god is represented crucified and nailed to the cross, and in another place hanging to it, with a cross in his hands. And in one instance, where the figure is not merely outlined, the cross is red, the clothes are colored, and the face and hands quite black. If this was the Christianity of the German Nestorius, how came he to teach that the crucified Savior was black? The name of the god who was crucified was Quetzalcoatl. The crucifixion of the Word in space, the crucifixion of the dove often seen in religious symbolism, both of these are reminders of pagan overshadowing. The fact that a cross is formed by the spread wings of a bird in relation to its body is no doubt one of the reasons why the Egyptians used a bird to symbolize the immortal nature of man, and often show it hovering over the mummified body of the dead and carrying in one of its claws the sign of life and in the other the sign of breath. The nails of the Passion. The 3 nails of the Passion have found their way into the symbolism of many races and faiths. There are many legends concerning these nails. One of these is to the effect that originally there were 4 nails, but one was dematerialized by a Hebrew Kabbalist and magician just as they were about to drive it through the foot of the master. Hence it was necessary to cross the feet. Another legend relates that one of the nails was hammered into a crown and that it still exists as the imperial diadem of a European house. Still another story has it that the bit on the bridle of Constantine's horse was a passion nail. It is improbable, however, that the nails were made of iron, for at that time it was customary to use sharpened wooden pegs. Hargrave Jennings, in his Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries, calls attention to the fact that the mark or sign used in England to designate royal property and called the broad arrow is nothing more nor less than the 3 nails of the crucifixion grouped together, and that by placing them point to point the ancient symbol of the Egyptian Tau cross is formed. In his Ancient Freemasonry, Frank C. Higgins reproduces the Masonic apron of a colossal stone figure at Quirigua, Guatemala. The central ornament of the apron is the 3 passion nails, arranged exactly like the British broad arrow. That 3 nails should be used to crucify the Christ, 3 murderers to kill C. Hiram Abiff, and 3 wounds to slay Prince Co., the Mexican Indian Osiris, is significant. The Crucifixion of Quetzalcoatl. From the Codex Borgianus. From Kingsborough's Antiquities of Mexico. Lord Kingsborough writes, "May we not refer to the 73rd page of the Borgian MS, which represents Quetzalcoatl both crucified, and as it were cut in pieces for the cauldron, and with equal reason demand whether anyone can help thinking that the Jews of the New World, Lord Kingsborough sought to prove that the Mexicans were descendants of the Jews, applied to their Messiah not only all the prophecies contained in the Old Testament relating to Christ, but likewise many of the incidents recorded of him in the Gospels. C. W. King, in his Gnostics and Their Remains, thus describes a Gnostic gem: the Gnostic pleroma, or combination of all the eons, is expressed by the outline of a man holding a scroll. The left hand is formed like 3 bent spikes or nails. Unmistakably the same symbol that Vallis often holds in his extended hand on the Babylonian cylinders, afterwards discovered by the Jewish Kabbalists in the points of the letter Shin, and by the medieval mystics in O, the 3 nails of the cross. From this point Hargrave Jennings continues King's speculations, noting the resemblance of the nail to an obelisk, or pillar, and that the Kabbalistic value of the Hebrew letter Shin, or Sin, is 300, namely, 100 for each spike. The Passion nails are highly important symbols, especially when it is realized that, according to the esoteric systems of culture, there are certain secret centers of force in the palms of the hands and in the soles of the feet. The Crucifixion in Space. From Higgins' Anacalypsis. Of this remarkable Oriental drawing, J. P. Lundy has written, "It looks like a Christian crucifix in many respects, and in some others it does not." The drawing, attitude, and the nail marks in hands and feet, indicate a Christian origin. While the Parthian coronet of 7 points, the absence of the wood and of the usual inscription, and the rays of glory above seem to point to some Christian origin. Can it be the victim, man, or the priest and victim both in one, of the Hindu mythology, who offered himself a sacrifice before the worlds were? The driving of the nails and the flow of blood and water from the wounds were symbolic of certain secret philosophic practices of the temple. Many of the Oriental deities have mysterious symbols on the hands and feet. The so-called footprints of Buddha are usually embellished with a magnificent sunburst at the point where the nail pierced the foot of Christ. In his notes on the theology of Jacob Boehme, Dr. Franz Hartmann thus sums up the mystic symbolism of the crucifixion: the cross represents terrestrial life, and the crown of thorns the sufferings of the soul within the elementary body. But also the victory of the spirit over the elements of darkness. The body is naked, to indicate that the candidate for immortality must divest himself of all desires for terrestrial things. The figure is nailed to the cross, which symbolizes the death and surrender of the self-will, and that it should not attempt to accomplish anything by its own power, but merely serve as an instrument wherein the divine will is executed. Above the head are inscribed the letters, I, N, R, J, whose most important meaning is, in nobis regnat Jesus, within ourselves reigns Jesus. But this signification of this inscription can be practically known only to those who have actually died relatively to the world of desires, and risen above the temptation for personal existence. Or, to express it in other words, those who have become alive in Christ, and in whom thus the kingdom of Jesus, the holy love will issuing from the heart of God, has been established. One of the most interesting interpretations of the crucifixion allegory is that which identifies the man Jesus with the personal consciousness of the individual. It is this personal consciousness that conceives of and dwells in the sense of separateness. And before the aspiring soul can be reunited with the ever-present and all-pervading Father, this personality must be sacrificed that the universal consciousness may be liberated. The mystery of the Apocalypse. The presence of the Temple of Diana at Ephesus marked that city as sacred to the mystery religion, for the 7 wonders of the ancient world were erected to indicate the repositories of recondite knowledge. Of Ephesus, H. P. Blavatsky writes, "It was a focus of the universal, secret doctrines, the weird laboratory whence, fashioned in elegant Grecian phraseology, sprang the quintessence of Buddhistic, Zoroastrian, and Chaldean philosophy. Artemis, the gigantic concrete symbol of theosophico-pantheistic abstractions, the great mother multimama, androgyne and patroness of the Ephesian writings, was conquered by Paul. But although the zealous converts of the apostles pretended to burn all their books on curious arts, tau alpha pi epsilon rho iota epsilon rho gamma alpha, enough of these remained for them to study when their first zeal had cooled off." See Isis Unveiled. Being a great center of pagan learning, Ephesus has been the locale for many early Christian myths. The assertion has been made that it was the last domicile of the Virgin Mary, also that the tomb of Saint John the Divine was located there. According to legend, Saint John did not depart from this life in the usual manner but, selecting his vault, entered it while still alive, and closing the entrance behind him, vanished forever from mortal sight. A rumor was current in ancient Ephesus that St. John would sleep in his tomb until the return of the Savior, and that when the apostle turned over on his sepulchral couch the earth above moved like the coverlets of a bed. Subjected to more criticism than any other book now incorporated in the New Testament, the Apocalypse popularly accredited to St. John the Divine is by far the most important but least understood of the Gnostic Christian writings. Though Justin Martyr declared the Book of Revelation to have been written by John, one of Christ's apostles, its authorship was disputed as early as the 2nd century after Christ. In the 3rd century these contentions became acute, and even Dionysius of Alexandria and Eusebius attacked the Johannine theory, declaring that both the Book of Revelation and the Gospel according to St. John were written by one Cerinthus, who borrowed the name of the great apostle the better to foist his own doctrines upon the Christians. Later Jerome questioned the authorship of the Apocalypse, and during the Reformation his objections were revived by Luther and Erasmus. The once generally accepted notion that the Book of Revelation was the actual record of a mystical experience occurring to St. John while that seer was in exile in the Isle of Parmos is now regarded with disfavor by more critical scholars. Other explanations have therefore been advanced to account for the symbolism permeating the volume and the original motive for its writing. The more reasonable of these theories may be summed up as follows. First, upon the weight of evidence furnished by its own contents, the Book of Revelation may well be pronounced a pagan writing, one of the sacred books of the Eleusinian or Phrygian mysteries. As a corollary, the real author of a work setting forth the profundities of Egyptian and Greek mysticism must have been an initiate himself and consequently obligated to write only in the symbolic language of the mysteries. Second, it is possible that the Book of Revelation was written to reconcile the seeming discrepancies between the early Christian and pagan religious philosophies. When the zealots of the primitive Christian church sought to Christianize pagandom, the pagan initiates retorted with a powerful effort to paganize Christianity. The Christians failed but the pagans succeeded. With the decline of paganism, the initiated pagan hierophants transferred their base of operations to the new vehicle of primitive Christianity, adopting the symbols of the new cult to conceal those eternal verities which are ever the priceless possession of the wise. The Apocalypse shows clearly the resultant fusion of pagan and Christian symbolism and thus bears irrefutable evidence of the activities of these initiated minds operating through early Christianity. Third, the theory has been advanced that the Book of Revelation represents the attempt made by the unscrupulous members of a certain religious order to undermine the Christian mysteries by satirizing their philosophy. This nefarious end they hope to attain by showing the new faith to be merely a restatement of the ancient pagan doctrines, by heaping ridicule upon Christianity, and by using its own symbols toward its disparagement. For example, the star which fell to earth, Rev 8:10-11, could be construed to mean the Star of Bethlehem, and the bitterness of that star, called wormwood and which poisoned mankind, could signify the false teachings of the Christian Church. While the last theory has gained a certain measure of popularity, the profundity of the Apocalypse leads the discerning reader to the inevitable conclusion that this is the least plausible of the three hypotheses. To those able to pierce the veil of its symbolism, the inspired source of the document requires no further corroborative evidence. In the final analysis, true philosophy can be limited by neither creed nor faction. In fact, it is incompatible with every artificial limitation of human thought. The question of the pagan or Christian origin of the Book of Revelation is, consequently, of little importance. The intrinsic value of the book lies in its magnificent epitome of the universal mystery and observation which led St. Jerome to declare that it is susceptible of 7 entirely different interpretations. Untrained in the reaches of ancient thought, the modern theologian cannot possibly cope with the complexities of the Apocalypse, for to him this mystic writing is but a phantasmagoria, the divine inspiration of which he is sorely tempted to question. In the limited space here available it is possible to sketch but briefly a few of the salient features of the vision of the seer of Patmos. A careful consideration of the various pagan mysteries will assist materially also in filling the inevitable gaps in this abridgment. In the opening chapter of the Apocalypse, St. John describes the Alpha and Omega who stood in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks. Surrounded by his flaming planetary regents, this sublime one thus epitomizes in one impressive and mysterious figure the entire sweep of humanity's evolutionary growth past, present, and future. The first stages of man's earthly development, writes Dr. Rudolf Steiner, ran their course at a period when the earth was still fiery, and the first human incarnations were formed out of the element of fire. At the end of his earthly career man will himself radiate his inner being outwards creatively by the force of the element of fire. This continuous development from the beginning to the end of the earth reveals itself to the seer, when he sees on the astral plane the archetype of evolving man. The beginning of earthly evolution stands forth in the fiery feet, its end in the fiery countenance, and the complete power of the creative word, to be finally one, is seen in the fiery source coming out of the mouth. See Occult Seals and Columns. The Throne of God and of the Lamb. From Jacob Bayman's Works. Before the throne of God was the crystal sea representing the Skamaion, or the living waters which are above the heavens. Before the throne also were four creatures: a bull, a lion, an eagle, and a man. These represented the four corners of creation, and the multitude of eyes with which they were covered are the stars of the firmament. The 24 elders have the same significance as the priests gathered around the statue of Ceres in the greater Eleusinian rite, and also the Persian genii, or gods of the hours of the day, who, casting away their crowns, glorify the Holy One. As symbolic of the divisions of time, the elders adore the timeless and enduring Spirit in the midst of them. In his restored New Testament, James Morgan Price traces the relationship of the various parts of the Alpha and Omega to the 7 sacred planets of the ancients. To quote, "The Logos figure described is a composite picture of the 7 sacred planets. He has the snowy white hair of Kronos, Father Time, the blazing eyes of wide-seeing Zeus, the sword of Arcs, the shining face of Helios, and the chiton and girdle of Aphrodite. His feet are of Mercury, the metal sacred to Hermes, and his voice is like the murmur of the ocean's waves, the many waters, alluding to Selene, the moon goddess of the 4 seasons and of the waters. The 7 stars carried by this immense being in his right hand are the governors of the world. The flaming sword issuing from his mouth is the creative fiat, or word of power, by which the illusion of material permanence is slain. Here also is represented, in all his symbolic splendor, the Hierophant of the Phrygian mysteries, his various insignia emblematic of his divine attributes. 7 priests bearing lamps are his attendants, and the stars carried in his hand are the 7 schools of the mysteries whose power he administers. As one born again out of spiritual darkness, into perfect wisdom, this Archimagus is made to say, I am he that liveth, and was dead, and, behold, I am alive forevermore, Amen, and have the keys of hell and of death. In the 2nd and 3rd chapters St. John delivers to the 7 churches which are in Asia, the injunctions received by him from the Alpha and Omega. The churches are here analogous to the rungs of a Mithraic ladder, and John, being, in the Spirit, ascended through the orbits of the 7 sacred planets until he reached the inner surface of the Empyrean. After the soul of the prophet, writes the anonymous author of Mankind, their origin and destiny, in his ecstatic state has passed in its rapid flight through the 7 spheres, from the sphere of the moon to that of Saturn. Or from the planet which corresponds to Cancer, the gate of men, to that of Capricorn, which is the gate of the gods. A new gate opens to him in the highest heaven, and in the zodiac, beneath which the 7 planets revolve. In a word, in the firmament, or that which the ancients called crystallinum primum, or the crystal heaven. When related to the Eastern system of metaphysics, these churches represent the chakras, or nerve ganglia, along the human spine, the door in heaven being the Brahmarandra, or point in the crown of the skull, Golgotha, through which the spinal spirit fire passes to liberation. The Church of Ephesus corresponds to the Muladhara, or sacral ganglion, and the other churches to the higher ganglia according to the order given in Revelation. Dar. Steiner discovers a relationship between the 7 churches and the divisions of the Aryan race. Thus, the Church of Ephesus stands for the Arch-Indian branch, the Church of Smyrna, the Arch-Persians. The Church of Pergamos, the Chaldean-Egyptian Semitic, the Church of Thyatira, the Grecian-Latin Roman, the Church of Sardis, the Teuton Anglo-Saxon, the Church of Philadelphia, the Slavic, and the Church of Laodicea, the Manichaean. The 7 churches also signify the Greek vowels, of which Alpha and Omega are the first and the last. A difference of opinion exists as to the order in which the 7 planars should be related to the churches. Some proceed from the hypothesis that Saturn represents the Church of Ephesus. But from the fact that this city was sacred to the moon goddess and also that the sphere of the moon is the first above that of the earth, the planets obviously should ascend in their ancient order from the moon to Saturn. From Saturn the soul would naturally ascend through the door in the Empyrean. In the 4th and 5th chapters St. John describes the throne of God upon which sat the Holy One, which was and is to come. About the throne were 24 lesser seats upon which sat 24 elders arrayed in white garments and wearing crowns of gold. And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. He who sat upon the throne held in his right hand a book sealed with 7 seals which no man in heaven or earth had been found worthy to open. Then appeared a lamb, Aries, the first and chief of the zodiacal signs, which had been slain, having 7 horns, rays, and 7 eyes, lights. The Lamb took the book from the right hand of him that sat upon the throne, and the 4 beasts and all the elders fell down and worshipped God and the Lamb. During the early centuries of the Christian Church the Lamb was universally recognized as the symbol of Christ, and not until after the 5th Synod of Constantinople, the Quinisext Synod, A.D. 692, was the figure of the crucified man substituted for that of Agnus Dei. As shrewdly noted by one writer on the subject, the use of a lamb is indicative of the Persian origin of Christianity, for the Persians were the only people to symbolize the first sign of the zodiac by a lamb. Because a lamb was the sin offering of the ancient pagans, the early mystic Christians considered this animal as an appropriate emblem of Christ, whom they regarded as the sin offering of the world. The Greeks and the Egyptians highly venerated the lamb or ram, often placing its horns upon the foreheads of their gods. The Scandinavian god Thor carried a hammer made from a pair of ram's horns. The lamb is used in preference to the ram apparently because of its purity and gentleness. Also, since the Creator himself was symbolized by Aries, his son would consequently be the little ram or lamb. The lambskin apron worn by the Freemasons over that part of the body symbolized by Typhon or Judas represents that purification of the generative processes which is a prerequisite to true spirituality. In this allegory the lamb signifies the purified candidate, its 7 horns representing the divisions of illuminated reason and its 7 eyes the chakras, or perfected sense perceptions. Episodes from the Mysteries of the Apocalypse. From Clauber's Historiae Biblici Veteris et Novi Testamenti. In the central foreground, St. John the Divine is kneeling before the apparition of the Alpha and Omega standing in the midst of the 7 lights and surrounded by an aureole of flames and smoke. In the heavens above the 24 elders with their harps and censers bow before the throne of the Ancient One, from whose hand the Lamb is taking the book sealed with 7 seals. The 7 Spirit of God, in the form of cups from which issue tongues of fire, surround the head of the Ancient One, and the 4 beasts, the cherubim, kneel at the corners of his throne. In the upper left-hand corner are shown the 7 angels bearing the trumpets and also the altar of God and the angel with the censer. In the upper right are the spirits of the winds. Below them is the Virgin clothed with the sun, to whom wings were given that she might fly into the wilderness. To her right is a scene representing the spirits of God hurling the evil serpent into the bottomless pit. At the lower left St. John is shown receiving from the angelic figure, whose legs are pillars of fire and whose face is a shining sun, the little book which he is told to eat if he would understand the mysteries of the spiritual life. The plate also contains a number of other symbols, including episodes from the destruction of the world and the crystal sea pouring forth from the throne of God. By the presentation of such symbolic conceptions in the form of rituals and dramatic episodes the secrets of the Phrygian mysteries were perpetuated. When these sacred pageantries were thus revealed to all mankind indiscriminately and each human soul was appointed its own initiator into the holy rite of the philosophic life. A boon was conferred upon humanity which cannot be fully appreciated until men and women have grown more responsive to those mysteries which are of the Spirit. The 6th to 11th chapters inclusive are devoted to an account of the opening of the 7 seals on the book held by the Lamb. When the first seal was broken, there rode forth a man on a white horse wearing a crown and holding in his hand a bow. When the second seal was broken, there rode forth a man upon a red horse and in his hand was a great sword. When the third seal was broken there rode forth a man upon a black horse and with a pair of balances in his hand. And when the fourth seal was broken there rode forth Death upon a pale horse and hell followed after him. The 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse may be interpreted to signify the 4 main divisions of human life. Birth is represented by the rider on the white horse who comes forth conquering and to conquer. The impetuosity of youth by the rider on the red horse who took peace from the earth, maturity by the rider on the black horse who weighs all things in the scales of reason. And death by the rider on the pale horse who was given power over a 4th part of the earth. In the Eastern philosophy these horsemen signify the 4 yugas, or ages, of the world which, riding forth at their appointed times, become for a certain span the rulers of creation. Commenting on the 24th allocution of Chrysostom, in The Origin of All Religious Worship, Dupuy notes that each of the 4 elements was represented by a horse bearing the name of the god who is set over the element. The first horse, signifying the fire ether, was called Jupiter and occupied the highest place in the order of the elements. This horse was winged, very fleet, and, describing the largest circle, encompassed all the others. It shone with the purest light, and on its body were the images of the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the bodies in the ethereal regions. The second horse, signifying the element of air, was Juno. It was inferior to the horse of Jupiter and described a smaller circle. Its color was black but that part exposed to the sun became luminous, thus signifying the diurnal and nocturnal conditions of air. The third horse, symbolizing the element of water, was sacred to Neptune. It was of heavy gait and described a very small circle. The fourth horse, signifying the static element of earth, described as immovable and champing its bit, was the steed of Vesta. Despite their differences in temperature, these 4 horses lived harmoniously together, which is in accord with the principles of the philosophers, who declared the world to be preserved by the concord and harmony of its elements. In time, however, the racing horse of Jupiter burned the mane of the horse of earth, the thundering steed of Neptune also became covered with sweat, which overflowed the immovable horse of Vesta and resulted in the deluge of Deucalion. At last the fiery horse of Jupiter will consume the rest, when the 3 inferior elements purified by reabsorption in the fiery ether will come forth renewed, constituting a new heaven and a new earth. When the 5th seal was opened St. John beheld those who had died for the word of God. When the 6th seal was broken there was a great earthquake, the sun being darkened and the moon becoming like blood. The angels of the winds came forth and also another angel, who sealed upon their foreheads 144,000 of the children of Israel that they should be preserved against the awful day of tribulation. By adding the digits together according to the Pythagorean system of numerical philosophy, the number 144,000 is reduced to 9, the mystic symbol of man and also the number of initiation. For he who passes through the 9 degrees of the mysteries receives the sign of the cross as emblematic of his regeneration and liberation from the bondage of his own infernal, or inferior, nature. The addition of the 3 ciphers to the original sacred number 1.44 indicates the elevation of the mystery to the 3rd sphere. When the 7th seal was broken there was silence for the space of half an hour. Then came forth 7 angels and to each was given a trumpet. When the 7 angels sounded their trumpets intoned the 7-lettered name of the Logos great catastrophes ensued. A star, which was called Wormwood, fell from heaven, thereby signifying that the secret doctrine of the ancients had been given to men who had profaned it and caused the wisdom of God to become a destructive agency. And another star symbolizing the false light of human reason as distinguished from the divine reason of the initiate fell from heaven and to it, materialistic reason, was given the key to the bottomless pit, nature, which it opened, causing all manner of evil creatures to issue forth. And there came also a mighty angel who was clothed in a cloud, whose face was as the sun and his feet and legs as pillars of fire, and one foot was upon the waters and the other upon the land, the Hermetic Anthropos. This celestial being gave St. John a little book, bidding him eat it, which the seer did. The book is representative of the secret doctrine that spiritual food which is the nourishment of the spirit. And St. John, being, in the spirit, ate his fill of the wisdom of God and the hunger of his soul was appeased. John's vision of the New Jerusalem. From Clauber's Historiae Biblici Veteris et Novi Testamenti. In the upper left-hand corner is shown the destruction of Babylon, also the angel which cast the great millstone into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down and shall be found no more at all. Below is the horseman, called Faithful and True, casting the beast into the bottomless pit. At the lower right is the angel with the key to the bottomless pit, who with a great chain binds Satan for 1,000 years. In the heavens above is represented one like unto the Son of Man, who carries a great sickle with which he reaps the harvest of the world. In the center is the holy city, the New Jerusalem, with its 12 gates and the mountain of the Lamb rising in the midst thereof. From the throne of the Lamb pours the great river of crystal, or living water, signifying the spiritual doctrine, upon all who discover and drink of its waters are conferred immortality. Kneeling upon a high cliff, St. John gazes down upon the mystic city, the archetype of the perfect civilization yet to be. Above the New Jerusalem, in a great sunburst of glory, is the throne of the Ancient One, which is the light of those who dwell in the matchless empire of the Spirit. Beyond the recognition of the uninitiated world is an ever-increasing aggregation composed of the spiritual elect. Though they walk the earth as ordinary mortals, they are of a world apart and through their ceaseless efforts the kingdom of God is being slowly but surely established upon earth. These illumined souls are the builders of the New Jerusalem, and their bodies are the living stones in its walls. Lighted by the torch of truth they carry on their work. Through their activities the golden age will return to the earth and the power of sin and death will be destroyed. For this reason they declare that virtuous and illumined men, instead of ascending to heaven, will bring heaven down and establish it in the midst of earth itself. The 12th chapter treats of a great wonder appearing in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. This woman represents the constellation of Virgo and also the Egyptian Isis, who, about to be delivered of her son Horus, is attacked by Typhon, the latter attempting to destroy the child predestined by the gods to slay the spirit of evil. The war in heaven relates to the destruction of the planet Ragnarok and to the fall of the angels. The Virgin can be interpreted to signify the secret doctrine itself and her son the initiate born out of the womb of the mysteries. The spirit of evil thus personified in the great dragon attempted to control mankind by destroying the mother of those illumined souls who have labored unceasingly for the salvation of the world. Wings were given to the mysteries, the Virgin, and they flew into the wilderness, and the evil dragon tried to destroy them with a flood of false doctrine, but the earth, oblivion, swallowed up the false doctrines and the mysteries endured. The 13th chapter describes a great beast which rose out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Faber sees in this amphibious monster the Demiurgus, or creator of the world, rising out of the ocean of chaos. While most interpreters of the Apocalypse consider the various beasts described therein as typical of evil agencies, this viewpoint is the inevitable result of unfamiliarity with the ancient doctrines from which the symbolism of the book is derived. Astronomically, the great monster rising out of the sea is the constellation of Cetus, the whale. Because religious ascetics looked upon the universe itself as an evil and ensnaring fabrication, they also came to regard its very creator as a weaver of delusions. Thus the great sea monster, the world, and its maker, the Demiurgus, whose strength is derived from the dragon of cosmic power, came to be personified as a beast of horror and destruction, seeking to swallow up the immortal part of human nature. The 7 heads of the monster represent the 7 stars, spirits, composing the constellation of the Great Dipper, called by the Hindus rishis, or cosmic creative spirits. The 10 horns Faber relates to the 10 primordial patriarchs. These may also denote the ancient zodiac of 10 signs. The number of the beast, 666, is an interesting example of the use of Kabbalism in the New Testament and among early Christian mystics. In the following table Kircher shows that the names of Antichrist as given by Irenaeus all have 666 as their numerical equivalent. Tau 300. Lambda 30. Lambda 1. Lambda 30. Epsilon 5. Alpha 1. Nu 50. Alpha 1. Iota 10. Mu 40. Tau 300. Tau 300. Tau 300. Pi 80. Epsilon 5. Epsilon 5. Alpha 1. Epsilon 5. Mu 40. Iota 10. Nu 50. Tau 300. Omicron 70. Nu 50. Iota 10. Final sigma 200. Omicron 70. Final sigma 200. Final sigma 200. 666. 666. 666. 666. James Morgan Price also notes that according to this method of figuring, the Greek term phyroedenu, which signifies the lower mind, has 666 as its numerical equivalent. It is also well known to Kabbalists that Eta Sigma Omicron Upsilon, Jesus, has for its numerical value another sacred and secret number, 888. Adding the digits of the number 666 and again adding the digits of the sum gives the sacred number, 9, the symbol of man in his unregenerate state and also the path of his resurrection. The 14th chapter opens with the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, the eastern horizon. About him gathered the 144,000 with the name of God written in their foreheads. An angel thereupon announces the fall of Babylon, the city of confusion or worldliness. Those perish who do not overcome worldliness and enter into the realization that spirit and not matter is enduring. For, having no interests other than those which are material, they are swept to destruction with the material world. NST. John beheld one like unto the Son of Man, Perseus, riding upon a cloud, the substances of the invisible world, and bearing in his hand a sharp sickle, and with the sickle the Shining One reaped the earth. This is a symbol of the initiator releasing into the sphere of reality the higher natures of those who, symbolized by ripened grain, have reached the point of liberation. And there came another angel, Boötes, death also with a sickle, Karma, who reaped the vines of the earth, those who have lived by the false light, and cast them into the winepress of the wrath of God, the purgatorial spheres. The 15th to 18th chapters inclusive contain an account of 7 angels, the Pleiades, who pour their vials upon the earth. The contents of their vials, the loosened energy of the cosmic bull, are called the 7 last plagues. Here also is introduced a symbolic figure, termed the harlot of Babylon, which is described as a woman seated upon a scarlet-colored beast having 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet and bedecked with gold, precious stones, and pearls, having in her hand a golden cup full of abominations. This figure may be an effort, probably interpolated, to vilify Cybele, or Artemis, the great mother goddess of antiquity. Because the pagans venerated the Mater Deorum through symbols appropriate to the feminine generative principle, they were accused by the early Christians of worshipping a courtesan. As nearly all the ancient mysteries included a test of the neophyte's moral character, the temptress, the animal soul, is here portrayed as a pagan goddess. The 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. From Solis Biblische Figuren. In the allegory of the 4 horsemen according to the mysteries of philosophy is set forth the condition of man during the stages of his existence. In his first and spiritual state he is crowed. As he descends into the realm of experience he carries the sword. Reaching physical expression, which is his least spiritual state, he carries the scales, and by the philosophic death, is released again into the highest spheres. In the ancient Roman games the chariot of the sun was drawn by 4 horses of different colors, and the horsemen of the apocalypse may be interpreted to represent the solar energy riding upon the 4 elements which serve as media for its expression. In the 19th and 20th chapters is set forth the preparation of that mystical sacrament called the marriage of the Lamb. The bride is the soul of the neophyte, which attains conscious immortality by uniting itself to its own spiritual source. The heavens opened once more and St. John saw a white horse, and the rider, the illumined mind, which sat upon it was called Faithful and True. Out of his mouth issued a sharp sword, and the armies of heaven followed after him. Upon the plains of heaven was fought the mystic Armageddon, the last great war between light and darkness. The forces of evil under the Persian Ahriman battled against the forces of good under Ahura Mazda. Evil was vanquished and the beast and the false prophet cast into a lake of fiery brimstone. Satan was bound for 1,000 years. Then followed the last judgment, the books were opened, including the book of life. The dead were judged according to their works, and those whose names were not in the book of life were cast into a sea of fire. To the neophyte, Armageddon represents the last struggle between the flesh and the spirit when, finally overcoming the world, the illumined soul rises to union with its spiritual self. The judgment signifies the weighing of the soul and was borrowed from the mysteries of Osiris. The rising of the dead from their graves and from the sea of illusion represents the consummation of the process of human regeneration. The sea of fire into which those are cast who fail in the ordeal of initiation signifies the fiery sphere of the animal world. In the 21st and 22nd chapters are pictured the new heaven and the new earth to be established at the close of Ahriman's reign. St. John, carried in the spirit to a great and high mountain, the brain, beheld the new Jerusalem descending as a bride adorned for her husband. The holy city represents the regenerated and perfected world, the true ashlar of the Mason, for the city was a perfect cube, it being written, the length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. The foundation of the holy city consisted of 144 stones in 12 rows, from which it is evident that the new Jerusalem represents the microcosm, patterned after the greater universe in which it stands. The 12 gates of this symbolic dodecahedron are the signs of the zodiac through which the celestial impulses descend into the inferior world, the jewels are the precious stones of the zodiacal signs. And the transparent golden streets are the streams of spiritual light along which the initiate passes on his path towards the sun. There is no material temple in that city, for God and the Lamb are the temple. And there is neither sun nor moon, for God and the Lamb are the light. The glorified and spiritualized initiate is here depicted as a city. This city will ultimately be united with the Spirit of God and absorbed into the divine effulgency. St. John beheld a river, the water of life, which proceeded out of the throne of the Lamb. The river represents the stream pouring from the first logos, which is the life of all things and the active cause of all creation. There also was the tree of life, the Spirit, bearing 12 manner of fruit, whose leaves were for the healing of the nations. By the tree is also represented the year, which every month yields some good for the maintenance of existing creatures. Jesus then tells St. John that he is the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star, Venus. St. John concludes with the words, "The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen." The faith of Islam. Representative of the attitude of Christendom toward Islam, till recent years at least, is Alexander Ross's postscript to the anglicized version, published in 1649, of Sieur du Rier's French translation of the Quran. The author of the postscript directs the following invective against Muhammad and the Quran. Good reader, the great Arabian impostor now at last after 1,000 years, is by the way of France arrived in England, and his Alquran. Or gallimaufry of errors, a brat as deformed as the parent, and as full of heresies as his scald head was of scurvy, hath learned to speak English. If you will take a brief view of the Alquran, you shall find it a hodgepodge made up of these 4 ingredients: 1. of contradictions. 2. Of blasphemy. 3. Of ridiculous fables. 4. Of lies. The accusation of blasphemy is emphasized against Muhammad because he affirmed that God, being unmarried, was incapable of having a son. The fallacious argument, however, is apparent from the Prophet's own views of the nature of God as contained in the second surah of the Quran. To Allah, God, belongeth the east and the west. Therefore, whithersoever ye turn yourselves to pray, there is the face of Allah, for Allah is omnipresent and omniscient. They say, Allah hath begotten children, Allah forbid. To him belongeth whatever is in heaven, and on earth. All is possessed by him, the creator of heaven and earth, and when he decreeth a thing, he only saith unto it, Be, and it is. In other words, the God of Islam has but to desire and the object of that desire at once comes into being, whereas the God of Alexander Ross must proceed in accord with the laws of human generation. Muhammad, Prophet of Islam, the desired of all nations, was born in Mecca, AD 570, and died in Medina, AD 632, or in the 11th year after the Hijrah. Washington Irving thus describes the signs and wonders accompanying the birth of the Prophet. His mother suffered none of the pangs of travail. At the moment of his coming into the world a celestial light illumined the surrounding country, and the newborn child, raising his eyes to heaven, exclaimed, God is great. There is no God but God, and I am his prophet. Heaven and earth, we are assured, were agitated at his advent. The lake Sawa shrank back to its secret springs, leaving its borders dry, while the Tigris, bursting its bounds, overflowed the neighboring lands. The palace of Khosrau the king of Persia shook on its foundations, and several of its towers were toppled to the earth. In the same eventful night the sacred fire of Zoroaster, which, guarded by the Magi, had burned without interruption for upward of 1,000 years, was suddenly extinguished, and all the idols in the world fell down. See Muhammad and his successors. While the prophet was still but a toddling babe, the angel Gabriel with 70 wings came to him, and cutting open the child, withdrew the heart. This Gabriel cleansed of the black drop of original sin which is in every human heart because of the perfidy of Adam and then returned the organ to its proper place in the prophet's body. See footnote in E. H. Palmer's translation of the Quran. In his youth Muhammad traveled with the Meccan caravans, on one occasion acted as armor-bearer for his uncle, and spent a considerable time among the Bedouins, from whom he learned many of the religious and philosophic traditions of ancient Arabia. While traveling with his uncle, Abu Talib, Muhammad contacted the Nestorian Christians, having encamped on a certain night near one of their monasteries. Here the young prophet-to-be secured much of his information concerning the origin and doctrines of the Christian faith. With the passing years Muhammad attained marked success in business and when about 26 years old married one of his employers, a wealthy widow nearly 15 years his senior. The widow, Khadija by name, was apparently somewhat mercenary, for, finding her young business manager most efficient, she resolved to retain him in that capacity for life. Khadija was a woman of exceptional mentality and to her integrity and devotion must be ascribed the early success of the Islamic cause. By his marriage Muhammad was elevated from a position of comparative poverty to one of great wealth and power, and so exemplary was his conduct that he became known throughout Mecca as the faithful and true. Muhammad would have lived and died an honored and respected Meccan had he not unhesitatingly sacrificed both his wealth and social position in the service of the God whose voice he heard while meditating in the cavern on Mount Hira in the month of Ramadan. Year after year Muhammad climbed the rocky and desolate slopes of Mount Hira, since called Jebel Nur, the mountain of light, and here in his loneliness cried out to God to reveal anew the pure religion of Adam. That spiritual doctrine lost to mankind through the dissensions of religious factions. Khadija, solicitous over her husband's ascetic practices which were impairing his physical health, sometimes accompanied him in his weary vigil, and with womanly intuition sensed the travail of his soul. At last one night in his 40th year as he lay upon the floor of the cavern, enveloped in his cloak, a great light burst upon him. Overcome with a sense of perfect peace and understanding in the blessedness of the celestial presence, he lost consciousness. When he came to himself again, the angel Gabriel stood before him, exhibiting a silken shawl with mysterious characters traced upon it. From these characters Muhammad gained the basic doctrines later embodied in the Quran. Then Gabriel spoke in a clear and wonderful voice, declaring Muhammad to be the prophet of the living God. In awe and trembling, Muhammad hastened to Khadijah, fearing the vision to have been inspired by the same evil spirits who served the pagan magicians so greatly despised by him. Khadijah assured him that his own virtuous life would be his protection and that he need fear no evil. Thus reassured, the prophet awaited further visitations from Gabriel. When these did not come, however, such a despair filled his soul that he attempted self-destruction, only to be stopped in the very act of casting himself over a cliff by the sudden reappearance of Gabriel, who again assured the prophet that the revelations needed by his people would be given to him as necessity arose. Possibly as a result of his lonely periods of meditation, Muhammad seemingly was subject to ecstatic swoons. On the occasions when the various surahs of the Quran were dictated, he is said to have fallen unconscious, and, regardless of the chill of the surrounding air, to have been covered with beads of perspiration. Often these attacks came without warning. At other times he would sit wrapped in a blanket to prevent a chill from the copious perspiration. And while apparently unconscious would dictate the various passages which a small circle of trusted friends would either commit to memory or reduce to writing. On one occasion in later life, when Abu Bakr referred to the grey hairs in his beard, Muhammad, lifting the end of his beard and looking at it, declared its whiteness to be due to the physical agony attendant upon his periods of inspiration. Muhammad's Night Journey to Heaven. From Dawson's Tableau General de l'Empire Ottoman. In the 17th surah of the Quran it is written that upon a certain night Muhammad was transported from the temple at Mecca to that of Jerusalem, but no details are given of the strange journey. In the Mishkatu el-Masabi, Muhammad is made to describe his ascent through the seven heavens into the icy presence of the May-veiled God and his subsequent return to his own bed, all in a single night. Muhammad was awakened in the night by the angel Gabriel, who, after removing the prophet's heart, washed the cavity with Zamzam water, and filled the heart itself with faith and science. A strange creature, called Albarak, or the lightning bolt, was brought for the conveyance of the prophet. Albarak is described as white animal of the shape and size of a mule, with the head of a woman and the tail of a peacock. According to some versions, Muhammad merely rode Albarak to Jerusalem, where, dismounting upon Mount Moriah, he caught hold of the lower rung of a golden ladder lowered from heaven and, accompanied by Gabriel, ascended through the seven spheres separating the earth from the inner surface of the Empyrean. At the gate of each sphere stood me of the patriarchs, whom Muhammad saluted as he entered the various planes. At the gate of the first heaven stood Adam, at the gate of the second, John and Jesus, sisters' sons, at the third, Joseph. At the fourth, Enoch, at the fifth, Aaron, at the sixth, Moses, and at the seventh, Abraham. Another order of the patriarchs and prophets is given which places Jesus at the gate of the seventh heaven, and upon reaching this point Muhammad is said to have requested Jesus to intercede for him before the throne of God. If the writings attributed to Muhammad be considered as merely the hallucinations of an epileptic and for that reason discounted, his Christian detractors should beware lest with the doctrines of the prophet they also undermine the very teachings which they themselves affirm. For many of the disciples, apostles, and saints of the early church are known to have been subject to nervous disorders. Muhammad's first convert was his own wife, Khadijah, who was followed by other members of his immediate family. A circumstance which moved Sir William Muir to note. It is strongly corroborative of Muhammad's sincerity that the earliest converts to Islam were not only of upright character, but his own bosom friends and people of his household, who, intimately acquainted with his private life, could not fail otherwise to have detected those discrepancies which ever more or less exist between the professions of the hypocritical deceiver abroad and his actions at home. See the life of Muhammad. Among the first to accept the faith of Islam was Abu Bakr, who became Muhammad's closest and most faithful friend, in fact his alter ego. Abu Bakr, a man of brilliant attainments, contributed materially to the success of the Prophet's enterprise, and in accord with the express wish of the Prophet became the leader of the faithful after Muhammad's death. Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, later became the wife of Muhammad, thus still further cementing the bond of fraternity between the two men. Quietly, but industriously, Muhammad promulgated his doctrines among a small circle of powerful friends. When the enthusiasm of his followers finally forced his hand and he publicly announced his mission, he was already the leader of a strong and well-organized faction. Fearing Muhammad's growing prestige, the people of Mecca, waiving the time-honored tradition that blood could not be spilt within the holy city, decided to exterminate Islam by assassinating the Prophet. All the different groups combined in this undertaking so that the guilt for the crime might thereby be more evenly distributed. Discovering the danger in time, Muhammad left his friend Ali in his bed and fled with Abu Bakr from the city, and after adroitly eluding the Meccans, joined the main body of his followers that had preceded him to Yathrib, afterwards called Medina. Upon this incident called the Hijra or flight is based the Islamic chronological system. Dating from the Hijra, the power of the Prophet steadily grew until in the 8th year Muhammad entered Mecca after practically a bloodless victory and established it as the spiritual center of his faith. Planting his standard to the north of Mecca, he rode into the city, and after circling 7 times the sacred Kaaba, ordered the 360 images within its precincts to be hewn down. He then entered the Kaaba itself, cleansed it of its idolatrous associations, and rededicated the structure to Allah, the monotheistic God of Islam. Muhammad next granted amnesty to all his enemies for their attempts to destroy him. Under his protection Mecca increased in power and glory, becoming the focal point of a great annual pilgrimage, which even to this day winds across the desert in the months of pilgrimage and numbers over 300,000 in its train. In the 10th year after the Hijra, Muhammad led the valedictory pilgrimage and for the last time rode at the head of the faithful along the sacred way leading to Mecca and the Black Stone. As the premonition of death was strong upon him, he desired this pilgrimage to be the perfect model for all the thousands that would follow. Conscious that life was waning away within him, writes Washington Irving, Muhammad, during this last sojourn in the sacred city of his faith, sought to engrave his doctrines deeply in the minds and hearts of his followers. For this purpose he preached frequently in the Kaaba from the pulpit, or in the open air from the back of his camel. Listen to my words, would he say, for I know not whether, after this year, we shall ever meet here again. Oh, my hearers, I am but a man like yourselves, the angel of death may at any time appear, and I must obey his summons. While thus preaching, the very heavens are said to have opened and the voice of God spoke, saying, This day I have perfected your religion, and accomplished in you my grace. When these words were uttered the multitude fell down in adoration and even Muhammad's camel knelt. See Muhammad and his successors. Having completed the valedictory pilgrimage, Muhammad returned to Medina. In the 7th year after the Hijra, a.h. 7, an attempt was made at Khaybar to poison the Prophet. As Muhammad took the first mouthful of the poisoned food, the evil design was revealed to him either by the taste of the meat or, as the faithful believe, by divine intercession. He had already swallowed a small portion of the food, however, and for the remainder of his life he suffered almost constantly from the effects of the poison. In A.H. 11, when his final illness came upon him, Muhammad insisted that the subtle effects of the poison were the indirect cause of his approaching end. It is related that during his last sickness he rose one night and visited a burial ground on the outskirts of Medina, evidently believing that he, too, would soon be numbered with the dead. At this time he told an attendant that the choice had been offered him of continuing his physical life or going to his Lord, and that he had chosen to meet his Maker. Muhammad suffered greatly with his head inside and also from fever, but on June 8 seemed convalescent. He joined his followers in prayer and, seating himself in the courtyard, delivered a lecture to the faithful in a clear and powerful voice. Apparently he overtaxed his strength, for it was necessary to assist him into the house of Aisha, which opened into the court of the mosque. Here upon a tough pallet laid on the bare floor the Prophet of Islam spent his last 2 hours on earth. When she saw that her aged husband was suffering intense pain, Aisha then but a girl of 20 lifting the grey head of the man she had known from infancy and who must have seemed more like a father than a husband. Supported him in her arms until the end. Feeling that death was upon him, Muhammad prayed, "O Lord, I beseech thee, assist me in the agonies of death." Then almost in a whisper he repeated 3 times, "Gabriel, come close unto me." For details consult The Life of Muhammad by Sir William Muir. In The Hero as Prophet, Thomas Carlyle writes thus of the death of Muhammad: "His last words were a prayer, broken ejaculations of a heart struggling up in trembling hope towards its Maker." Muhammad was buried under the floor of the apartment in which he died. The present condition of the grave is thus described. Above the hujra is a green dome, surmounted by a large gilt crescent, springing from a series of globes. Within the building are the tombs of Muhammad, Abu Bakr, and Umar, with a space reserved for the grave of our Lord Jesus Christ, who Muslims say will again visit the earth, and die and be buried at Al-Madinah. The grave of Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, is supposed to be in a separate part of the building, although some say she was buried in Baqi. The Prophet's body is said to be stretched full length on the right side, with the right palm supporting the right cheek, the face fronting Makkah. Close behind him is placed Abu Bakr, whose face fronts Muhammad's shoulder, and then Umar, who occupies the same position with respect to his predecessor. Amongst Christian historians there is a popular story to the effect that Mohammedans believed the coffin of their prophet to be suspended in the air, which has no foundation whatever in Muslim literature. And Niebuhr thinks the story must have arisen from the rude pictures sold to strangers. See a Dictionary of Islam. Concerning the character of Muhammad there have been the grossest misconceptions. No evidence exists to support the charges of extreme cruelty and licentiousness laid at his door. On the other hand, the more closely the life of Muhammad is scrutinized by dispassionate investigators, the more apparent become the finer qualities of his nature. In the words of Carlyle, Muhammad himself, after all that can be said about him, was nor a sensual man. We so err widely if we consider this man as a common voluptuary, intent mainly on base enjoyments, nay, on enjoyments of any kind. His household was of the frugalest, his common diet barley bread and water. Sometimes for months there was not a fire once lighted on his hearth. A poor, hard-working, ill-provided man, careless of what vulgar man toiled for. They called him a prophet, you say? Why, he stood there face to face with them. There, not enshrined in any mystery, visibly clouding his own cloak, cobbling his own shoes, fighting, counseling, ordering in the midst of them, they must have seen what kind of a man he was, let him be called what you like. No emperor with his tiaras was obeyed as this man in a cloak of his own clouding. Confused by the apparently hopeless task of reconciling the life of the prophet with the absurd statements long accepted as authentic, Washington Irving weighs him in the scales of fairness. His military triumphs awakened no pride nor vainglory, as they would have done had they been effected for selfish purposes. In the time of his greatest power, he maintained the same simplicity of manners and appearances as in the days of his adversity. It is this perfect abnegation of self, connected with this apparent heartfelt piety, running throughout the various phases of his fortune, which perplex one in forming a just estimate of Muhammad's character. When he hung over the deathbed of his infant son Ibrahim, resignation to the will of God was exhibited in his conduct under this keenest of afflictions, and the hope of soon rejoining his child in paradise was his consolation. See Muhammad and his successors. Aisha, questioned after the death of the Prophet concerning his habits, replied that he mended his own clothes, cobbled his own shoes, and helped her in the household duties. How far removed from Western concepts of Muhammad's sanguinary character is Aisha's simple admission that he loved most of all to sew. He also accepted the invitations of slaves and sat at meals with servants, declaring himself to be a servant. Of all vices he hated lying the most. Before his death he freed all his slaves. He never permitted his family to use for personal ends any of the alms or tithe money given by his people. He was fond of sweetmeats and used rain water for drinking purposes. His time he divided into 3 parts, namely, the first he gave to God, the second to his family, and the third to himself. The latter portion, however, he later sacrificed to the service of his people. He dressed chiefly in white but also wore red, yellow, and green. Muhammad entered Mecca wearing a black turban and bearing a black standard. He wore only the plainest of garments, declaring that rich and conspicuous raiment did not become the pious, and did not remove his shoes at prayer. He was particularly concerned with the cleanliness of his teeth, and at the time of his death, when too weak to speak, indicated his desire for a toothpick. When fearful of forgetting something, the Prophet tied a thread to his ring. He once had a very fine gold ring, but, noting that his followers had taken to wearing similar rings in emulation of him, he removed his own and threw it away lest his followers form an evil habit. See the life of Muhammad. The Kaaba, the holy place of Islam. Section from Panorama of Mecca in Dawson's Tableau General de l'Empire Ottoman. The Kaaba, or cube-shaped building in the midst of the great court of the mosque at Mecca, is the most holy spot in the Islamic world. Toward it the followers of the Prophet must face 5 times a day at the appointed hours of prayer. Like the devotees of nearly all other faiths, the Mussulman originally faced the east while in prayer, but by a later decree he was ordered to turn his face toward Mecca. Little is known of the history of the Kaaba prior to its rededication as a Mohammedan mosque, other than that the building was a pagan temple. At the time the Prophet captured Mecca, the Kaaba and surrounding court contained 360 idols, which were destroyed by Muhammad before he actually gained access to the shrine itself. The ancient house, as the Kaaba is called, is an irregular cube measuring about 38 feet in length, 35 feet in height and 30 feet in width. The length of each side wall varies slightly and that of the end walls over a foot. In the southeast corner of the wall at a convenient distance above the ground, about 5 feet, is embedded the sacred and mysterious black stone or aerolite of Abraham. When first given to that patriarch by the angel Gabriel, this stone was of such strong whiteness as to be visible from every part of the earth, but late, it became black because of the sins of man. This black stone, oval in shape and about 7 inches in diameter, was broken in the 7th century and is now held together by a silver mounting. According to tradition, 2,000 years before the creation of the world the Kaaba was first constructed in heaven, where a model of it still remains. Adam erected the Kaaba on earth exactly below the spot in heaven occupied by the original, and selected the stones from the 5 sacred mountains Sinai, Al-Judi, Hira, Olivet, and Lebanon. 10,000 angels were appointed to guard the structure. At the time of the deluge the sacred house was destroyed, but afterward was rebuilt by Abraham and his son Ishmael. For details see a Dictionary of Islam. It is probable that the site of the Kaaba was originally occupied by a prehistoric stone altar or ring of uncut monoliths similar to those of Stonehenge. Like the temple at Jerusalem, the Kaaba has undergone many vicissitudes, and the present structure does not antedate the 17th century of the Christian era. When Mecca was sacked in AD 930, the famous black stone was captured by the Carmathians, in whose possession it remained over 20 years, and it is a moot question whether the stone finally returned by them in exchange for a princely ransom was actually the original block or a substitute. The side of the Kaaba are the supposed graves of Hagar and Ishmael, and near the door, which is about 7 feet above the ground, is the stone upon which Abraham stood while rebuilding the Kaaba. Various coverings have always been thrown over the cube-shaped structure. The present drape, which is replaced annually, is a black brocade embroidered in gold. Small pieces of the old drape are cherished by pilgrims as holy relics. Entrance to the Kaaba is effected by a movable flight of steps. The interior is lined with varicolored marble, silver, and gilt. Although the building is generally conceived to be windowless, this point is disputed. Access to the roof is had through a silver-plated door. In addition to the sacred books, the Kaaba contains 13 lamps. The great courtyard around the building contains a number of holy objects, and is bounded by a colonnade which originally consisted of 360 pillars. Opening into the courtyard are 19 gates, the sacred and significant number of the Masonic cycle, and also the number of stones in the inner ring of Stonehenge. 7 great minarets tower above the Kaaba, and one of the sacred ceremonials in connection with the building includes 7 circumambulations about the central Kaaba in an apparent effort to portray the motion of the celestial bodies. The most frequent, and apparently the most damaging, accusation brought against Muhammad is that of polygamy. Those who sincerely believe the harem to be irreconcilable with spirituality should with consistency move for the expurgation of the Psalms of David and the Proverbs of Solomon from the list of inspired writings. For the harem of Islam's prophet was insignificant compared with that maintained by Israel's wisest king and the reputed favorite of the Most High. The popular conception that Muhammad taught that woman had no soul and could attain heaven only through marriage is not substantiated by the words and attitude of the prophet during his lifetime. In a paper entitled The Influence of Islam on Social Conditions, read at the World's Parliament of Religions held in Chicago, in 1893. Muhammad Webb states the charge and answers it thus. It has been said that Muhammad and the Quran denied a soul to woman and ranked her with the animals. The Quran places her on a perfect and complete equality with man, and the Prophet's teachings often place her in a position superior to the male in some respects. Mr. Webb justifies his stand by quoting from the 35th verse of the 33rd surah of the Quran. Verily the Muslims of either sex, and the true believers of either sex, and the devout men, and the devout women, and the men of veracity. And the women of veracity, and the patient men, and the patient women, and the humble men, and the humble women, and the almsgivers of either sex, and the men who fast, and the women who fast, and the chaste men, and the chaste women. And those of either sex who remember Allah frequently, for them hath Allah prepared forgiveness and a great reward. Here the attainment of heaven is clearly set forth as a problem whose only solution is that of individual merit. On the day of his death Muhammad told Fatima, his beloved daughter, and Safiya, his aunt, work ye out that which shall gain acceptance for you with the Lord, for I verily have no power with him to save you in any wise. The Prophet did not advise either woman to rely upon the virtues of her husband, nor in any manner did he indicate woman's salvation to be dependent upon the human frailty of her spouse. Everything to the contrary notwithstanding, Muhammad is not responsible for the contradictions and inconsistencies in the Quran, for the volume was not compiled and did not assume its present form until over 20 years after his death. In its present state the Quran is, for the major part, a jumble of hearsay through which occasionally shines forth an example of true inspiration. From what is known of the man Muhammad, it is reasonable to suppose that these nobler and finer portions represent the actual doctrines of the Prophet. The remainder are obvious interpolations, some arising from misunderstanding and others direct forgeries calculated to satisfy the temporal ambitions of conquering Islam. On this subject, Godfrey Higgins speaks with his usual perspicacity. Here we have the Quran of Muhammad and the first 4 sincere and zealous patriarchs, and the Quran of the conquering and magnificent Saracens puffed up with pride and vanity. The Quran of the eclectic philosopher was not likely to suit the conquerors of Asia. A new one must be grafted on the old, to find a justification for their enormities. See Anacalypsis. To the discerning few it is evident that Muhammad had a knowledge of that secret doctrine which must needs constitute the core of every great philosophical, religious, or ethical institution. Through one of 4 possible avenues Muhammad may have contacted the ancient mystery teachings: 1. Through direct contact with the great school in the invisible world; 2. Through the Nestorian Christian monks; 3. Through the mysterious holy man who appeared and disappeared at frequent intervals during the period in which the surahs of the Quran were revealed; 4. Through a decadent school already existing in Arabia, which school in spite of its lapse into idolatry still retained the secrets of the ancient wisdom cult. The arcana of Islam may yet be demonstrated to have been directly founded upon the ancient pagan mysteries performed at the Kaaba centuries before the birth of the Prophet. In fact, it is generally admitted that many of the ceremonials now embodied in the Islamic mysteries are survivals of pagan Arabia. The feminine principle is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic symbolism. For example, Friday, which is sacred to the planar Venus, is the Muslims' holy day. Green is the color of the Prophet and, being symbolic of verdure, is inevitably associated with the World Mother. And both the Islamic crescent and the scimitar may be interpreted to signify the crescent shape of either the moon or Venus. The famous Stone of Kabar, Kaaba, Kabir, or Kabir, at Mecca, says Jennings, which is so devoutly kissed by the faithful, is a talisman. It is said that the figure of Venus is seen to this day engraved upon it with a crescent. This very Kaaba itself was at first an idolatrous temple, where the Arabians worshipped Al-Uzza, God, and Isa, that is Venus. See Kenealy's Enoch, the second messenger of God. The Mussulmans, writes Sir William Jones, are already a sort of heterodox Christians. They are Christians, if Locke reasons justly, because they firmly believe the Immaculate Conception, divine character, and miracles of the Messiah. But they are heterodox, in denying vehemently his character of Son, and his equality, as God, with the Father, of whose unity and attributes they entertain and express the most awful ideas. While they consider our doctrine as perfect blasphemy, and insist that our copies of the Scriptures have been corrupted both by Jews and Christians. The following lines are declared by the followers of the Prophet to have been deleted from the Christian Gospels, and when Jesus, the Son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, verily I am the apostle of God sent unto you. Confirming the law which was delivered before me, and bringing good tidings of an apostle who shall come after me, and whose name shall be Ahmed. In the present text containing the prophecy of Jesus concerning a comforter to come after him, it is further claimed that the word comforter should be translated illustrious and that it had a direct reference to Muhammad. Also that the tongues of flame that descended upon the apostles on the day of Pentecost in no way could be interpreted as signifying the promised comforter. When asked, however, for definite proof that the original Gospels contain these so-called expurgated references to Muhammad, the Muslims make a counter-demand for production of the original documents upon which Christianity is founded. Until such writings are discovered, the point under dispute must remain a source of controversy. To ignore the heritage of culture received from Islam would be an unpardonable oversight, for when the crescent triumphed over the cross in southern Europe it was the harbinger of a civilization which had no equal in its day. In Studies in a Mosque, Stanley Lane Poole writes, for nearly 8 centuries under her Mohammedan ruler Spain set to all Europe a shining example of a civilized and enlightened state. Art, literature and science prospered as they then prospered nowhere else in Europe. Students flocked from France and Germany and England to drink from the fountains of learning which flowed only in the cities of the Moors. The surgeons and doctors of Andalusia were in the van of science, women were encouraged to devote themselves to serious study, and a lady doctor was not unknown among the people of Cordova. Mathematics, astronomy and botany, history, philosophy and jurisprudence, were to be mastered in Spain and in Spain alone. The library of original sources thus sums up the effects of Islam. The results of Mohammedism have been greatly underestimated. In the century after Muhammad's death it wrested Asia Minor, Africa, and Spain from Christianity, more than half of the civilized world, and established a civilization, the highest in the world during the Dark Ages. It brought the Arabian race to their highest development, raised the position of women in the East, though it retained polygamy, was intensively monotheistic, and until the Turks gained control for the most part encouraged progress. In the same work, among the great Islamic scientists and philosophers who have made substantial contributions to human knowledge are listed Gerber, or Jaffer, who in the 9th century laid the foundations for modern chemistry. Ben Musa, who in the 10th century introduced the theory of algebra, Al-Hayes, who in the 11th century made a profound study of optics and discovered the magnifying power of convex lenses. And in the 11th century also, both Avicenna, or Ibn Sina, whose medical encyclopedia was the standard of his age, and the great Kabbalist Avisprin, or Ibn Jabirol. Looking back upon the science of the Mohammedans, resumes the authority just quoted, it will be seen that they laid the first foundations of chemistry, and made important advances in mathematics and optics. Their discoveries never had the influence they should have had upon the course of European civilization, but this was because Europe itself was not enlightened enough to grasp and make use of them. Gerber's observation that oxidized iron weighs heavier than before oxidation had to be made over again. So had some of their work in optics, and many of their geographical discoveries. They had rounded Africa long before Vasco da Gama. The composition of gunpowder came into northern Europe from them. We must never forget that the Dark Ages in Christian Europe were the bright ones of the Mohammedan world. In the field of philosophy, the Arabs started by adopting the Neoplatonism they found in Europe, and gradually working back to Aristotle. What means the subtle mystery of the phoenix reborn every 600 years? Faintly from within the sanctuary of the world mysteries is whispered the answer. 600 years before Christ, the phoenix of wisdom, Pythagoras, spread its wings and died upon the altar of humanity, consumed by the sacrificial fire. In Nazareth the bird was again reborn from its own ashes, only to die upon the tree which had its roots in Adam's skull. In AD 600 appeared Ahmed, Muhammad. Again the phoenix suffered, this time from the poison of Khaybar, and from its charred ashes rose to spread its wings across the face of Mongolia, where in the 12th century Genghis Khan established the rule of wisdom. Circling the mighty desert of Gobi, the phoenix again gave up its form, which now lies buried in a glass sarcophagus under a pyramid bearing upon it the ineffable figures of the mysteries. After the lapse of 600 years from the death of Genghis Khan, did Napoleon Bonaparte, who believed himself to be the man of destiny, contact in his wanderings this strange legend of the continual periodic rebirth of wisdom? Did he feel the spreading wings of the phoenix within himself, and did he believe the hope of the world had taken flesh in him? The eagle on his standard may well have been the phoenix. This would explain why he was moved to believe himself predestined to establish the kingdom of Christ on earth, and is, perhaps, the clue to his little understood friendliness toward the Moslem. American Indian Symbolism. The North American Indian is by nature a symbolist, a mystic, and a philosopher. Like most Aboriginal peoples, his soul was en rapport with the cosmic agencies manifesting about him. Not only did his Manados control creation from their exalted seats above the clouds, but they also descended into the world of men and mingled with their red children. The grey clouds hanging over the horizon were the smoke from the calumets of the gods, who could build fires of petrified wood and use a comet for a flame. The American Indian peopled the forests, rivers, and sky with myriads of superphysical and invisible beings. There are legends of entire tribes of Indians who lived in lake bottoms. Of races who were never seen in the daytime but who, coming forth from their hidden caves, roamed the earth at night and waylaid unwary travelers. Also of Bat Indians, with human bodies and bat-like wings, who lived in gloomy forests and inaccessible cliffs and who slept hanging head downward from great branches and outcroppings of rock. The red man's philosophy of elemental creatures is apparently the outcome of his intimate contact with nature, whose inexplicable wonders become the generating cause of such metaphysical speculations. In common with the early Scandinavians, the Indians of North America considered the earth, the Great Mother, to be an intermediate plane. Bounded above by a heavenly sphere, the dwelling place of the Great Spirit, and below by a dark and terrifying subterranean world, the abode of shadows and of submundane powers. Like the Chaldeans, they divided the interval between the surface of earth and heaven into various strata, one consisting of clouds, another of the paths of the heavenly bodies, and so on. The underworld was similarly divided, and like the Greek system represented to the initiated the house of the lesser mysteries. Those creatures capable of functioning in two or more elements were considered as messengers between the spirits of these various planes. The abode of the dead was presumed to be in a distant place, in the heavens above, the earth below, the distant corners of the world, or across wide seas. Sometimes a river flows between the world of the dead and that of the living, in this respect paralleling Egyptian, Greek, and Christian theology. To the Indian the number 4 has a peculiar sanctity, presumably because the Great Spirit created his universe in a square frame. This is suggestive of the veneration accorded the tetrad by the Pythagoreans, who held it to be a fitting symbol of the Creator. The legendary narratives of the strange adventures of intrepid heroes who while in the physical body penetrated the realms of the dead prove beyond question the presence of mystery cults among the North American red men. Wherever the mysteries were established they were recognized as the philosophic equivalents of death, for those passing through the rituals experienced all after-death conditions while still in the physical body. At the consummation of the ritual the initiate actually gained the ability to pass in and out of his physical body at will. This is the philosophic foundation for the allegories of adventures in the Indian shadow land, or world of ghosts. From coast to coast, writes Hartley Burr Alexander, the sacred calumet is the Indian's altar, and its smoke is the proper offering to heaven. See Mythology of all paces. In the notes on the same work is given the following description of the pipe ceremony. The master of ceremonies, again rising to his feet, filled and lighted the pipe of peace from his own fire. Drawing 3 whiffs, one after the other, he blew the first towards the zenith, the second towards the ground, and the third towards the sun. By the first act he returned thanks to the Great Spirit for the preservation of his life during the past year, and for being permitted to be present at this council. By the second he returned thanks to his mother, the earth, for her various productions which had ministered to his sustenance. And by the third, he returned thanks to the sun for his never-failing light, ever shining upon all. Navajo Sand Painting. From an original drawing by Hasteen Claw. The Navajo dry or sand paintings are made by sprinkling varicolored ground pigment upon a base of smooth sand. The one here reproduced is encircled by the rainbow goddess, and portrays an episode from the Navajo cosmogony myth. According to Hasteen Claw, the Navajo sand priest who designed this painting, the Navajos do not believe in idolatry, hence they make no images of their gods, but perpetuate only the mental concept of them. Just as the gods draw pictures upon the moving clouds, so the priests make paintings on the sand, and when the purpose of the drawing has been fulfilled it is effaced by a sweep of the hand. According to this informant, the Zuni, Hopi, and Navajo nations had a common genesis, they all came out of the earth and then separated into 3 nations. The Navajos first emerged about 3,000 years ago at a point now called La Platte Mountain in Colorado. The 4 mountains sacred to the Navajos are La Platte Mountain, Mount Taylor, Navajo Mountain, and San Francisco Mountain. While these 3 nations were under the earth, 4 mountain ranges were below with them. The eastern mountains were white, the southern blue, the western yellow, and the northern black. The rise and fall of these mountains caused the alternation of day and night. When the white mountains rose it was day under the earth, when the yellow ones rose, twilight, the black mountains brought night, and the blue, dawn. 7 major deities were recognized by the Navajos, but Hasteen Claw was unable to say whether the Indians related these deities to the planets. Bakachiti, one of these 7 major gods, was white in color with light reddish hair and gray eyes. His father was the sun ray and his mother the daylight. He ascended to heaven and in some respects his life parallels that of Christ. To avenge the kidnapping of his child, Kahathsod, a fish god, caused a great flood to arise. To escape destruction, the Zunis, Hopis, and Navajos ascended to the surface of the earth. The sand painting here reproduced is part of the medicine series prepared for the healing of disease. In the healing ceremony the patient is placed upon the drawing, which is made in a consecrated hogan, and all outsiders excluded. The sacred swastika in the center of the drawing is perhaps the most nearly universal of religious emblems and represents the 4 corners of the world. The 2 hunchback god, at the right and left assume their appearance by reason of the great clouds borne upon their backs. In Navajo religious art, male divinities are always shown with circular heads and female divinities with square heads. It was necessary for the Indian to secure the red stone for his calumet from the pipestone quarry where in some remote past the Great Spirit had come and, after fashioning with his own hands a great pipe, had smoked it toward the 4 corners of creation and thus instituted this most sacred ceremony. Scores of Indian tribes, some of them traveling thousands of miles, secured the sacred stone from this single quarry, where the mandate of the Great Spirit had decreed that eternal peace should reign. The Indian does not worship the sun. He rather regards this shining orb as an appropriate symbol of the great and good spirit who forever radiates life to his red children. In Indian symbolism, the serpent, especially the great serpent, corroborates other evidence pointing to the presence of the mysteries on the North American continent. The flying serpent is the Atlantean token of the initiate. The 7-headed snake represents the 7 great Atlantean islands, the cities of Cibola, and also the 7 great prehistoric schools of esoteric philosophy. Moreover, Who can doubt the presence of the secret doctrine in the Americas when he gazes upon the great serpent mound in Adams County, Ohio, where the huge reptile is represented as disgorging the egg of existence? Many American Indian tribes are reincarnationists, some are transmigrationists. They even called their children by the names supposed to have been born by them in a former life. There is an account of an instance where a parent by inadvertence had given his infant the wrong name, whereupon the babe cried incessantly until the mistake had been rectified. The belief in reincarnation is also prevalent among the Eskimos. Aged Eskimos not infrequently kill themselves in order to reincarnate in the family of some newly married loved one. The American Indians recognize the difference between the ghost and the actual soul of a dead person, a knowledge restricted to initiates of the mysteries. In common with the Platonists, they also understood the principles of an archetypal sphere wherein exist the patterns of all forms manifesting in the earth plane, the theory of group, or elder. Souls having supervision over the animal species is also shared by them. The red man's belief in guardian spirits would have warmed the heart of Paracelsus. When they attain the importance of being protectors of entire clans or tribes, these guardians are called totems. In some tribes impressive ceremonies mark the occasion when the young men are sent out into the forest to fast and pray and there remain until their guardian spirit manifests to them. Whatever creature appears thereupon becomes their peculiar genius, to whom they appeal in time of trouble. The outstanding hero of North American Indian folklore is Hiawatha, a name which, according to Lewis Spence, signifies, he who seeks the wampum belt. Hiawatha enjoys the distinction of anticipating by several centuries the late Woodrow Wilson's cherished dream of a League of Nations. Following in the footsteps of Schoolcraft, Longfellow confused the historical Hiawatha of the Iroquois with Manabozho, a mythological hero of the Algonquins and Ojibways. Hiawatha, a chief of the Iroquois, after many reverses and disappointments, succeeded in uniting the 5 great nations of the Iroquois into the League of the 5 Nations. The original purpose of the League to abolish war by substituting councils of arbitration was not wholly successful. But the power of the silver chain conferred upon the Iroquois a solidarity attained by no other confederacy of North American Indians. Hiawatha, however, met the same opposition which has confronted every great idealist, irrespective of time or race. The shamans turned their magic against him and, according to one legend, created an evil bird which, swooping down from heaven, tore his only daughter to pieces before his eyes. When Hiawatha, after accomplishing his mission, had sailed away in his self-propelled canoe along the path of the sunset, his people realized the true greatness of their benefactor and elevated him to the dignity of a demigod. In Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha, the poet has cast the great Indian statesman in a charming setting of magic and enchantment. Yet through the maze of symbol and allegory is ever faintly visible the figure of Hiawatha, the initiate, the very personification of the red man and his philosophy. The Popol Vuh. No other sacred book sets forth so completely as the Popol Vuh the initiatory rituals of a great school of mystical philosophy. This volume alone is sufficient to establish incontestably the philosophical excellence of the red race. The red, children of the sun, writes James Morgan Price, do not worship the one God. For them that one God is absolutely impersonal, and all the forces emanated from that one God are personal. This is the exact reverse of the popular Western conception of a personal God and impersonal working forces in nature. Decide for yourself which of these beliefs is the more philosophical. These children of the sun adore the plumed serpent, who is the messenger of the sun. He was the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Gucumatz in Quiche, and in Peru he was called Amaru. From the latter name comes our word America. Amaruca is, literally translated, land of the plumed serpent. The priests of this god of peace, from their chief center in the Cordilleras, once ruled both Americas. All the red men who have remained true to the ancient religion are still under their sway. One of their strong centers was in Guatemala, and of their order was the author of the book called Popol Vuh. In the Quiche tongue, Gucumatz is the exact equivalent of Quetzalcoatl in the Nahuatl language, Quetzal, the bird of paradise, Cotl, serpent, the serpent veiled in plumes of the paradise bird. The Popol Vuh was discovered by Father Ximenez in the 17th century. It was translated into French by Brasseur de Bourbourg and published in 1861. The only complete English translation is that by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie, which ran through the early files of the Word magazine and which is used as the basis of this article. A portion of the Popol Vuh was translated into English, with extremely valuable commentaries, by James Morgan Price, but unfortunately his translation was never completed. The second book of the Popol Vuh is largely devoted to the initiatory rituals of the Quiche nation. These ceremonials are of first importance to students of Masonic symbolism and mystical philosophy, since they establish beyond doubt the existence of ancient and divinely instituted mystery schools on the American continent. Louis Spence, in describing the Popol Vuh, gives a number of translations of the title of the manuscript itself. Passing over the renditions, the Book of the Mat, and the Record of the Community, he considers it likely that the correct title is the Collection of Written Leaves, popol signifying the prepared bark and vuh, paper, or book from the verb yuk, to write. Dr. Guthrie interprets the words Popol Vuh to mean the Senate Book, or the Book of the Holy Assembly. Brasseur de Bourbourg calls it the Sacred Book, and Father Ximenez designates the volume the National Book. In his articles on the Popol Vuh appearing in the 15th volume of Lucifer, James Morgan Price, approaching the subject from the standpoint of the mystic, calls this work the Book of the Azure Veil. In the Popol Vuh itself the ancient records from which the Christianized Indian who compiled it derived his material are referred to as the Tale of Human Existence in the Land of Shadows, and How Man Saw Light and Life. The meager available native records contain abundant evidence that the later civilizations of Central and South America were hopelessly dominated by the black arts of their priestcrafts. In the convexities of their magnetized mirrors the Indian sorcerers captured the intelligences of elemental beings and, gazing into the depths of these abominable devices, eventually made the scepter subservient to the wand. Robed in garments of sable hue, the neophytes in their search for truth were led by their sinister guides through the confused passageways of necromancy. By the left-hand path they descended into the somber depths of the infernal world, where they learned to endow stones with the power of speech and to subtly ensnare the minds of men with their chants and fetishes. As typical of the perversion which prevailed, none could achieve to the greater mysteries until a human being had suffered immolation at his hand and the bleeding heart of the victim had been elevated before the leering face of the stone idol fabricated by a priestcraft the members of which realized more fully than they dared to admit the true nature of the man-made demon. The sanguinary and indescribable rites practiced by many of the Central American Indians may represent remnants of the later Atlantean perversion of the ancient sun mysteries. According to the secret tradition, it was during the later Atlantean epoch that black magic and sorcery dominated the esoteric schools, resulting in the bloody sacrificial rites and gruesome idolatry which ultimately overthrew the Atlantean Empire and even penetrated the Aryan religious world. The Mysteries of Xibalba. The princes of Xibalba, so the Popol Vuh recounts, sent their 4 owl messengers to Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu, ordering them to come at once to the place of initiation in the fastnesses of the Guatemalan mountains. Failing in the tests imposed by the princes of Xibalba, the 2 brothers according to the ancient custom paid with their lives for their shortcomings. Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu were buried together, but the head of Hunhanapu was placed among the branches of the sacred calabash tree which grew in the middle of the road leading to the awful mysteries of Xibalba. Immediately the calabash tree covered itself with fruit and the head of Hunhanapu showed itself no more, for it reunited itself with the other fruits of the calabash tree. Now Squick was the virgin daughter of Prince Cuchumaquik. From her father she had learned of the marvelous calabash tree, and desiring to possess some of its fruit, she journeyed alone to the somber place where it grew. When Squick put forth her hand to pick the fruit of the tree, some saliva from the mouth of Hunhanapu fell into it and the head spoke to Squick, saying, "This saliva and froth is my posterity which I have just given you. Now my head will cease to speak, for it is only the head of a corpse, which has no more flesh." Following the admonitions of Hunhanapu, the young girl returned to her home. Her father, Cuchumaquik, later discovering that she was about to become a mother, questioned her concerning the father of her child. Squick replied that the child was begotten while she was gazing upon the head of Hunhanapu in the calabash tree and that she had known no man. Crucifixion, refusing to believe her story, at the instigation of the princes of Xibalba, demanded her heart in an urn. Led away by her executioners, Squick pleaded with them to spare her life, which they agreed to do, substituting for her heart the fruit of a certain tree, rubber, whose sap was red and of the consistency of blood. When the princes of Xibalba placed the supposed heart upon the coals of the altar to be consumed, they were all amazed by the perfume which rose therefrom, for they did not know that they were burning the fruit of a fragrant plant. Fragment of Indian pottery. Courtesy of Alice Palmer Henderson. This curious fragment was found 4 feet under the ground beneath a trash pile of broken early Indian pottery not far from the Casa Grande ruins in Arizona. It is significant because of its striking to the Masonic compass and square. Indian baskets pottery, and blankets frequently bear ornamental designs of a special Masonic and philosophic interest. Squick gave birth to twin sons, who were named Hunahpu and Xbalanque and whose lives were dedicated to avenging the deaths of Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu. The years passed, and the 2 boys grew up to manhood, and great were their deeds. Especially did they excel in a certain game called tennis but somewhat resembling hockey. Hearing of the prowess of the youths, the princes of Xibalba asked, "Who, then, are those who now begin again to play over our heads, and who do not scruple to shake the earth? Are not Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu dead, who wish to exalt themselves before our face?" So the princes of Xibalba sent for the 2 youths, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, that they might destroy them also in the 7 days of the mysteries. Before departing, the 2 brothers bade farewell to their grandmother, each planting in the midst of the house a cane plant, saying that as long as the cane lived she would know that they were alive. "Oh, our grandmother, oh, our mother, do not weep. Behold the sign of our word which remains with you." Hunahpu and Xbalanque then departed, each with his sabarkan, blowpipe, and for many days they journeyed along the perilous trail, descending through tortuous ravines and along precipitous cliffs, past strange birds and boiling springs. Cowards, the sanctuary of Xibalba. The actual ordeals of the Xibalbian mysteries were 7 in number. As a preliminary, the 2 adventurers crossed a river of mud and then a stream of blood, accomplishing these difficult feats by using their sabarkans as bridges. Continuing on their way, they reached a point where 4 roads converged: a black road, a white road, a red road, and a green road. Now Hunahpu and Xbalanque knew that their first test would consist of being able to discriminate between the princes of Xibalba and the wooden effigies robed to resemble them. Also that they must call each of the princes by his correct name without having been given the information. To secure this information, Hunahpu pulled a hair from his leg, which hair then became a strange insect called Zan. Buzzing along the black road, the Zan entered the council chamber of the princes of Xibalba and stung the leg of the figure nearest the door, which it discovered to be a mannequin. By the same artifice the second figure was proved to be of wood, but upon stinging the third, there was an immediate response. By stinging each of the 12 assembled princes in turn, the insect thus discovered each one's name, for the princes called each other by name in discussing the cause of the mysterious bites. Having secured the desired information in this novel manner, the insect then flew back to Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who thus fortified, fearlessly approached the threshold of Xibalba and presented themselves to the 12 assembled princes. When told to adore the king, Hunahpu and Xbalanque laughed, for they knew that the figure pointed out to them was the lifeless mannequin. The young adventurers thereupon addressed the 12 princes by name thus: "Hail, Huncame, hail, Vukubcame. Hail, Ziquirapat, hail, Cuchumaquic, hail, Ahalpu, hail, Ahokana, hail, Chamiabak, hail, Kamayahalona, hail, Quixik, hail, Patton, hail, Kikar, hail, Quikrikskak." When invited by the Xibalbians to seat themselves upon a great stone bench, Hunahpu and Xbalanque declined to do so, declaring that they well knew the stone to be heated so that they would be burned to death if they sat upon it. The princes of Xibalba then ordered Hunahpu and Xbalanque to rest for the night in the House of Shadows. This completed the first degree of the Xibalbian mysteries. The second trial was given in the House of Shadows, where to each of the candidates was brought a pine torch and a cigar, with the injunction that both must be kept alight throughout the entire night and yet each must be returned the next morning unconsumed. Knowing that death was the alternative to failure in the test, the young men burnt arrows feathers in place of the pine splinters, which they closely resemble, and also put fireflies on the tips of the cigars. Seeing the lights, those who watched felt certain that Hunahpu and Xbalanque had fallen into the trap, but when morning came the torches and cigars were returned to the guards unconsumed and still burning. In amazement and awe, the princes of Xibalba gazed upon the unconsumed splinters and cigars, for never before had these been returned intact. The third ordeal took place presumably in a cavern called the House of Spears. Here hour after hour the youths were forced to defend themselves against the strongest and most skillful warriors armed with spears. Hunahpu and Xbalanque pacified the spearmen, who thereupon ceased attacking them. They then turned their attention to the second and most difficult part of the test, the production of 4 vases of the rarest flowers but which they were not permitted to leave the temple to gather. Unable to pass the guards, the 2 young men secured the assistance of the ants. These tiny creatures, crawling into the gardens of the temple, brought back the blossoms so that by morning the vases were filled. When Hunahpu and Xbalanque presented the flowers to the 12 princes, the latter, in amazement, recognized the blossoms as having been filched from their own private gardens. In consternation, the princes of Xibalba then counseled together how they could destroy the intrepid neophytes and forthwith prepared for them the next ordeal. For their 4th test, the 2 brothers were made to enter the House of Cold, where they remained for an entire night. The princes of Xibalba considered the chill of the icy cavern to be unbearable and it is described as the abode of the frozen winds of the north. Hunahpu and Xbalanque, however, protected themselves from the deadening influence of the frozen air by building fires of pine cones, whose warmth caused the spirit of cold to leave the cavern so that the youths were not dead but full of life when day dawned. Even greater than before was the amazement of the princes of Xibalba when Hunahpu and Xbalanque again entered the hall of assembly in the custody of their guardians. The 5th ordeal was also of a nocturnal nature. Hunahpu and Xbalanque were ushered into a great chamber which was immediately filled with ferocious tigers. Here they were forced to remain throughout the night. The young men tossed bones to the tigers, which they ground to pieces with their strong jaws. Gazing into the house of the tigers, the princes of Xibalba beheld the animals chewing the bones and said one to the other, "They have at last learned to know the power of Xibalba, and they have given themselves up to the beasts." But when at dawn Hunahpu and Xbalanque emerged from the house of the tigers unharmed, the Xibalbians cried, "Of what race are those?" for they could not understand how any man could escape the tiger's fury. Then the princes of Xibalba prepared for the 2 brothers a new ordeal. The 6th test consisted of remaining from sunset to sunrise in the House of Fire. Hunahpu and Xbalanque entered a large apartment arranged like a furnace. On every side the flames arose and the air was stifling, so great was the heat that those who entered this chamber could survive only a few moments. But at sunrise when the doors of the furnace were opened, Hunahpu and Xbalanque came forth unscorched by the fury of the flames. The princes of Xibalba, perceiving how the 2 intrepid youths had survived every ordeal prepared for their destruction, were filled with fear lest all the secrets of Xibalba should fall into the hands of Hunahpu and Xbalanque. So they prepared the last ordeal, an ordeal yet more terrible than any which had gone before, certain that the youths could not withstand this crucial test. The 7th ordeal took place in the House of the Bats. Here in a dark subterranean labyrinth lurked many strange and odious creatures of destruction. Huge bars fluttered dismally through the corridors and hung with folded wings from the carvings on the walls and ceilings. Here also dwelt Kamisats, the god of bats, a hideous monster with the body of a man and the wings and head of a bat. Kamisats carried a great sword and, soaring through the gloom, decapitated with a single sweep of his blade any unwary wanderers seeking to find their way through the terror-filled chambers. Xbalanque passed successfully through this horrifying test, but Hunahpu, caught off his guard, was beheaded by Kamisats. Midwewin record on birch bark. Courtesy of Alice Palmer Henderson. The birch bark roll is one of the most sacred possessions of an initiate of the Midwiwin, or Grand Medicine Society, of the Ojibways. Concerning these rolls, Colonel Carrick Mallory writes, to persons acquainted with secret societies, a good comparison for the Midwiwin charts would be what is called a trestle board of a Masonic order, which is printed and published and publicly exposed without exhibiting any secrets of the order. Yet it is not only significant, but useful to the esoteric in assistance to their memory as to the details of ceremony. A most complete and trustworthy account of the Midwiwin is that given by W. J. Hoffman in the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology. He writes, the Midwiwin Society of the Mide or Shaman consists of an indefinite number of Mide of both sexes. The society is graded into 4 separate and distinct degrees, although there is a general impression prevailing even among certain members that any degree beyond the first is practically a mere repetition. The greater power attained by one in making advancement depends upon the fact of his having submitted to being shot at with the medicine sacks in the hands of the officiating priests. It has always been customary for the Mide priests to preserve birch bark records, bearing delicate incised lines to represent pictorially the ground plan of the number of degrees to which the owner is entitled. Such records or charts are sacred and are never exposed to the public view. The 2 rectangular diagrams represent 2 degrees of the Mide Lodge and the straight line through the center the spiritual path, or straight and narrow way, running through the degrees. The lines running tangent to the central path signify temptations, and the faces at the termini of the lines are manidos, or powerful spirits. Writing of the Midwiwin, Schoolcraft, the great authority on the American Indian, says, in the Society of the Midwiwin the object is to teach the higher doctrines of spiritual existence, its nature and mode of existence, and the influence it exercises among men. It is an association of men who profess the highest knowledge known to the tribes. According to legend, Manabozho, the great rabbit, who was a servant of D's Manitou, the good spirit, gazing down upon the progenitors of the Ojibways and perceiving them to be without spiritual knowledge, instructed an otter in the mysteries of Midwiwin. Manabozho built a Midewigan and initiated the otter, shooting the sacred Migis, a small shell, the sacred symbol of the Mide, into the body of the otter. He then conferred immortality upon the animal, and entrusted to it the secrets of the Grand Medicine Society. The ceremony of initiation is preceded by sweat baths and consists chiefly of overcoming the influences of evil manitos. The initiate is also instructed in the art of healing and, judging from Plate 3 of Mr. Hoffman's article, a knowledge of directionalizing the forces moving through the vital centers of the human body. Though the cross is an important symbol in the Midwiwin rites, it is noteworthy that the Mide priests steadfastly refused to give up their religion and be converted to Christianity. Later, Hunahpu was restored to life by magic, and the 2 brothers, having thus foiled every attempt against their lives by the Zybalbians, in order to better avenge the murder of Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu, permitted themselves to be burned upon a funeral pyre. Their powdered bones were then cast into a river and immediately became 2 great man-fishes. Later taking upon themselves the forms of aged wanderers, they danced for the Zybalbians and wrought strange miracles. Thus one would cut the other to pieces and with a single word resurrect him, or they would burn houses by magic and then instantly rebuild them. The fame of the 2 dancers who were in reality Hunahpu and Zbalank finally came to the notice of the 12 princes of Xibalba, who thereupon desired these 2 miracle workers to perform their strange fears before them. After Hunahpu and Zbalank had slain the dog of the princes and restored it to life, had burned the royal palace and instantly rebuilt it, and given other demonstrations of their magical powers, the monarch of the Zybalbians asked the magicians to destroy him and restore him also to life. So Hunahpu and Zbalank slew the princes of Xibalba but did not return them to life, thereby avenging the murder of Hunhanapu and Vukub Hunhanapu. These heroes later ascended to heaven, where they became the celestial lights. Keys to the mysteries of Xibalba. Do not these initiations, writes Laplongeon, vividly recall to mind what Haynock said he saw in his visions? That blazing house of crystal, burning hot and icy cold that place where were the bow of fire, the quiver of arrows, the sword of fire that other where he had to cross the babbling stream. And the river of fire and those extremities of the earth full of all kinds of huge beasts and birds or the habitation where appeared one of great glory sitting upon the orb of the sun and, lastly, does not the tamarind tree in the midst of the earth, that he was cold was the tree of knowledge, find its simile in the calabash tree, in the middle of the road where those of Xibalba placed the head of Hun Apu, after sacrificing him for having failed to support the first trial of the initiation. These were the awful ordeals that the candidates for initiation into the sacred mysteries had to pass through in Xibalba. Do they not seem an exact counterpart of what happened in a milder form at the initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries? And also the greater mysteries of Egypt, from which these were copied? Does not the recital of what the candidates to the mysteries in Xibalba were required to know, before being admitted, recall to mind the wonderful similar feats said to be performed by the Mahatmas, the brothers in India? And of several of the passages of the book of Daniel, who had been initiated to the mysteries of the Chaldeans or Magi which, according to Eubulus, were divided into 3 classes or genera, the highest being the most learned. See Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and the Quiches. In his introductory notes to the Popol Vuh, Dr. Guthrie presents a number of important parallelisms between this sacred book of the Quiches and the sacred writings of other great civilizations. In the tests through which Hunahpu and Xbalanque are forced to pass he finds the following analogy with the signs of the zodiac as employed in the mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Greeks. Aries, crossing the river of mud. Taurus, crossing the river of blood. Gemini, detecting the 2 dummy kings. Cancer, the house of darkness. Leo, the house of spears. Virgo, the house of cold, the usual trip to hell. Libra, the house of tigers, feline poise. Scorpio, the house of fire. Sagittarius, the house of bats, where the god Kamasatsz decapitates one of the heroes. Capricorn, the burning on the scaffold, the dual phoenix. Aquarius, their ashes being scattered in a river. Pisces, their ashes turning into man-fishes, and later back into human form. It would seem more appropriate to assign the river of blood to Aries and that of mud to Taurus, and it is not at all improbable that in the ancient form of the legend the order of the rivers was reversed. Dr. Guthrie's most astonishing conclusion is his effort to identify Xibalba with the ancient continent of Atlantis. He sees in the 12 princes of Xibalba the rulers of the Atlantean Empire, and in the destruction of these princes by the magic of Hunahpu and Xbalanque an allegorical depiction of the tragic end of Atlantis. To the initiated, however, it is evident that Atlantis is simply a symbolic figure in which is set forth the mystery of origins. Concerned primarily with the problems of mystical anatomy, Mr. Price relates the various symbols described in the Popol Vuh to the occult centers of consciousness in the human body. Accordingly, he sees in the elastic ball the pineal gland and in Hunahpu and Xbalanque the dual electric current directed along the spinal column. Unfortunately, Mr. Price did not translate that portion of the Popol Vuh dealing directly with the initiatory ceremonial. Xibalba he considers to be the shadowy or etheric sphere which, according to the mystery teachings, was located within the body of the planet itself. The 4th book of the Popol Vuh concludes with an account of the erection of a majestic temple, all white, where was preserved a secret black divining stone, cubical in shape. Gucumatz, or Quetzalcoatl, partakes of many of the attributes of King Solomon. The account of the temple building in the Popol Vuh is a reminder of the story of Solomon's temple, and undoubtedly has a similar significance. Brasseur de Bourbourg was first attracted to the study of religious parallelisms in the Popol Vuh by the fact that the temple together with the black stone which it contained, was named the Kaaba. A name astonishingly similar to that of the temple, or Kaaba, which contains the sacred black stone of Islam. The exploits of Hunahpu and Xbalanque take place before the actual creation of the human race and therefore are to be considered essentially as spiritual mysteries. Xibalba doubtless signifies the inferior universe of Chaldean and Pythagorean philosophy. The princes of Xibalba are the 12 governors of the lower universe. And the two dummies or mannequins in their midst may be interpreted as the two false signs of the ancient zodiac inserted in the heavens to make the astronomical mysteries incomprehensible to the profane. The descent of Hunahpu and Xbalanque into the subterranean kingdom of Xibalba by crossing over the rivers on bridges made from their blowguns has a subtle analogy to the descent of the spiritual nature of man into the physical body through certain superphysical channels that may be likened to the blowguns or tubes. The Sabarkan is also an appropriate emblem of the spinal cord and the power resident within its tiny central opening. The two youths are invited to play the game of life with the gods of death, and only with the aid of supernatural power imparted to them by the sages can they triumph over these gloomy lords. The tests represent the soul wandering through the subzodiacal realms of the created universe. Their final victory over the lords of death represents the ascension of the spiritual and illumined consciousness from the tower nature which has been wholly consumed by the fire of spiritual purification. That the Quiches possessed the keys to the mystery of regeneration is evident from an analysis of the symbols appearing upon the images of their priests and gods. In Volume 2 of the Anos del Museo Nacional de Mexico is reproduced the head of an image generally considered to represent Quetzalcoatl. The sculpturing is distinctly oriental in character, and on the crown of the head appear both the thousand-petaled sunburst of spiritual illumination and the serpent of the liberated spinal fire. The Hindu chakra is unmistakable, and it frequently appears in the religious art of the three Americas. One of the carved monoliths of Central America is adorned with the heads of two elephants with their drivers. No such animals have existed in the Western Hemisphere since prehistoric times, and it is evident that the carvings are the result of contact with the distant continent of Asia. Among the mysteries of the Central American Indians is a remarkable doctrine concerning the consecrated mantles, or, as they were called in Europe, magic capes. Because their glory was fatal to mortal vision, the gods, when appearing to the initiated priests, robed themselves in these mantles. Allegory and fable likewise are the mantles with which the secret doctrine is ever enveloped. Such a magic cape of concealment is the Popol Vuh, and deep within its folds sits the god of Quiche philosophy. The massive pyramids, temples, and monoliths of Central America may be likened also to the feet of gods, whose upper parts are enshrouded in magic mantles of invisibility. The mysteries and their emissaries. Did that divine knowledge which constituted the supreme possession of the pagan priestcrafts survive the destruction of their temples? Is it yet accessible to mankind, or does it lie buried beneath the rubbish of ages, entombed within the very sanctuaries that were once illuminated by its splendor? In Egypt, writes Origen, the philosophers have a sublime and secret knowledge respecting the nature of God. What did Julian imply when he spoke of the secret initiations into the sacred mysteries of the seven-rayed God who lifted souls to salvation through his own nature? Who were the blessed theurgists who understood them profundities concerning which Julian dared not speak? If this inner doctrine were always concealed from the masses, for whom a simpler code had been devised, is it not highly probable that the exponents of every aspect of modern civilization, philosophic, ethical, religious, and scientific, are ignorant of the true meaning of the very theories and tenets on which their beliefs are founded? Do the arts and sciences that the race has inherited from older nations conceal beneath their fair exterior a mystery so great that only the most illumined intellect can grasp its import? Such is undoubtedly the case. Albert Pike, who has gathered ample evidence of the excellence of the doctrines promulgated by the mysteries, supports his assertions by quoting from the writings of Clement of Alexandria, Plato, Epictetus, Proclus, Aristophanes, and Cicero, all of whom unite in lauding the high ideals of these institutions. From the unqualified testimony of such reputable authorities no reasonable doubt can exist that the initiates of Greece, Egypt, and other ancient countries possessed the correct solution to those great cultural, intellectual, moral, and social problems which in an unsolved state confront the humanity of the 20th century. The reader must not interpret this statement to mean that antiquity had foreseen and analyzed every complexity of this generation, but rather that the mysteries had evolved a method whereby the mind was so trained in the fundamental verities of life that it was able to cope intelligently with any emergency which might arise. Thus the reasoning faculties were organized by a simple process of mental culture, for it was asserted that where reason reigns supreme, inconsistency cannot exist. Wisdom, it was maintained, lifts man to the condition of godhood, a fact which explains the enigmatical statement that the mysteries transformed roaring beasts into divinities. The preeminence of any philosophical system can be determined only by the excellence of its products. The mysteries have demonstrated the superiority of their culture by giving to the world minds of such overwhelming greatness, souls of such beatific vision, and lives of such outstanding impeccability that even after the lapse of ages the teachings of these individuals constitute the present spiritual, intellectual, and ethical standards of the race. The initiates of the various mystery schools of past ages form a veritable golden chain of supermen and superwomen connecting heaven and earth. They are the links of that Homeric golden chain with which Zeus boasted he could bind the several parts of the universe to the pinnacle of Olympus. The sons and daughters of Isis are indeed an illustrious line, founders of sciences and philosophies, patrons of arts and crafts, supporting by the transcendency of their divinely given power the structures of world religions erected to do them homage. Founders of doctrines which have molded the lives of uncounted generations, these initiate teachers bear witness to that spiritual culture which has always existed and always will exist as a divine institution in the world of men. Those who represent an ideal beyond the comprehension of the masses must face the persecution of the unthinking multitude who are without that divine idealism which inspires progress and those rational faculties which unerringly sift truth from falsehood. The lot of the initiate teacher is therefore almost invariably an unhappy one. Pythagoras, crucified and his university burned, Hypatia, torn from her chariot and rend limb from limb, Jacques de Molay, whose memory survives the consuming flame. Savonarola, burned in the square of Florence, Galileo, forced to recant upon bended knee, Giordano Bruno, burned by the Inquisition. Roger Bacon, compelled to carry on his experiments in the secrecy of his cell and leave his knowledge hidden under cipher, Dante Alighieri, dying in exile from his beloved city, Francis Bacon, patient under the burden of persecution. Cagliostro, the most vilified man of modern times. All this illustrious line bear unending witness of man's inhumanity to man. The world has ever been prone to heap plaudits upon its fools and calumny upon its thinkers. Here and there notable exceptions occur, as in the case of the Comte de Saint-Germain, a philosopher who survived his inquisitors and through the sheer transcendency of his genius won a position of comparative immunity. But even the illustrious Kant, whose illumined intellect merited the homage of the world, could not escape being branded an impostor, a charlatan, and an adventurer. From this long fist of immortal men and women who have represented the ancient wisdom before the world, 3 have been chosen as outstanding examples for more detailed consideration: the first the most eminent woman philosopher of all ages, the second the most maligned and persecuted man since the beginning of Christian era, the third the most brilliant and the most successful modern exponent of this ancient wisdom, Hypatia. Sitting in the chair of philosophy previously occupied by her father, Theon the mathematician, the immortal Hypatia was for many years the central figure in the Alexandrian school of Neoplatonism. Famed alike for the depth of her learning and the charm of her person, beloved by the citizens of Alexandria, and frequently consulted by the magistrates of that city, this noble woman stands out from the pages of history as the greatest of the pagan martyrs. A personal disciple of the magician Plutarch, and versed in the profundities of the Platonic school, Hypatia eclipsed in argument and public esteem every proponent of the Christian doctrines in northern Egypt. While her writings perished at the time of the burning of the Library of Alexandria by the Mohammedans, some hint of their nature may be gleaned from the statements of contemporaneous authors. Hypatia evidently wrote a commentary on the Arithmetic of Diophantus, another on the astronomical canon of Ptolemy, and a third on the conics of Apollonius of Perga. Synesius, bishop of Ptolemais, her devoted friend, wrote to Hypatia for assistance in the construction of an astrolabe and a hydroscope. Recognizing the transcendency of her intellect, the learned of many nations flocked to the academy where she lectured. A number of writers have credited the teachings of Hypatia with being Christian in spirit. In fact, she removed the veil of mystery in which the new cult had enshrouded itself, discoursing with such clarity upon its most involved principles that many newly converted to the Christian faith deserted it to become her disciples. Hypatia not only proved conclusively the pagan origin of the Christian faith but also exposed the purported miracles then advanced by the Christians as tokens of divine preference by demonstrating the natural laws controlling the phenomena. The Table of Sebes. From Venius Theatro Moral de la Vida Humana. There is legend to the effect that the Tablet of Sebes, a dialogue between Sebes and Gerundio, was based upon an ancient table set up in the Temple of Kronos at Athens or Thebes which depicted the entire progress of human life. The author of the Tablet of Sebes was a disciple of Socrates, and lived about 390 BC. The world is represented as a great mountain. Out of the earth at the base of it come myriads of human creatures who climb upward in search of truth and immortality. Above the clouds which conceal the summit of the mountain is the goal of human attainment, true happiness. The figures and groups are arranged as follows: 1. The door of the wall of life, 2. The genius or intelligence, 3. Deceit, 4. Opinions, desires, and pleasures, 5. Fortune, 6. The strong, 7. Venery, insatiability, flattery, 8. Sorrow, 9. Sadness, 10. Misery, 11. Grief, 12. Rage or despair, 13. The house of misfortune, 14. Penitence, 15. True opinion, 16. False opinion, 17. False doctrine, 18. Poets, orators, geometers, al. 19. Incontinence, sexual indulgence, and opinion, 20. The road of the true doctrine, 21. Continence and patience, 22. The true doctrine, 23. Truth and persuasion, 24. Science and the virtues, 25. Happiness, 26. The highest, first, pleasure of the wise man, 27. The lazy and the strays. At this time Cyril, later to be renowned as the founder of the doctrine of the Christian Trinity and canonized for his zeal, was Bishop of Alexandria. Seeing in Hypatia a continual menace to the promulgation of the Christian faith, Cyril indirectly at least was the cause of her tragic end. Despite every later effort to exonerate him from the stigma of her murder, the incontrovertible fact remains that he made no effort to avert the foul and brutal crime. The only shred of excuse which might be offered in his defense is that, blinded by the spell of fanaticism, Cyril considered Hypatia to be a sorceress in league with the devil. In contrast to the otherwise general excellence of the literary works of Charles Kingsley may be noted his puerile delineation of character of Hypatia in his book by that name. Without exception, the meager historical references to this virgin philosopher attest her virtue, integrity, and absolute devotion to the principles of truth and right. While it is true that the best minds of the Christianity of that period may readily be absolved from the charge of participes criminis, the implacable hatred of Cyril unquestionably communicated itself to the more fanatical members of his faith. Particularly to a group of monks from the Nitrian desert. Led by Peter the Reader, a savage and illiterate man, they attacked Hypatia on the open street as she was passing from the academy to her home. Dragging the defenseless woman from her chariot, they took her to the Caesarean church. Tearing away her garments, they pounded her to death with clubs, after which they scraped the flesh from her bones with oyster shells and carried the mutilated remains to a place called Cindron, where they burned them to ashes. Thus perished in A.D. 415 the greatest woman initiate of the ancient world, and with her fell also the Neoplatonic school of Alexandria. The memory of Hypatia has probably been perpetuated in the hagiolatry of the Roman Catholic Church in the person of St. Catherine of Alexandria. The Comte di Cagliostro. The divine Cagliostro, one moment the idol of Paris, the next a lonely prisoner in a dungeon of the Inquisition, passed like a meteor across the face of France. According to his memoirs written by him during his confinement in the Bastille, Alessandro Cagliostro was born in Malta of a noble but unknown family. He was reared and educated in Arabia under the tutelage of Altotas, a man well versed in several branches of philosophy and science and also a master of the transcendental arts. While Cagliostro's biographers generally ridicule this account, they utterly fail to advance in its stead any logical solution for the source of his magnificent store of arcane knowledge. Branded as an impostor and a charlatan, his miracles declared to be legerdemain, and his very generosity suspected of an ulterior motive, the Comte di Cagliostro is undoubtedly the most calumniated man in modern history. The mistrust, writes W.H. K. Trowbridge, that mystery and magic always inspired made Cagliostro with his fantastic personality an easy target for calumny. After having been riddled with abuse till he was unrecognizable, prejudice, the foster child of calumny, proceeded to lynch him, so to speak. For over 100 years his character has dangled on the gibbet of infamy, upon which the sbirri of tradition have inscribed a curse on anyone who shall attempt to cut him down. His fate has been his fame. He is remembered in history, not so much for anything he did, as for what was done to him. See Cagliostro, the splendor and misery of a master of magic. According to popular belief, Cagliostro's real name was Giuseppe Balsamo, and he was a Sicilian by birth. Within recent years, however, doubts have arisen as to whether this belief is in accord with the facts. It may yet be proved that in part, at least, the tirades of abuse heaped upon the unfortunate Comte have been directed against the wrong man. Giuseppe Balsamo was born in 1743 of honest but humble parentage. From boyhood he exhibited selfish, worthless, and even criminal tendencies, and after a series of escapades disappeared. Trowbridge, Lock Sit. Presents ample proof that Cagliostro was not Giuseppe Balsamo, thus disposing of the worst accusation against him. After 6 months' imprisonment in the Bastille, on his trial Cagliostro was exonerated from any implication in the theft of the famous Queen's necklace. And later the fact was established that he had actually warned Cardinal de Rohan of the intended crime. Despite the fact, however, that he was discharged as innocent by the French trial court. A deliberate effort to vilify Cagliostro was made by an artist more talented than intelligent who painted a picture showing him holding the fatal necklace in his hand. The trial of Cagliostro has been called the prologue of the French Revolution. The smoldering animosity against Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI engendered by this trial later burst forth as the Holocaust of the Reign of Terror. In his brochure, Cagliostro and his Egyptian Rite of Freemasonry, Henry R. Evans also ably defends this much persecuted man against the infamies so unjustly linked with his name. Sincere investigators of the facts surrounding the life and mysterious death of Cagliostro are of the opinion that the stories circulated against him may be traced to the machinations of the Inquisition, which in this manner sought to justify his persecution. The basic charge against Cagliostro was that he had attempted to found a Masonic lodge in Rome, nothing more. All other accusations are of subsequent date. For some reason undisclosed, the Pope commuted Cagliostro's sentence of death to perpetual imprisonment. This act in itself showed the regard in which Cagliostro was held even by his enemies. While his death is believed to have occurred several years later in an inquisitional dungeon in the castle of San Leo, it is highly improbable that such was the case. There are rumors that he escaped, and according to one very significant story Cagliostro fled to India, where his talents received the appreciation denied them in politics-ridden Europe. After creating his Egyptian rite, Cagliostro declared that since women had been admitted into the ancient mysteries there was no reason why they should be excluded from the modem orders. The Princess de Lamballe graciously accepted the dignity of Mistress of Honor in his secret society, and on the evening of her initiation the most important members of the French court were present. The brilliance of the affair attracted the attention of the Masonic lodges in Paris. Their representatives, in a sincere desire to understand the Masonic mysteries, chose the learned Orientalist Comte de Gebelin as their spokesman, and invited Comte di Cagliostro to attend a conference to assist in clearing up a number of important questions concerning Masonic philosophy. The Comte accepted the invitation. On May 10, 1785, Cagliostro attended the conference called for that purpose, and his power and simplicity immediately won for him the favorable opinion of the entire gathering. It took but a few words for the Comte de Gebelin to discover that he was talking not only to a fellow scholar but to a man infinitely his superior. Cagliostro immediately presented an address, which was so unexpected, so totally different from anything ever heard before by those assembled, that all were speechless with amazement. Cagliostro declared the Rosecross to be the ancient and true symbol of the mysteries and, after a brief description of its original symbolism, branched out into a consideration of the symbolic meaning of letters. Predicting to the assembly the future of France in a graphic manner that left no room for doubt that the speaker was a man of insight and supernatural power. With a curious arrangement of the letters of the alphabet, Cagliostro foretold in detail the horrors of the coming revolution and the fall of the monarchy, describing minutely the fate of the various members of the royal family. He also prophesied the advent of Napoleon and the rise of the First Empire. All this he did to demonstrate that which can be accomplished by superior knowledge. Later, when arrested and sent to the Bastille, Cagliostro wrote on the wall of his cell the following cryptic message which, when interpreted, reads, "In 1789 the besieged Bastille will on July 14 be pulled down by you from top to bottom." Cagliostro was the mysterious agent of the Knights Templars, the Rosicrucian initiate whose magnificent store of learning is attested by the profundity of the Egyptian rite of Freemasonry. Thus Count di Cagliostro remains one of the strangest characters in history, believed by his friends to have lived forever and to have taken part in the marriage feast of Cana, and accused by his enemies of being the devil incarnate. His powers of prophecy are ably described by Alexander Dumas in The Queen's Necklace. The world he sought to serve in his own strange way received him not, but has followed with relentless persecution down through the centuries even the very memory of this illustrious adept who, unable to accomplish the great labor at hand, stepped aside in favor of his more successful compatriot, the Comte d'Est Germain. The Comte d'Est Germain. During the early part of the 18th century there appeared in the diplomatic circles of Europe the most baffling personality of history, a man whose life was so near a synonym of mystery that the enigma of his true identity was as insolvable to his contemporaries as it has been to later investigators. The Comte d'Est Germain was recognized as the outstanding scholar and linguist of his day. His versatile accomplishments extended from chemistry and history to poetry and music. He played several musical instruments with great skill, and among his numerous compositions was a short opera. He was also an artist of rare ability, and the remarkably luminous effects which he created on canvas are believed to have been the result of his mixing powdered mother-of-pearl with his pigments. He gained worldwide distinction for his ability to reproduce in his paintings the original luster of the precious stones appearing upon the costumes of his subjects. His linguistic proficiency verged on the supernatural. He spoke German, English, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, French with a Piedmontese accent, Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, Arabic, and Chinese with such fluency that in every land he visited he was accepted as a native. He was ambidextrous to such a degree that he could write the same article with both hands simultaneously. When the two pieces of paper were afterwards placed together with a light behind them, the writing on one sheet exactly covered, letter for letter, the writing on the other. As a historian, the Comte d'Est Germain possessed uncanny knowledge of every occurrence of the preceding 2,000 years, and in his reminiscences he described in intimate detail events of previous centuries in which he had played important roles. He assisted Mesmer in developing the theory of mesmerism, and in all probability was the actual discoverer of that science. His knowledge of chemistry was so profound that he could remove flaws from diamonds and other precious stones, a feat which he actually performed at the request of Louis XV in 1757. He was also recognized as an art critic without a peer and was often consulted regarding paintings accredited to the great masters. His claim to the possession of the fabled elixir of life was home witnessed to by Madame de Pompadour, who discovered, she declared, that he had presented a lady of the court with a certain priceless liquid which had had the effect of preserving her youthful vivacity and beauty for over 25 years beyond the normal term. The startling accuracy of his prophetic utterances gained for him no small degree of fame. To Marie Antoinette he predicted the fall of the French monarchy, and he was also aware of the unhappy fate of the royal family years before the revolution actually took place. The crowning evidence, however, of the Comte's genius was his penetrating grasp of the political situation of Europe and the consummate skill with which he parried the thrusts of his diplomatic adversaries. He was employed by a number of European governments, including the French, as a secret agent, and at all times bore credentials which gave him entrée to the most exclusive circles. In her excellent monograph, The Comte de St. Germain, The Secret of Kings, Mrs. Cooper Oakley lists the most important names under which this amazing person masqueraded between the years 1710 and 1822. During this time, she writes, we have M. de St. Germain as the Marquis de Montferrat, Comte Bellemare or Aymar at Venice, Chevalier Schoening at Pisa, Chevalier Weldon at Milan and Leipzig, Comte Soltikoff at Genoa and Leghorn, Graf Zerigi at Schwalbach and Treisdorf, Prince Ragexy at Dresden, and Comte de St. Germain at Paris, The Hague, London, and St. Petersburg. It is evident that M. de St. Germain adopted these various names in the interests of the political secret service work which historians have presumed to be the major mission of his life. The Comte de St. Germain has been described as of medium height, well proportioned in body, and of regular and pleasing features. His complexion was somewhat swarthy and his hair dark, though often shown powdered. He dressed simply, usually in black, but his clothes were well-fitting and of the best quality. He had apparently a mania for diamonds, which he wore not only in rings but also in his watch and chain, his snuff-box, and upon his buckles. A jeweler once estimated the value of his shoe buckles at 200,000 francs. The Comte is generally depicted as a man in middle life, entirely devoid of wrinkles and free from any physical infirmity. He ate no meat and drank no wine, in fact seldom dined in the presence of any second person. Although he was looked upon as a charlatan and impostor by a few nobles at the French court, Louis XV severely reprimanded a courtier who made a disparaging remark concerning him. The grace and dignity that characterized his conduct, together with his perfect control of every situation, attested the innate refinement and culture of one, to the manner born. This remarkable person also had the surprising and impressive ability to divine, even to the most minute details, the questions of his inquisitors before they were asked. By something akin to telepathy he was also able to feel when his presence was needed in some distant city or state. And it has even been recorded of him that he had the astonishing habit not only of appearing in his own apartment and in those of friends without resorting to the conventionality of the door but also of departing therefrom in a similar manner. M. de St. Germain's travels covered many countries. During the reign of Peter III he was in Russia and between the years 1737 and 1742 in the court of the Shah of Persia as an honored guest. On the subject of his wanderings Una Birch writes, the travels of the Comte de St. Germain covered a long period of years and a great range of countries. From Persia to France and from Calcutta to Rome he was known and respected. Horace Walpole spoke with him in London in 1745, Clive knew him in India in 1756, Madame d'Adhemer alleges that she met him in Paris in 1789, 5 years after his supposed death. While other persons pretend to have held conversations with him in the early 19th century. He was on familiar and intimate terms with the crowned heads of Europe and the honored friend of many distinguished persons of all nationalities. He is even mentioned in the memoirs and letters of the day, and always as a man of mystery. Frederick the Great, Voltaire, Madame de Pompadour, Rousseau, Chatham, and Walpole, all of whom knew him personally, rivaled each other in curiosity as to his origin. During the many decades in which he was before the world, however, no one succeeded in discovering why he appeared as a Jacobite agent in London, as a conspirator in Petersburg, as an alchemist and connoisseur of pictures in Paris, or as a Russian general at Naples. Now and again the curtain which shrouds his actions is drawn aside, and we are permitted to see him fiddling in the music room at Versailles, gossiping with Horace Walpole in London, sitting in Frederick the Great's library at Berlin, or conducting Illuminist meetings in caverns by the Rhine. See the 19th Century, January, 1908. The Divine Cagliostro. From Houdon's Bust of Cagliostro. The Comte di Cagliostro is described as a man not overly tall, but square-shouldered and deep of chest. His head, which was large, was abundantly covered with black hair combed back from his broad and noble forehead. His eyes were black and very brilliant, and when he spoke with great feeling upon some profound subject the pupils dilated, his eyebrows rose, and he shook his head like a maned lion. His hands and feet were small, an indication of noble birth, and his whole bearing was one of dignity and studiousness. He was filled with energy, and could accomplish a prodigious amount of work. He dressed somewhat fantastically, gave so freely from an inexhaustible purse that he received the title of Father of the Poor, accepted nothing from anyone, and maintained himself in magnificence in a combined temple and palace in the Rue de la Sourdière. According to his own statement, he was initiated into the mysteries by none other than the Comte de Saint-Germain. He had traveled through all parts of the world, and in the ruins of ancient Babylon and Nineveh had discovered wise men who understood all the secrets of human life. The Comte de Saint-Germain has been generally regarded as an important figure in early activities of the Freemasons. Repeated efforts, however, probably with an ulterior motive, have been made to discredit his Masonic affiliations. An example of this is the account appearing in The Secret Tradition in Freemasonry, by Arthur Edward Waite. This author, after making several rather disparaging remarks on the subject, amplifies his article by reproducing an engraving of the wrong Comte de Saint-Germain, apparently being unable to distinguish between the great Illuminist and the French general. It will yet be established beyond all doubt that the Comte de Saint-Germain was both a Mason and a Templar. In fact, the memoirs of Cagliostro contain a direct statement of his initiation into the order of the Knights Templars at the hands of Saint-Germain. Many of the illustrious personages with whom the Comte de Saint-Germain associated were high Masons, and sufficient memoranda have been preserved concerning the discussions which they held to prove that he was a master of Freemasonic lore. It is also reasonably certain that he was connected with the Rosicrucians, possibly having been the actual head of that order. The Comte de Saint-Germain was thoroughly conversant with the principles of Oriental esotericism. He practiced the Eastern system of meditation and concentration, upon several occasions having been seen seated with his feet crossed and hands folded in the posture of a Hindu Buddha. He had a retreat in the heart of the Himalayas to which he retired periodically from the world. On one occasion he declared that he would remain in India for 85 years and then would return to the scene of his European labors. At various times he admitted that he was obeying the orders of a power higher and greater than himself. What he did not say was that this superior power was the mystery school which had sent him into the world to accomplish a definite mission. The Comte de Saint-Germain and Sir Francis Bacon are the two greatest emissaries sent into the world by the secret brotherhood in the last 1,000 years. Francis Udny, a theosophical writer, is of the belief that the Comte de Saint-Germain was not the son of Prince Rákóczi of Transylvania, but because of his age could have been none other than the prince himself, who was known to be of a deep philosophic and mystic nature. The same writer believes the Comte de Saint-Germain passed through the philosophic death as Francis Bacon in 1626, as François Rákóczi in 1735, and as Comte de Saint-Germain in 1784. He also feels that the Comte de Saint-Germain was the famous Comte de Gabalis, and as Count Hompesch was the last Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. It is well known that many members of the European secret societies have feigned death for various purposes. Marshal Ney, a member of the Society of Unknown Philosophers, escaped the firing squad and under the name of Peter Stewart Ney lived and taught school for over 30 years in North Carolina. On his deathbed, P.S. Ney told Dr. Locke, the attending physician, that he was Marshal Ney of France. In concluding an article on the identity of the inscrutable Comte de Saint-Germain, Andrew Lang writes, "Did Saint-Germain really die in the palace of Prince Charles of Hesse about 1780–85? Did he, on the other hand, escape from the French prison where Grossley thought he saw him, during the French Revolution? Was he known to Lord Lytton about 1860? Is he the mysterious Muscovite advisor of the Dalai Lama? Who knows? He is a will-o'-the-wisp of the memoir writers of the 18th century. See Historical Mysteries. Episodes from American History. Many times the question has been asked, was Francis Bacon's vision of the New Atlantis a prophetic dream of the great civilization which was so soon to rise upon the soil of the New World? It cannot be doubted that the secret societies of Europe conspired to establish upon the American continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Two incidents in the early history of the United States evidence the influence of that silent body which has so long guided the destinies of peoples and religions. By them nations are created as vehicles for the promulgation of ideals, and while nations are true to these ideals they survive. When they vary from them they vanish like the Atlantis of old which had ceased to know the gods. In his admirable little treatise, Our Flag, Robert Allen Campbell revives the details of an obscure, but most important, episode of American history, the designing of the colonial flag of 1775. The account involves a mysterious man concerning whom no information is available other than that he was on familiar terms with both General George Washington and Dr. Benjamin Franklin. The following description of him is taken from Campbell's treatise. Little seems to have been known concerning this old gentleman. And in the materials from which this account is compiled his name is not even once mentioned, for he is uniformly spoken of or referred to as the Professor. He was evidently far beyond his 70 years. And he often referred to historical events of more than a century previous just as if he had been a living witness of their occurrence. Still he was erect, vigorous and active, hale, hearty, and clear-minded, as strong and energetic every way as in the prime of his life. He was tall, of fine figure, perfectly easy, and very dignified in his manners. Being at once courteous, gracious and commanding. He was, for those times and considering the customs of the colonists, very peculiar in his method of living, for he ate no flesh, fowl or fish. He never used for food any green thing, any roots or anything unripe. He drank no liquor, wine or ale, but confined his diet to cereals and their products, fruits that were ripened on the stem in the sun, nuts, mild tea and the sweets of honey, sugar or molasses. He was well educated, highly cultivated, of extensive as well as varied information, and very studious. He spent considerable of his time in the patient and persistent conning of a number of very rare old books and ancient manuscripts which he seemed to be deciphering, translating or rewriting. These books and manuscripts, together with his own writings, he never showed to anyone, and he did not even mention them in his conversations with the family, except in the most casual way. And he always locked them up carefully in a large, old-fashioned, cubically shaped, iron-bound, heavy, oaken chest, whenever he left his room, even for his meals. He took long and frequent walks alone, sat on the brows of the neighboring hills, or mused in the midst of the green and flower-gemmed meadows. He was fairly liberal but in no way lavish in spending his money, with which he was well supplied. He was a quiet, though a very genial and very interesting, member of the family, and he was seemingly at home upon any and every topic coming up in conversation. He was, in short, one whom everyone would notice and respect, whom few would feel well acquainted with, and whom no one would presume to question concerning himself as to whence he came, why he tarried, or whither he journeyed. By something more than a mere coincidence the committee appointed by the Colonial Congress to design a flag accepted an invitation to be guests, while in Cambridge, of the same family with which the professor was staying. It was here that General Washington joined them for the purpose of deciding upon a fitting emblem. By the signs which passed between them it was evident that both General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognized the professor, and by unanimous approval he was invited to become an active member of the committee. During the proceedings which followed, the professor was treated with the most profound respect and all of his suggestions immediately acted upon. He submitted a pattern which he considered symbolically appropriate for the new flag, and this was unhesitatingly accepted by the other 6 members of the committee, who voted that the arrangement suggested by the professor be forthwith adopted. After the episode of the flag the professor quietly vanished, and nothing further is known concerning him. Did General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognize the professor as an emissary of the mystery school which has so long controlled the political destinies of this planet? Benjamin Franklin was a philosopher and a Freemason, possibly a Rosicrucian initiate. He and the Marquis de Lafayette, also a man of mystery, constitute two of the most important links in the chain of circumstance that culminated in the establishment of the original 13 American colonies as a free and independent nation. Dr. Franklin's philosophic attainments are well attested in Poor Richard's Almanac, published by him for many years under the name of Richard Saunders. His interest in the cause of Freemasonry is also shown by his republication of Anderson's Constitutions of Freemasonry, a rare and much disputed work on the subject. It was during the evening of July 4, 1776, that the second of these mysterious episodes occurred. In the old State House in Philadelphia, a group of men were gathered for the momentous task of severing the last tie between the old country and the new. It was a grave moment, and not a few of those present feared that their lives would be the forfeit for their audacity. In the midst of the debate a fierce voice rang out. The debaters stopped and turned to look upon the stranger. Who was this man who had suddenly appeared in their midst and transfixed them with his oratory? They had never seen him before, none knew when he had entered, but his tall form and pale face filled them with awe. His voice ringing with a holy zeal, the stranger stirred them to their very souls. His closing words rang through the building, "God has given America to be free." As the stranger sank into a chair exhausted, a wild enthusiasm burst forth. Name after name was placed upon the parchment, the Declaration of Independence was signed. But where was the man who had precipitated the accomplishment of this immortal task, who had lifted for a moment the veil from the eyes of the assemblage and revealed to them a part at least of the great purpose for which the new nation was conceived? He had disappeared, nor was he ever seen again or his identity established. This episode parallels others of a similar kind recorded by ancient historians attendant upon the founding of every new nation. Are they coincidences, or do they demonstrate that the divine wisdom of the ancient mysteries still is present in the world, serving mankind as it did of old? Conclusion. Philip, king of Macedon, ambitious to obtain the teacher who would be most capable of imparting the higher branches of learning to his 14-year-old son, Alexander, and wishing the prince to have for his mentor the most famous and learned of the great philosophers, decided to communicate with Aristotle. He dispatched the following letter to the Greek sage: Philip to Aristotle, health, know that I have a son. I render the gods many thanks. Not so much for his birth, as that he was born in your time, for I hope that being educated and instructed by you, he will become worthy of us both and the kingdom which he shall inherit. Accepting Philip's invitation, Aristotle journeyed to Macedon in the 4th year of the 108th Olympiad, and remained for 8 years as the tutor of Alexander. The young prince's affection for his instructor became as great as that which he felt for his father. He said that his father had given him being, but that Aristotle had given him well-being. The basic principles of the ancient wisdom were imparted to Alexander the Great by Aristotle, and at the philosopher's feet the Macedonian youth came to realize the transcendency of Greek learning as it was personified in Plato's immortal disciple. Elevated by his illumined teacher to the threshold of the philosophic sphere, he beheld the world of the sages, the world that fate and the limitations of his own soul decreed he should not conquer. Aristotle in his leisure hours edited and annotated the Iliad of Horner and presented the finished volume to Alexander. This book the young conqueror so highly prized that he carried it with him on all his campaigns. At the time of his triumph over Darius, discovering among the spoils a magnificent, gem-studded casket of unguents, he dumped its contents upon the ground, declaring that at last he had found a case worthy of Aristotle's edition of the Iliad. While on his Asiatic campaign, Alexander learned that Aristotle had published one of his most prized discourses, an occurrence which deeply grieved the young king. So to Aristotle, conqueror of the unknown, Alexander, conqueror of the known, sent this reproachful and pathetic an admission of the insufficiency of worldly pomp and power: Alexander to Aristotle. Health, you were wrong in publishing those branches of science hitherto not to be acquired except from oral instruction. In what shall I excel others if the more profound knowledge I gain from you be communicated to all? For my part, one had rather surpassed the majority of mankind in the sublimer branches of learning, than in extent of power and dominion. Farewell. The receipt of this amazing letter caused no ripple in the placid life of Aristotle, who replied that although the discourse had been communicated to the multitudes, none who had not heard him deliver the lecture, who lacked spiritual comprehension, could understand its true import. A few short years and Alexander the Great went the way of all flesh, and with his body crumbled the structure of empire erected upon his personality. 1 year later Aristotle also passed into that greater world concerning whose mysteries he had so often discoursed with his disciples in the Lyceum. But, as Aristotle excelled Alexander in life, so he excelled him in death. For though his body mouldered in an obscure tomb, the great philosopher continued to live in his intellectual achievements. Age after age paid him grateful tribute, generation after generation pondered over his theorems until by the sheer transcendency of his rational faculties Aristotle, the master of those who know, as Dante has called him, became the actual conqueror of the very world which Alexander had sought to subdue with the sword. Thus it is demonstrated that to capture a man it is not sufficient to enslave his body, it is necessary to enlist his reason. That to free a man it is not enough to strike the shackles from his limbs, his mind must be liberated from bondage to his own ignorance. Physical conquest must ever fail, for, generating hatred and dissension, it spurs the mind to the avenging of an outraged body. But all men are bound whether willingly or unwillingly to obey that intellect in which they recognize qualities and virtues superior to their own. That the philosophic culture of ancient Greece, Egypt, and India excelled that of the modern world must be admitted by all, even by the most confirmed of modernists. The golden era of Greek aesthetics, intellectualism, and ethics has never since been equaled. The true philosopher belongs to the most noble order of men. The nation or race which is blessed by possession of illumined thinkers is fortunate indeed, and its name shall be remembered for their sake. In the famous Pythagorean school at Crotona, philosophy was regarded as indispensable to the life of man. He who did not comprehend the dignity of the reasoning power could not properly be said to live. Therefore, when through innate perverseness a member either voluntarily withdrew or was forcibly ejected from the philosophic fraternity, a headstone was set up for him in the community graveyard. For he who had forsaken intellectual and ethical pursuits to re-enter the material sphere with its illusions of sense and false ambition was regarded as one dead to the sphere of reality. The life represented by the thraldom of the senses the Pythagoreans conceived to be spiritual death, while they regarded death to the sense world as spiritual life. Philosophy bestows life in that it reveals the dignity and purpose of living. Materiality bestows death in that it benumbs or clouds those faculties of the human soul which should be responsive to the enlivening impulses of creative thought and ennobling virtue. How inferior to these standards of remote days are the laws by which men live in the 20th century. Today man, a sublime creature with infinite capacity for self-improvement, in an effort to be true to false standards, turns from his birthright of understanding without realizing the consequences and plunges into the maelstrom of material illusion. The precious span of his earthly years he devotes to the pathetically futile effort to establish himself as an enduring power in a realm of unenduring things. Gradually the memory of his life as a spiritual being vanishes from his objective mind and he focuses all his partly awakened faculties upon the seething beehive of industry which he has come to consider the sole actuality. From the lofty heights of his selfhood he slowly sinks into the gloomy depths of ephemerality. He falls to the level of the beast, and in brutish fashion mumbles the problems arising from his all too insufficient knowledge of the divine plan. Here in the lurid turmoil of a great industrial, political, commercial inferno, men writhe in self-inflicted agony and, reaching out into the swirling mists, strive to clutch and hold the grotesque phantoms of success and power. Ignorant of the cause of life, ignorant of the purpose of life, ignorant of what lies beyond the mystery of death, yet possessing within himself the answer to it all, man is willing to sacrifice the beautiful, the true, and the good within and without upon the blood-stained altar of worldly ambition. The world of philosophy, that beautiful garden of thought wherein the sages dwell in the bond of fraternity, fades from view. In its place rises an empire of stone, steel, smoke, and hate, a world in which millions of creatures potentially human scurry to and fro in the desperate effort to exist and at the same time maintain the vast institution which they have erected and which, like some mighty juggernaut, is rumbling inevitably towards an unknown end. In this physical empire, which man erects in the vain belief that he can outshine the kingdom of the celestials, everything is changed to stone. Fascinated by the glitter of gain, man gazes at the Medusa-like face of greed and stands petrified. John and the Vision of the Apocalypse. From an engraving by Jean Duvet. Jean Duvet of Langres, who was born in 1485 and presumably died sometime after 1561, the year in which his illustrations to the Apocalypse were printed in book form, was the oldest and greatest of French Renaissance engravers. Little is known concerning Duvet beyond the fact that he was the goldsmith to the King of France. His engravings for the Book of Revelation, executed after he had passed his 70th year, were his masterpiece. For further information regarding this obscure master, consult article by William M. Ivins, Jr., in The Arts, May, 1926. The face of John is an actual portrait of Duvet. This plate, like many others cut by Duvet, is rich in philosophical symbolism. In this commercial age, science is concerned solely with the classification of physical knowledge and investigation of the temporal and illusionary parts of nature. Its so-called practical discoveries bind man but more tightly with the bonds of physical limitation. Religion, too, has become materialistic. The beauty and dignity of faith is measured by huge piles of masonry, by tracts of real estate, or by the balance sheet. Philosophy, which connects heaven and earth like a mighty ladder, up the rungs of which the illumined of all ages have climbed into the living presence of reality. Even philosophy has become a prosaic and heterogeneous mass of conflicting notions. Its beauty, its dignity, its transcendency are no more. Like other branches of human thought, it has been made materialistic, practical, and its activities so directionalized that they may also contribute their part to the erection of this modern world of stone and steel. In the ranks of the so-called learned there is rising up a new order of thinkers, which may best be termed the school of the worldly wise men. After arriving at the astounding conclusion that they are the intellectual salt of the earth, these gentlemen of letters have appointed themselves the final judges of all knowledge, both human and divine. This group affirms that all mystics must have been epileptic and most of the saints neurotic. It declares God to be a fabrication of primitive superstition, the universe to be intended for no particular purpose, immortality to be a figment of the imagination, and an outstanding individuality to be but a fortuitous combination of cells. Pythagoras is asserted to have suffered from a bean complex. Socrates was a notorious inebriate. St. Paul was subject to fits. Paracelsus was an infamous quack, the Comte di Cagliostro a mountebank, and the Comte d'Est Germain the outstanding crook of history. What do the lofty concepts of the world's illumined saviors and sages have in common with these stunted, distorted products of the realism of this century? All over the world, men and women ground down by the soulless cultural systems of today are crying out for the return of the banished age of beauty and enlightenment, for something practical in the highest sense of the word. A few are beginning to realize that so-called civilization in its present form is at the vanishing point. That coldness, heartlessness, commercialism, and material efficiency are impractical, and only that which offers opportunity for the expression of love and ideality is truly worthwhile. All the world is seeking happiness, but knows not in what direction to search. Men must learn that happiness crowns the soul's quest for understanding. Only through the realization of infinite goodness and infinite accomplishment can the peace of the inner self be assured. In spite of man's geocentrism, there is something in the human mind that is reaching out to philosophy, not to this or that philosophic code, but simply to philosophy in the broadest and fullest sense. The great philosophic institutions of the past must rise again, for these alone can tend the veil which divides the world of causes from that of effects. Only the mysteries, those sacred colleges of wisdom, can reveal to struggling humanity that greater and more glorious universe which is the true home of the spiritual being called man. Modern philosophy has failed in that it has come to regard thinking as simply an intellectual process. Materialistic thought is as hopeless a code of life as commercialism itself. The power to think true is the savior of humanity. The mythological and historical redeemers of every age were all personifications of that power. He who has a little more rationality than his neighbor is a little better than his neighbor. He who functions on a higher plane of rationality than the rest of the world is termed the greatest thinker. He who functions on a lower plane is regarded as a barbarian. Thus comparative rational development is the true gauge of the individual's evolutionary status. Briefly stated, the true purpose of ancient philosophy was to discover a method whereby development of the rational nature could be accelerated instead of awaiting the slower processes of nature, this supreme source of power. This attainment of knowledge, this unfolding of the God within, is concealed under the epigrammatic statement of the philosophic life. This was the key to the great work, the mystery of the philosopher's stone, for it meant that alchemical transmutation had been accomplished. Thus ancient philosophy was primarily the living of a life, secondarily, an intellectual method. He alone can become a philosopher in the highest sense who lives the philosophic life. What man lives he comes to know. Consequently, a great philosopher is one whose threefold life physical, mental, and spiritual is wholly devoted to and completely permeated by his rationality. Man's physical, emotional, and mental natures provide environments of reciprocal benefit or detriment to each other. Since the physical nature is the immediate environment of the mental, only that mind is capable of rational thinking which is enthroned in a harmonious and highly refined material constitution. Hence right action, right feeling, and right thinking are prerequisites of right knowing, and the attainment of philosophic power is possible only to such as have harmonized their thinking with their living. The wise have therefore declared that none can attain to the highest in the science of knowing until first he has attained to the highest in the science of living. Philosophic power is the natural outgrowth of the philosophic life. Just as an intense physical existence emphasizes the importance of physical things, or just as the monastic metaphysical asceticism establishes the desirability of the ecstatic state, so complete philosophic absorption ushers the consciousness of the thinker into the most elevated and noble of all spheres, the pure philosophic, or rational, world. In a civilization primarily concerned with the accomplishment of the extremes of temporal activity, the philosopher represents an equilibrating intellect capable of estimating and guiding the cultural growth. The establishment of the philosophic rhythm in the nature of an individual ordinarily requires from 15 to 20 years. During that entire period the disciples of old were constantly subjected to the most severe discipline. Every activity of life was gradually disengaged from other interests and focalized upon the reasoning part. In the ancient world there was another and most vital factor which entered into the production of rational intellects and which is entirely beyond the comprehension of modern thinkers, namely, initiation into the philosophic mysteries. A man who had demonstrated his peculiar mental and spiritual fitness was accepted into the body of the learned, and to him was revealed that priceless heritage of arcane lore preserved from generation to generation. This heritage of philosophic truth is the matchless treasure of all ages, and each disciple admitted into these brotherhoods of the wise made, in turn, his individual contribution to this store of classified knowledge. The one hope of the world is philosophy, for all the sorrows of modern life result from the lack of a proper philosophic code. Those who sense even in part the dignity of life cannot but realize the shallowness apparent in the activities of this age. Well has it been said that no individual can succeed until he has developed his philosophy of life. Neither can a race or nation attain true greatness until it has formulated an adequate philosophy and has dedicated its existence to a policy consistent with that philosophy. During the World War, when so-called civilization hurled one half of itself against the other in a frenzy of hate, men ruthlessly destroyed something more precious even than human life. They obliterated those records of human thought by which life can be intelligently directionalized. Truly did Muhammad declare the ink of philosophers to be more precious than the blood of martyrs. Priceless documents, invaluable records of achievement, knowledge founded on ages of patient observation and experimentation by the elect of the earth, all were destroyed with scarcely a qualm of regret. What was knowledge, what was truth, beauty, love, idealism, philosophy, or religion when compared to man's desire to control an infinitesimal spot in the fields of cosmos for an inestimably minute fragment of time? Merely to satisfy some whim or urge of ambition man would uproot the universe, though well he knows that in a few short years he must depart, leaving all that he has seized to posterity as an old cause for fresh contention. The entrance to the House of the Mysteries. From Cunratha's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, etc. This symbolic figure, representing the way to everlasting life, is described by Cunrath in substance as follows: this is the portal of the amphitheater of the only true and eternal wisdom, a narrow one, indeed, but sufficiently august, and consecrated to Jehovah. To this portal ascent is made by a mystic, indisputably prolegetic, flight of steps, set before it as shown in the picture. It consists of 7 theosophic, or, rather, philosophic steps of the doctrine of the faithful sons. After ascending the steps, the path is along the way of God the Father, either directly by inspiration or by various mediate means. According to the 7 oracular laws shining at the portal, those who are inspired divinely have the power to enter, and with the eyes of the body and of the mind, of seeing, contemplating and investigating in a Christiano-Kabbalistic, divino-magical, physico-chemical manner, the nature of the wisdom, goodness, and power of the Creator. To the end that they die not sophistically but live theosophically, and that the orthodox philosophers so created may with sincere philosophy expound the works of the Lord, and worthily praise God who has thus blessed these friend of God. The above figure and description constitute one of the most remarkable expositions ever made of the appearance of the wise man's house and the way by which it must be entered. Where the irrefutable evidence of irrationality still smolders in the hearts of men, it cannot die until human selfishness is overcome. Armed with multifarious inventions and destructive agencies, civilization will continue its fratricidal strife through future ages. But upon the mind of man there is dawning a great fear, the fear that eventually civilization will destroy itself in one great cataclysmic struggle. Then must be reenacted the eternal drama of reconstruction. Out of the ruins of the civilization which died when its idealism died, some primitive people yet in the womb of destiny must build a new world. Foreseeing the needs of that day, the philosophers of the ages have desired that into the structure of this new world shall be incorporated the truest and finest of all that has gone before. It is a divine law that the sum of previous accomplishment shall be the foundation of each new order of things. The great philosophic treasures of humanity must be preserved. That which is superficial may he allow to perish. That which is fundamental and essential must remain, regardless of cost. 2 fundamental forms of ignorance were recognized by the Platonists: simple ignorance and complex ignorance. Simple ignorance is merely lack of knowledge and is common to all creatures existing posterior to the first cause, which alone has perfection of knowledge. Simple ignorance is an ever-active agent, urging the soul onward to the acquisition of knowledge. From this virginal state of unawareness grows the desire to become aware, with its resultant improvement in the mental condition. The human intellect is ever surrounded by forms of existence beyond the estimation of its partly developed faculties. In this realm of objects not understood is a never-failing source of mental stimuli. Thus wisdom eventually results from the effort to cope rationally with the problem of the unknown. In the last analysis, the ultimate cause alone can be denominated wise. In simpler words, only God is good. Socrates declared knowledge, virtue, and utility to be one with the innate nature of good. Knowledge is a condition of knowing, virtue a condition of being, utility a condition of doing. Considering wisdom as synonymous with mental completeness, it is evident that such a state can exist only in the whole, for that which is less than the whole cannot possess the fullness of the all. No part of creation is complete. Hence each part is imperfect to the extent that it falls short of entirety. Where incompleteness is, it also follows that ignorance must be coexistent. For every part, while capable of knowing its own self, cannot become aware of the self in the other parts. Philosophically considered, growth from the standpoint of human evolution is a process proceeding from heterogeneity to homogeneity. In time, therefore, the isolated consciousness of the individual fragments is reunited to become the complete consciousness of the whole. Then, and then only, is the condition of all-knowing an absolute reality. Thus all creatures are relatively ignorant yet relatively wise, comparatively nothing yet comparatively all. The microscope reveals to man his significance, the telescope, his insignificance. Through the eternities of existence man is gradually increasing in both wisdom and understanding, his ever-expanding consciousness is including more of the external within the area of itself. Even in man's present state of imperfection it is dawning upon his realization that he can never be truly happy until he is perfect. And that of all the faculties contributing to his self-perfection none is equal in importance to the rational intellect. Through the labyrinth of diversity only the illumined mind can, and must, lead the soul into the perfect light of unity. In addition to the simple ignorance which is the most potent factor in mental growth there exists another, which is of a far more dangerous and subtle type. This second form, called twofold or complex ignorance, may be briefly defined as ignorance of ignorance. Worshipping the sun, moon, and stars, and offering sacrifices to the winds, the primitive savage sought with crude fetishes to propitiate his unknown gods. He dwelt in a world filled with wonders which he did not understand. Now great cities stand where once roamed the crook-boned men. Humanity no longer regards itself as primitive or aboriginal. The spirit of wonder and awe has been succeeded by one of sophistication. Today man worships his own accomplishments, and either relegates the immensities of time and space to the background of his consciousness or disregards them entirely. The 20th century makes a fetish of civilization and is overwhelmed by its own fabrications, its gods are of its own fashioning. Humanity has forgotten how infinitesimal, how impermanent and how ignorant it actually is. Ptolemy has been ridiculed for conceiving the earth to be the center of the universe, yet modern civilization is seemingly founded upon the hypothesis that the planet Earth is the most permanent and important of all the heavenly spheres. And that the gods from their starry thrones are fascinated by the monumental and epical events taking place upon this spherical anthill in chaos. From age to age men ceaselessly toil to build cities that they may rule over them with pomp and power as though a fillet of gold or 10 million vassals could elevate man above the dignity of his own thoughts and make the glitter of his scepter visible to the distant stars. As this tiny planet rolls along its orbit in space, it carries with it some 2 billion human beings who live and die oblivious to that immeasurable existence lying beyond the lump on which they dwell. Measured by the infinities of time and space, what are the captains of industry or the lords of finance? If one of these plutocrats should rise until he ruled the earth itself, what would he be but a petty despot seated on a grain of cosmic dust? Philosophy reveals to man his kinship with the All. It shows him that he is a brother to the suns which dot the firmament, it lifts him from a taxpayer on a whirling atom to a citizen of cosmos. It teaches him that while physically bound to earth, of which his blood and bones are part, there is nevertheless within him a spiritual power, a diviner self, through which he is one with the symphony of the whole. Ignorance of ignorance, then, is that self-satisfied state of unawareness in which man, knowing nothing outside the limited area of his physical senses, bumptiously declares there is nothing more to know. He who knows no life save the physical is merely ignorant, but he who declares physical life to be all-important and elevates it to the position of supreme reality, such a one is ignorant of his own ignorance. If the Infinite had not desired man to become wise, he would not have bestowed upon him the faculty of knowing. If he had not intended man to become virtuous, he would not have sown within the human heart the seeds of virtue. If he had predestined man to be limited to his narrow physical life, he would not have equipped him with perceptions and sensibilities capable of grasping, in part at least, the immensity of the outer universe. The criers of philosophy call all men to a comradeship of the spirit, to a fraternity of thought, to a convocation of selves. Philosophy invites man out of the vainness of selfishness, out of the sorrow of ignorance and the despair of worldliness. Out of the travesty of ambition and the cruel clutches of greed, out of the red hell of hate and the cold tomb of dead idealism. Philosophy would lead all men into the broad, calm vistas of truth, for the world of philosophy is a land of peace where those finer qualities pent up within each human soul are given opportunity for expression. Here men are taught the wonders of the blades of grass, each stick and stone is endowed with speech and tells the secret of its being. All life, bathed in the radiance of understanding, becomes a wonderful and beautiful reality. From the four corners of creation swells a mighty anthem of rejoicing, for here in the light of philosophy is revealed the purpose of existence, the wisdom and goodness permeating the whole become evident to even man's imperfect intellect. Here the yearning heart of humanity finds that companionship which draws forth from the innermost recesses of the soul that great store of good which lies there like precious metal in some deep hidden vein. Following the path pointed out by the wise, the seeker after truth ultimately attains to the summit of wisdom's mount, and gazing down, beholds the panorama of life spread out before him. The cities of the plains are but tiny specks and the horizon on every hand is obscured by the grey haze of the unknown. Then the soul realizes that wisdom lies in breadth of vision, that it increases in comparison to the vista. Then as man's thoughts lift him heavenward, streets are lost in cities, cities in nations, nations in continents, continents in the earth in space, and space in an infinite eternity. Until at last but two things remain, the self and the goodness of God. While man's physical body resides with him and mingles with the heedless throng. It is difficult to conceive of man as actually inhabiting a world of his own, a world which he has discovered by lifting himself into communion with the profundities of his own internal nature. Man may live two lives. One is a struggle from the womb to the tomb. Its span is measured by man's own creation time. Well may it be called the unheeding life. The other life is from realization to infinity. It begins with understanding, its duration is forever, and upon the plane of eternity it is consummated. This is called the philosophic life. Philosophers are nor born nor do they die. For once having achieved the realization of immortality, they are immortal. Having once communed with self, they realize that within there is an immortal foundation that will not pass away. Upon this living, vibrant base self they erect a civilization which will endure after the sun, the moon, and the stars have ceased to be. The fool lives but for today, the philosopher lives forever. When once the rational consciousness of man rolls away the stone and comes forth from its sepulchre, it dies no more, for to this second or philosophic birth there is no dissolution. By this should not be inferred physical immortality, but rather that the philosopher has learned that his physical body is no more his true self than the physical earth is his true world. In the realization that he and his body are dissimilar, that though the form must perish the life will not fail, he achieves conscious immortality. This was the immortality to which Socrates referred when he said, "Anytus and Meletus may indeed put me to death, but they cannot injure me." To the wise, physical existence is but the outer room of the hall of life. Swinging open the doors of this antechamber, the illumined pass into the greater and more perfect existence. The ignorant dwell in a world bounded by time and space. To those, however, who grasp the import and dignity of being, these are but phantom shapes, illusions of the senses, arbitrary limits imposed by man's ignorance upon the duration of deity. The philosopher lives and thrills with the realization of this duration, for to him this infinite period has been designed by the all-wise cause as the time of all accomplishment. Man is not the insignificant creature that he appears to be. His physical body is not the true measure of his real self. The invisible nature of man is as vast as his comprehension and as measureless as his thoughts. The fingers of his mind reach out and grasp the stars. His spirit mingles with the throbbing life of cosmos itself. He who has attained to the state of understanding thereby has so increased his capacity to know that he gradually incorporates within himself the various elements of the universe. The unknown is merely that which is yet to be included within the consciousness of the seeker. Philosophy assists man to develop the sense of appreciation. For as it reveals the glory in the sufficiency of knowledge, it also unfolds those latent powers and faculties whereby man is enabled to master the secrets of the seven spheres. From the world of physical pursuits the initiates of old called their disciples into the life of the mind and the spirit. Throughout the ages, the mysteries have stood at the threshold of reality, that hypothetical spot between noumenon and phenomenon, the substance and the shadow. The gates of the mysteries stand ever ajar, and those who will may pass through into the spacious domicile of spirit. The world of philosophy lies neither to the right nor to the left, neither above nor below. Like a subtle essence permeating all space and all substance, it is everywhere, it penetrates the innermost and the outermost parts of all being. In every man and woman these two spheres are connected by a gate which leads from the not-self and its concerns to the self and its realizations. In the mystic this gate is the heart, and through spiritualization of his emotions he contacts that more elevated plane which, once felt and known, becomes the sum of the worthwhile. In the philosopher, reason is the gate between the outer and the inner worlds, the illumined mind bridging the chasm between the corporeal and the incorporeal. Thus Godhood is born within the one who sees, and from the concerns of men he rises to the concerns of gods. In this era of practical things men ridicule even the existence of God. They scoff at goodness while they ponder with befuddled minds the phantasmagoria of materiality. They have forgotten the path which leads beyond the stars. The great mystical institutions of antiquity which invited man to enter into his divine inheritance have crumbled. And institutions of human scheming now stand where once the ancient houses of learning rose, a mystery of fluted columns and polished marble. The white-robed sages who gave to the world its ideals of culture and beauty have gathered their robes about them and departed from the sight of men. Nevertheless, this little earth is bathed as of old in the sunlight of its providential generator. Wide-eyed babes still face the mysteries of physical existence. Men continue to laugh and cry, to love and hate, some still dream of a nobler world, a fuller life, a more perfect realization. In both the heart and mind of man the gates which lead from mortality to immortality are still ajar. Virtue, love, and idealism are yet the regenerators of humanity. God continues to love and guide the destinies of his creation. The path still winds upward to accomplishment. The soul of man has not been deprived of its wings, they are merely folded under its garment of flesh. Philosophy is ever that magic power which, sundering the vessel of clay, releases the soul from its bondage to habit and perversion. Still as of old, the soul released can spread its wings and soar to the very source of itself. The criers of the mysteries speak again, bidding all men welcome to the house of light. The great institution of materiality has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, and like the monster of Frankenstein, is destroying its creator. Religion wanders aimlessly in the maze of theological speculation. Science batters itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only transcendental philosophy knows the path. Only the illumined reason can carry the understanding part of man upward to the light. Only philosophy can teach man to be born well, to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure be born again. Into this band of the elect those who have chosen the life of knowledge, of virtue, and of utility the philosophers of the ages invite you.